The first thing this baby did after being reborn was grab his bottle and chuck it right at the old bishop's face the moment he opened his mouth to pick him up, nearly knocking out all his teeth. Because this baby is actually an immortal demon king, but due to misplaced trust, he was reborn as humanity's holy son. This is his third life. After 2 lives of suffering, he's decided that this time, he'll become so powerful that even the big boss of the divine realm wouldn't dare utter a peep, and revenge is his sole current objective. In his first life, he was an ordinary human who luckily won the lottery. But before he could even enjoy it, he discovered he had a terminal illness, with his life expectancy dwindling. So he was reincarnated, but life wasn't a dream, as he found himself in the form of a bony skeleton. With a body like that, forget eating, he couldn't even poop, leaving him filled with frustration. In his despair, he transformed himself from a low-level skeleton, madly slaughtering his way to becoming a high-level one, gradually evolving into a demon king, leading the demon clan to rise like monsters lurking in the shadows. Yeah, he might be bald, but at least now, he's become a feared demon king, which isn't so bad. Everyone can call him Isaac, Kim Isaac, but the problem is those demons always mispronounce his name. But whatever, they can't even pronounce his name anyway, and he's busy collecting his reward. Turns out, Isaac had long been colluding with those in the divine realm, training himself to become a mighty demon king. His goal was to become human again, fulfilling his desire to eat and poop. With years of battlefield experience, he helped the divine realm countless times, eliminating and fighting against opposing forces. But when the job was done, they went back on their word, telling him to take on another mission. Who told him to finish a 500-year task in just a decade? After all, the gods never intended to honor their agreement with him from the beginning, because turning a demon king into a human was unprecedented and impossible. At this moment, Isaac realized that slaving away for over 10 years, acting like their loyal dog, was all for nothing. Isaac, unable to contain his rage, questioned them. "Damn it, why do you dare make me your slave? Even if you're gods, I'm not afraid of any of you. You bastards, knowing this would happen, you must have anticipated my wrath, right?" The entire divine realm palace was engulfed in dark energy. "If you can't turn me, someone who threatens the very existence of the divine realm, into a human, you will pay for your broken promise. I will take all your lives, turning you into skeletons to share the suffering I've endured." But just as Isaac's spell was growing stronger, almost as if it was about to explode right there, suddenly all the power vanished in an instant. An angel sneered and said, "It's useless. You can't do anything to us. Didn't you make a pact with me last time? Because that Pope carved the name of the magic worm onto you. It can seal anything, no matter how dangerous." But Isaac was prepared and hadn't fallen for their trick. He retorted defiantly, "I'd rather sleep forever than become a worm." With that, a flash of light erupted, and Isaac vanished before the panicked eyes of those around him. But surprisingly, he was reborn into the body of a baby. He thought excitedly, "Have I become human?" But not even 5 seconds later, a new tribulation arrived. This baby was the Holy Son, a Holy Son about to be forced to drink a potion and depart for eternity. The butler grinned sinisterly. "Holy Son, I apologize, but it's time for your eternal slumber." With that, he shoved the bottle towards Isaac's mouth. Isaac reacted quickly, turning his head away. The butler persisted, trying to feed him again. Isaac pressed his lips tight, turning his head, his brow furrowed, pushing the bottle away with his hand. The butler nearly broke down, crying out, why won't he drink it? Isaac thought to himself, suspicious. It took so much effort for me to become human again. There's no way I'm drinking anything suspicious like that. But why did I want to become human in the first place? The butler's voice rang out again. "Why don't you act like a normal baby and drink? Then you can. I mean, you can sleep well, right, Isaac?" Hearing that, something clicked in Isaac's mind. He turned around abruptly, astonished. Did he just call me Isaac? He wondered. He tried to piece things together. Isaac. So, instead of using my real name, Isaac, they mistook it for Isaac. He couldn't believe it. His mouth dropped open, eyes wide as he thought, "I see. So that's why I wasn't sealed." Not only that, but I was also reborn into a body with the same name as me. Realizing this, he chuckled. Those fools act like they're so great, yet they were careless and failed to seal me. The butler's voice interrupted his thoughts. At that moment, the bottle was shoved directly into his mouth. Isaac cursed. He flailed, trying to resist. No. The butler cried out, "Help me." He's so small but so strong. Isaac's face paled. Is this vegetable juice? Seriously, they're trying to assassinate me with this disgusting concoction. It took so much effort for me to become human again. And besides, Isaac's eyes grew hazy. Something feels off inside my body. The holy nation of Helen, Central Temple. Two figures walked down the hallway, one behind the other. The old bishop chuckled sinisterly. By now, that child is probably finished. Suddenly, a figure with crossed arms stood before him and spoke. You seem cheerful, Bishop. The figure's face was cold. It was Alexander, the emperor of the holy nation of Helen. The bishop hurriedly bowed his head in greeting. Greetings, son of the empire. Alexander glanced at him. What is a bishop doing here? The bishop smiled faintly. The Zojua family has come to pay their respects to the Holy Son candidate. After all, you know that the Holy See couldn't possibly not be interested in the Holy Son. Alexander's expression darkened. I understand. Since this concerns the Holy Son, you should have come to see me directly. He continued, if any further incidents occur after the Holy Son is handed over to the Holy See, it would be truly unfortunate. The bishop gave a forced laugh. What do you mean? Suddenly, a shout interrupted their conversation. A frantic voice cried out, Young Master. Young Master has. The bishop smirked, as if certain of the situation. Everyone, worried, rushed over. The servant's voice could still be faintly heard. Young Master. Alexander pushed the door open forcefully. What happened? The maid turned around, stammering. Why, Young Master? Alexander's worried face tightened. Exclamations of so cute arose, followed by an unrestrained cry. Look at that chubby tummy. He's so adorable. He's such a good eater. He truly is an angel. Look, he drank all 15 bottles of vegetable juice by himself. The bishop, standing behind the crowd, glanced over in disbelief. Preposterous. Looking at the scattered bottles on the floor, he fell into deep thought. How is he still alive? And he even drank all of that. A murderous aura emanated from him. That's no ordinary vegetable juice. A few minutes earlier, after finishing a bottle, Isaac's eyes became hazy. Something fell off within his body. Again, he seemed to snap out of it, opening his eyes wide. Wait, this is holy eradication. He looked back at the bottle. A potent poison that destroys the holy power of priests. It might not take effect immediately, but since it's poison, consuming enough will be fatal. But Isaac grabbed the bottle and gulped it down, thinking, I'll convert this poison into demonic mana. So, it's a godsend for a former demon king like me. I can't believe they're giving me, a demon, something I can convert into mana. This is amazing. I'll drink every last drop of this magical baby food. After finishing, Isaac threw the empty bottle onto the floor and cried loudly, as if to say, give me more. The butler guessed, does he want more? Why do I suddenly feel like I understand what he's saying? He chuckled nervously. Of course, the more you drink, the happier we are. After all, this poison vegetable juice doesn't take effect immediately. Isaac happily embraced the bottle. While drinking, he gave a thumbs up, expressing his satisfaction. For victory, I will absorb all of this mana. I don't know who put this in here, but good job. Now, his eyes became resolute. What I need to do right now is... Isaac closed his eyes, leaving his conscious world and entering his subconscious, and then its deepest reaches, the world of origin, where the core of mana is created. He landed. After all, I'm safe here. He opened his hand, and a ring of fire appeared. Now focus. Isaac excitedly thought, I'll condense the mana I've absorbed into the mana core. I'll need a mana core to use magic, so if I want to cast spells in the future, I have to do this. He was talking to himself when he suddenly cried out in alarm, a magic explosion. Isaac seemed to remember something. Wait a minute, this is a normal mana core, should have 3 colors. But, looking back at the flames, is it white? He regained his composure. No, the color isn't the issue. Clearly, I haven't even properly condensed the mana into that small core yet. So what is this energy? Isaac slowly grinned. This surpasses even my expectations. His small legs trembled, then slowly bent as he prepared to jump. He reached out his hand. Just how many blessings have been crammed into this baby's body? If I work hard with this, I could become a monster even more powerful than I ever imagined. He laughed joyfully. A voice echoed, Isaac, constantly ringing in his head. He pressed his hand against the words on the screen, his voice firm, survive. A series of memories surfaced, the most desperate desire etched deep within his soul. Survive. My desire to live is so strong, it'll drive me insane. That's the origin of my becoming the skeleton demon king. And with that, I was able to create specialized buds and unique skills. Moreover, Isaac, I've successfully inherited the magic within this body. The butler leaned closer. Is he dead yet? A maid also leaned down slightly. Check him. Suddenly, he raised a finger. The butler was startled and yelled, "He's alive." Isaac babbled, causing the two of them to break out in a cold sweat, bewildered. Huh. He giggled foolishly. One more bottle. Give me a stronger dose. Meanwhile, Alexander silently sighed in relief. Thank goodness, nothing happened. Isaac's eyes reddened slightly. Well, I was just almost assassinated. No big deal. The bishop's face changed color. What? Why is he looking at me like that? Isaac's gaze fell on the empty bottles on the floor. Did I drink too much? His mind raced. No, I can't do anything to arouse suspicion right now. I have to play dumb. Smile, smile. Thinking this, he put on a bright smile. The bishop gritted his teeth. What's wrong with him? He thought to himself, he should be dead after drinking that much, vomiting blood everywhere, but now he's smiling at me. His expression was incredibly furious. A few days earlier, at the Holy See, whoever becomes the saint will rule the holy nation. He pondered, then a cold voice rang out, ridiculous. 2 seconds later, it continued. After all, everyone insists their child is the saint, even the lowest of families. The bishop bowed and reported, Your Holiness, don't worry. All the other saint candidates have been dealt with. He laughed loudly. That's a given. Then continued, but I've heard some unpleasant rumors that there's a saint candidate from the DOA-SUA family, I believe. He said, gently clenching his hand. The DOA-SUA family, the emperor's right hand. The bishop interrupted him, his voice full of worry, but we can't do anything to them. In a fit of rage, he threw his wine glass forcefully to the ground. A crashing sound rang out. Red liquid splattered across the floor. He said coldly, that brat will die the moment you arrive. 2 seconds, like a madman screaming. You only need to confirm its death. I've already sent someone to handle it. Holy One echoed endlessly in his head. The head of the Bajit family, Cardinal, 2 seconds, he resolved in his heart, must come from the Bajit family. The bishop looked at the child before him, full of doubt. He said it would die, for sure. But how is it still alive? He gritted his teeth in anger. How can such an absurd thing happen? Alexander cleared his throat. Interesting. Please continue. This shimmering golden hair, it's the same color as the founder of the holy nation, isn't it, Bishop? The bishop, put on the spot, stammered, Your Majesty, how can you say such a thing? Isaac opened his eyes. This person is the emperor. Alexander crossed his arms, his tone casual. I even think this child is closer to the divine than the current pope, truly worthy of being the final Holy Son candidate. Isaac flinched. What? I'm a Holy Son candidate. So that's why those guys keep calling me Holy One this, Holy One that. The bishop became anxious. Damn it, the emperor already favors him. This can't continue. Thinking quickly, he feigned a bright smile and said, Your Majesty, please let me take care of this child. Alexander tilted his head. And the reason is, the bishop hastily explained, something's not right. A newborn infant couldn't possibly drink that much vegetable juice. Alexander replied, What's wrong with a Holy Son candidate drinking the church's offerings? Isaac hugged the bottle, pouting inwardly. Me, the Demon King, a Holy Son candidate. How can this be happening? The bishop continued to persuade. But we still aren't certain. Please let me care for the child. Alexander replied indifferently. Someone from the DOA-SUA family will be arriving, so you can proceed after that. Isaac suddenly coughed, a puff of dark purple smoke escaping his mouth. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Damn it, that's the dark manna I haven't fully digested yet. A fearful expression crossed his face. Did anyone see that? Suddenly, the bishop's voice rang out. Your Majesty, he glanced over. I think I just sensed dark manna emanating from this child. His eyes gleamed, drawing out his words. It seems there's something suspicious about this. Isaac cursed inwardly. This bastard, has he noticed? He nervously gripped the sheets. The bishop wouldn't let up. This child might just be a failed candidate with manna. Therefore, I must report this to the Inquisitor immediately. Isaac raged internally, this hateful man. Alexander's voice boomed. What the hell? How dare you speak that way about a precious Holy Son candidate? The bishop quickly backpedaled. You needn't worry, Your Majesty. He added, His Holiness has already set his sights on the Bajit family's candidate as the next Holy Son. Alexander frowned slightly. He wants the child from his own family to be the Holy Son. How shameless. Isaac gritted his teeth. So that's why he wants to eliminate me. The bishop softened his voice. Now then, Isaac was suddenly scooped up. The bishop looked directly at the child. Bring the inquisitor here. Isaac paled. This despicable man. Alexander threw out his hand. Wait, he said coldly. The DOASUA family is a close ally of the imperial court. As emperor, I believe this child should still be considered. The bishop turned his back. I understand, your majesty. Then he turned his head back. But his holiness also said that the crown prince's blessing will be bestowed after the holy son is decided. Hearing this, Alexander paused. Recognizing the threat, he realized that if he didn't support the child chosen by the pope, the blessing for the crown prince would be withheld. He regained his composure and spoke. Is this the will of the church? Isaac angrily cursed under his breath. These cheap, damnable people. He bit his lip anxiously. This isn't good. If they find out who I am. The bishop smiled brightly. Well then, we can check right now. With my power of exorcism. His mind raced as he looked at the water bottle in his hand. That's right, he thought, realizing the bishop was still unaware of the danger. He spoke in an even tone. If he's human, he'll be fine. But if this child is a demon, then immediately. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by Isaac's sudden blow. A cry of pain echoed. Blood spurted out, and a tooth flew out. Isaac watched the tooth fall, a triumphant smile on his face. He grinned, waving the water bottle. He cried out as if to say, "Take that, you hateful wretch." He thought to himself, whatever, I'll just act like a real baby. The bishop trembled in pain, seemingly in disbelief. What was that? Just with a bottle, that much damage. A surprised voice suddenly rang out that light. Is that holy power? Then this child must be the holy son. Isaac widened his eyes, feigning innocence. No, it's true that I feel holy power within me, but this power is... He pretended to close his eyes and smile, then swung the bottle again. Thwack! It landed squarely on the bishop's face. He exclaimed excitedly, "Let's see what you can do now, you hateful thing." A flurry of punches followed, leaving the bishop no time to react. Dazed from the beating, the bishop stammered, "This is dark mana." Alexander and the others gaped in astonishment. This is insane. Isaac thought to himself, right? I'll use magic reinforcement to make this bottle stronger and then pretend to be an innocent baby. How do you like that, you wretch? The bishop collapsed, powerless. The onlookers gasped, The bishop is impressed by his holy power. Isaac stared in surprise at the golden light. Huh, what's this? Although it's weak, every time I use dark mana, a bit of divine mana comes with it. These two are clearly complete opposites. How can I use them together? It must be related to that white mana core. Lost in thought, the bottle was snatched from his hand. Isaac could only blink as the bishop took it. The bishop threw the bottle hard against the floor and declared, "I swear on everything I hold dear, this child is a heretic. We must perform an exorcism ritual immediately." Isaac narrowed his eyes. This stubborn, hateful man. He reached into the bishop's robes. "I didn't want to do this, but it seems you have something interesting here." He fumbled around, pulling out an arm shrouded in black smoke. The bishop's face paled in horror. The source of the arm, the eradicated remains of a high-ranking demon. A relic, an item that can utilize a demon's ability to absorb the power of its own kind. He's kept it with him in case of pursuit by demons. The bishop wondered, how does this brat know about it? With a whoosh, a heavy object flew past him. The thrown arm was falling freely. Isaac smirked. "Look closely, you hateful thing, if you keep your eyes on me." The arm landed squarely on the floor, and a purplish-black smoke immediately billowed out. He added, "Then don't blame me." Saying so, he snapped his fingers. The black smoke spread, and everyone cried out in fear, "A demon." Why? Try to stop it. Isaac waved his hand again. "Look at that nasty thing." A shadow enveloped them, and everyone panicked. How can a shadow lich appear here? Alexander yelled, "Bishop Masabazit, explain yourself." A demon inside the temple. Have you lost your mind? The bishop stammered, "Can't you see, your majesty? This child just took out a relic." But Alexander retorted, "Relics are items attached to dead demons. How can it resurrect a demon instantly?" He ordered his subordinates. Everyone listen. Protect the child from the vile demon and the bishop. The soldiers hastily obeyed. "Yes, your majesty." One of the subordinates snatched Isaac from the bishop's grasp to his astonishment. "What's the meaning of this?" Isaac sneered at him. "Serves you right, you hateful old goat." He thought to himself, let's see how strong this bishop is. He turned to look at the lich being restrained by the soldiers. It started to growl, "Holy One," then erupted to kill the Holy One. Isaac was puzzled. What? The Lich continued to frantically lunge towards him, must kill the Holy One. The soldiers quickly shielded Isaac, protect the young master. He watched with a troubled expression. What's wrong with it? I resurrected it. So why is it targeting me? He sighed a well. He was just thinking smugly. With the holy knights here, what's there to worry about? When one of the knights was sent flying backward, Isaac looked anxiously at the knights who had just been knocked to the ground. Are they really holy knights? The Lich continued to rampage. Must kill the Holy One. Save the imprisoned one. He looked on helplessly. I have to stop it first. He thought to himself, no one will notice my mana in this chaos, right? The Lich was rushing towards him faster and faster. Kill. Isaac was exasperated. Why are there so many people who want to kill me in this life? I saved you, and now you're targeting me. He glared at it and cursed at it. You ungrateful little devil. The Lich, sensing the power affecting it, panicked. Isaac began to unleash his power. His power grew, radiating from his body. Both Alexander and everyone else in the room were stunned. The Lich, frightened by his power, fled in terror. A knight exclaimed in astonishment, the demon is running away. Everyone marveled. Holy power. It's holy power, isn't it? Lord Isaac has defeated a high-ranking demon. They all rushed to fawn over him. That's impressive. He's so young. As expected of the young master. Isaac looked at his hand in surprise. What is this? It's really holy power. He wondered, how did I? It's completely gone. He thought to himself, this is absurd. Could this strange body have transformed my mana into holy power? Suddenly, he felt irritated. Wait a minute, how am I supposed to gather dark mana then? This holy nation is already lacking in dark mana. The bishop behind him was yelling as his arms were restrained. Let me go, you fools. He raged. That brat is a heretic. He used demonic power. How dare a demon step foot into the holy nation? He spoke disrespectfully to Alexander. Your Majesty, let me show you. I will perform an exorcism ritual to expose his true form. Alexander cut him off. Enough, Bishop. Are you serious? You dare accuse an innocent saint candidate of being a heretic. You even released a high-ranking demon in the presence of the royal holy knights. He fumed. Even if you're a member of the Holy Church, I will not overlook this. The bishop gritted his teeth, glaring at him. The seed of doubt has been planted. He'll find out about the spy soon enough. His hands began to draw a magic circle. If that happens, it will badly affect the Holy Church. Even if it costs me my life, I must save my family. His eyes gleamed with cunning. He summoned his familiar. At the very least, I must eliminate this stubborn saint candidate. It lunged, aiming to attack Isaac. Isaac remained calm. He's finally revealed his true colors. He scoffed. Does he really think he can kill me with such a weak attack? He prepared to use his power, but then realized I'm completely out of mana. Suddenly, a different source of power surged forth, defeating the familiar. A cold man entered, his voice filled with interrogation. How dare you lay a hand on a descendant of the Joshua clan? The group's entrance stunned everyone. The Azure Knights, the Knights of the Joshua clan. Leading the group was the seventh son of the Joshua clan, Joshua Zilai. He commanded, apprehend this bishop immediately. His subordinates obeyed. Yes, sir. The bishop roared, let me go, you Joshua clan dogs. How dare you touch me? Isaac pondered, wait, Joshua. He tried to recall. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Zilai approached him and instructed his subordinates, show your respect. They all knelt. Greetings, young Master Joshua. He spoke gently to Isaac. I apologize for the delay, Isaac. Isaac assessed him, slightly embarrassed. Judging by his dignified demeanor, he must be even stronger than the royal holy knights. Zilai smiled and gestured to his aide. I can't say this makes up for past grievances, but this is a small gift I'd like to give you. Isaac watched eagerly as the aide presented something. Is it gold? A gold bar. The aide revealed a small figurine, eyes sparkling. This is a model of the executed skeleton demon king. Isaac stared, dumbfounded. The aide enthusiastically continued. We also have a model of him being burned alive. Or perhaps you prefer the model of him being crushed. Isaac's face paled as he looked at the collection of figurines. Everyone, misunderstanding his reaction, praised him. Our young master is so adorable. How can he be so cute? He lamented, how can I possibly survive in this crazy family? He cried, but the others continued to praise him. Look at the way he's enjoying it. So cute. He's so moved he's crying. Isaac racked his brain, then remembered. Wait, Joshua. The symbol of a woman holding a sword within a halo appeared clearly in his mind. I remember. The saintesses who tried to defeat me. Images of the saintesses flooded his mind. I am X.O. Joshua, the 45th saintess. I am O.X. Joshua, the 61st saintess. You have no right to know my name. He scratched his head. I knew it. They all belong to the Joshua clan. Damn it. Not only am I a saint candidate, but I'm also born into a family of saintesses. Isaac sighed. What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve this? The bishop's shouts could still be heard. Those damn Joshuas. The knights restraining him said, How dare you? Silence. But he continued to yell, I knew you were heretics. Where did you pick up that creature? The bishop gritted his teeth. I will expose your true identities. He spat. Unbelievable. You dare to carry that monster around with you. Has the Joshua clan decayed to such an extent? At his words, a sword was drawn, ready to strike him at any moment. The bishop stubbornly added, I will surely annihilate your Joshua clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword grazed his neck. Zilai looked at him coldly. You should be grateful for the Joshua clan's mercy. It's the reason we didn't cut your head off. Isaac appraised him with interest. This guy seems useful, willing to attack even a bishop for bad-mouthing his clan. With a good enough reason, he might even attack the holy temple. The other Joshua clan knights surrounded him. Young master, you don't need to listen to those words. You only need to see and hear good things. Isaac felt helpless. These idiots, get out of my way. None of you are helpful. Looking at the magnified faces in front of him, Isaac strained his brain. I think I remember them now. Joshua, Azure, they were incredibly powerful enemies. He thought to himself, just the thought of Joshua Azure used to send shivers down my spine back when they were my subordinates. The knights started their bizarre antics. Chop off the skeleton demon king's head. Sever it. Sever it. Isaac's inner self was about to explode. Stop it. My subordinates are scared. With the matter settled, Zilai and his subordinates carried Isaac, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Alexander spoke. I will not forget this debt of gratitude. He smiled. Speaking of which, could you talk to the head of your clan about the royal family's desire to raise this child? Zilai looked at him coldly. Your Majesty, please don't joke like that. Isaac perked up. Am I being noticed by the royal family? Alexander persuaded Zilai. Both forces inside and outside the holy nation will target this young master. Surely you've noticed this, haven't you? Of course, the Joshua clan is not weak, but are you sure your Azure faith is currently capable of protecting this child? Isaac strained his ears to listen, but being in a child's body made it difficult. Huh, what are they talking about? Both sides were still arguing, especially since the Pope wouldn't accept this child. He has the same hair color as the founding emperor. Suddenly, Isaac overheard something. Moreover, the Skeleton King might be after him too. He felt it was unfair. Wait a minute, I'm the Skeleton King. Why would I be after myself? Zilai held him in his arms. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, he said firmly to Alexander. Since this child belongs to the Joshua clan, we will raise him as one of our own. He continued, whether it's the Pope or the Skeleton King, this Joshua is fully capable of handling everything. He added, actually, I believe the previous saintess, Melissa, would be overjoyed to see the Skeleton King again. Alexander responded indifferently. I believe so too, Zilai declared. Therefore, how could we possibly agree to entrust Saintess Melissa's direct descendant to the royal family? Isaac froze. Wait, Melissa, he remembered. My final enemy before attacking the celestial realm. It was Melissa, the most troublesome and insane saintess I ever faced. He imagined her face and shuddered. My sweet baby Jesus, he thought frantically. Not only am I born a saint candidate in a family of saintesses, but I'm also a direct descendant of Melissa. What the hell is wrong with this life? So what is a saintess? After being defeated countless times by the Skeleton King, they researched and experimented to make the saintesses stronger. The Skeleton King had to be killed. Finally, they decided to create the ultimate weapon, the saintess, a staff created by the gods to punish evil. A saintess, a warrior of light, the light of the holy nation, and the highest title of knighthood. With the overwhelming combat power of the saintesses, they thought the Skeleton King would be defeated. The saintess embodies all power. Offensive and defensive power comparable to the gods, strong survival instincts, reckless attacks, beautiful individuals, growing stronger over time, and longevity. However, the Skeleton King was incredibly ruthless. The Skeleton King thought to himself, I've never killed a saintess. Killing them only puts me at a disadvantage. When a saintess dies, all her holy power returns to the gods, and they use that very power to nurture the next saintesses. Isaac thought, however, the last saintess, Melissa, was truly powerful. I almost died at her hands. I can't believe Melissa is my ancestor. Zilai continued on. The saintess is a being who desires nothing but the death of the skeleton king. Alexander remained silent as he listened. The Joshua clan is the only clan that produces saintesses, and our sole mission is to defeat everything that opposes the gods. I assure you, the clan is fully capable of protecting this child. The other knights agreed. Indeed, do you know how many saintesses have fallen at the hands of the skeleton king? Isaac cried out in frustration, Hey, I haven't done anything. I haven't touched anyone. They added, The skeleton king once imprisoned a saintess in a labyrinth after deeming her unworthy of his presence. He retorted, I let her go. How was I supposed to know? She had such a terrible sense of direction. Someone else added, 5 saintesses have died of heartbreak, your majesty. Isaac was exasperated. Good grief. They should have gone to a hospital. Zilai soothed him. It's all right. There's nothing to worry about. Even if you're cursed, we will do everything to protect you. Isaac struggled. I'm the one who can't accept this. Just curse me instead. Zilai looked at his grandson with affection. We are grateful for your birth. Your parents only wished for one thing from you. Zilai spoke gently. That is, that you wouldn't grow up to be like that cruel skeleton king. Isaac scoffed. Oh, my unknown parents. I'm sorry for shattering your hopes and dreams. Alexander continued to persuade him. Please reconsider. Zilai added, The skeleton king has been sealed for 150 years. Isaac was astonished that long. Doesn't that mean Melissa is dead? It's been 50 years since our last battle. Alexander argued. During that time, the demon tribe has begun expanding its army. Having a saint by our side would be the perfect opportunity to increase the holy nation's influence. Therefore, this young boy is very important to the imperial family. He stated firmly. However, there are currently no saintesses from the Joshua clan. It's been over a year since the saintess who gave birth to this child disappeared with her husband. Isaac was shocked again. My mother was a saintess. Zilai remained unyielding. Even though my brother isn't here, the clan head is still very powerful. The Joshua clan is fully capable of protecting this child. Isaac didn't want to hear anything else, right? I don't think anything can surprise me anymore. What could be more surprising than my mother being a saintess? Alexander asked. Didn't you say Lady Melissa is currently on her way to eradicate the skeleton king's subordinates? Zilai replied, She'll be back soon. The clan head will surely be overjoyed to meet her grandson. Isaac was taken aback. Wait, she's lived for over 200 years. How is she still alive? Alexander said, It will be a while before Melissa returns. The child seems worried. Is he all right? Zilai reassured him he will be soon. Internally, Isaac was screaming, You think I'll be all right soon? When my mortal enemy is still alive and kicking. The moment Melissa finds out about me, I'll be burned at the stake. Anyone else would be fine. But Melissa is the last person I want to see. He decided to grab Alexander's finger for survival, putting on a cute facade. Your Majesty, please take me with you. Alexander melted. Oh, this child. He rejoiced. Look, even he wants to come with the imperial family. Zilai struggled to hold on to his grandson, denying, He's just being friendly, Your Majesty. Alexander offered various incentives. The imperial family can provide so much for him. Even if the Joshua clan specializes in producing saintesses, they don't have much experience in raising saints. Zilai refused to yield. This child is destined to be a holy knight, and no clan is better than the Joshua clan at training holy knights, Your Majesty. Besides, he is also the first saint born in history. So doesn't the imperial family also lack experience in raising saints? The two men engaged in a tug of war, each pulling Isaac. The imperial family is better. No, the Joshua clan. Isaac caught between them, cried out internally, Oh my God, stop. I'm going to be ripped in half. Onlookers rushed to intervene. Please calm down. You'll tear the young master apart. Despite the awkward situation, Isaac made up his mind. I'll go with the imperial family. Stop it. I don't want to die. He pondered. Besides, the emperor radiates a life-giving light. That means I have a better chance of survival if I go with him. He resolved, I can't miss this opportunity. Alexander praised him. A wise choice, young one. A golden light emanated, surprising Isaac. What is this? Scene change. The bishop continued to plead his case. Impossible. I'm certain he used mana. I'm positive that child is a demon spawn. Alexander glared at him coldly. Holy power is bestowed by God himself. Are you suggesting that demons wield holy power? The bishop protested, but I'm sure it was manna. How could I mistake manna for holy power? Alexander declared, the holy nation has passed final judgment on your claim. Before the bishop could finish his plea, Your Eminence, Alexander ended his life. The crime, blasphemy against God. A subordinate rushed in. I'll assemble an attack squad, Your Majesty. Alexander refused. There's no need. The emperor will take the child with him anyway. There are plenty of opportunities within the imperial territory. We'll plan accordingly, won't we? Elsewhere, Isaac felt his ear itch. Someone must be talking about me. Alexander firmly stated, this time, the brat will die for sure. Night fell. Alexander and a group of guards stood in a corner of the courtyard, awaiting orders. A sinister grin spread across Alexander's face. The emperor will take the child with him anyway. There are plenty of opportunities within the imperial territory. We'll plan accordingly, won't we? He murmured, this time, that brat will die for sure. Isaac, meanwhile, felt his ear itch again, as if someone were talking about him. Sunlight streamed through a partially drawn curtain. Isaac sleepily scratched his ear, his eyes squinting against the light. He realized he was approaching the Joshua estate. Alexander and his men, spotting Isaac's carriage, looked bewildered. His subordinates stammered, wait, Your Majesty. Flashback to a few days earlier. Isaac asked, what was that light? He had been blinded by it. So bright. My eyes. The light had emanated from Zilai. Your Majesty, the Joshua clan is not a suitable place to raise a child. Zilai tried to persuade Alexander. You may think it's a place filled with demonic corpses and manticores. Alexander looked at him skeptically. Is your desire for survival that strong? Zilai held out his hand, a light emanating from his palm. The most valuable thing in the Joshua clan is nothing more than the skeleton king's remains. Isaac paled, thinking my body. You're keeping my body. He screamed internally, you should have told me sooner. Before Zilai could finish, Isaac grabbed his finger. But still, the Joshua clan, right? He made some noises, trying to get Zilai's attention. Look, uncle. He shook Zilai's hand with pleading eyes. Let go to the Joshua clan. Seeing this cute display, he softly called out, Isaac. Back in the present, Isaac lay in the carriage, leisurely admiring the scenery and thinking, even if I'm pulled out of the imperial family and put into the military, if I want my body back, there's no other choice. He thought to himself, this body, which I trained in mana to the point of rivaling the gods, if I can get it back, then snatching people is nothing. Besides, that was the first time I saw the light of survival shine so brightly. He remembered the light of energy in Zilai's hand. Going with him to the Joshua clan will be very beneficial for my survival. At that moment in the carriage, the guard wondered, why are the Pope's forces pursuing young Master Isaac? Isaac, curious, eavesdropped. I'm also wondering why they're being such bastards. Zilai calmly explained, because we received a prophecy from the gods. They said that the saint will become a child of the gods. The guard asked in astonishment, meaning he will be the next pope. Zilai nodded. That's right. That's why those people want a saint. Isaac, sitting beside them, frowned and thought, what bizarre development is this? He then thought of the Pope, served by the strongest priest capable of using 10th level holy magic. He's no different from a king to all the priests. And the holy knight in the holy nation. He's a figure with power almost equal to the emperor. He sat solemnly, stroking his chin in thought. For thousands of years, popes have been produced, so they've finally started thinking about the saints stealing that from them. That's why all the other families also want to produce a saint. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, startling Zilai and the guard. Zilai poked his head out the door and asked what's going on. The butler hurriedly said, young Master Zilai, we've arrived at the duchy, but there's a slight problem. The knights outside the gate remained stern, showing no intention of moving aside. One of them raised a hand in a signal. Apologies, you cannot enter the duchy. Isaac peeked out, curious, what is it this time? Zilai shouted angrily, do you dare not recognize the Joshua clan insignia? What kind of education did you receive? The leader sneered menacingly and roared, of course, he can't enter. Then all three of them transformed into demons and yelled, we must eliminate the child who inherits the Sainus' bloodline. The guard exclaimed in surprise, demons. Isaac, his face filled with terror, couldn't understand what was happening. What the hell is this? I'm sure I ordered them not to attack human territory. What is the new Demon King doing? The demon pointed and shrieked, "Listen here, lowly humans. Our revered king has ordered the death of the saints and saintesses without hesitation." Isaac smirked himself, knew it. The new demon king has ascended the throne, and he started giving orders in the name of our great skeleton king, King Isaac. They continued, "We will kill the saint." Isaac, sitting in the carriage, sneered, "In whose name, you monkey?" He tried to yell louder. "When did I say that? You idiot." Outside, the lead demon was still talking. "If you leave the child behind, His Majesty the Skeleton King might spare your life." Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of blue lightning struck his body, causing the other two demons to look on in horror, looking at their fallen comrade. The remaining demon roared, "You lowly holy knight." Zilai gritted his teeth and snarled, "How dare you speak those words to an exorcist of the Joshua clan? I see you don't want a simple death." He sternly raised his sword towards them. "Listen here," he said, gently patting his blade. "For the protection of all that is good in this world, the Joshua clan will eradicate all evil." He and all the guards behind him raised their swords in an attack stance. "We will chase you to the depths of hell to destroy your kind." Zilai muttered to himself, "I can't believe that damned skeleton king sent his minions to steal my body." The demons lunged forward, screaming, "You lowly human, how dare you!" They leaped at Zilai, roaring, blaspheming demon King Isaac. For the revival of His Majesty, Isaac. The guards formed a protective circle around the carriage as one carried Isaac out. "Forgive me, young master," he murmured as he lifted him. Isaac remained bewildered. "What's going on? Is someone impersonating me?" The guard carried him deeper into the forest, looking around cautiously. He placed Isaac down in a secluded spot. "Please wait here, young master," he said, casting a spell as he spoke. "I'll be right back." Isaac recognized it with curiosity. A protective barrier. He reached out to touch it. Even a high-ranking family couldn't break through this. It's incredibly strong. He pondered with interest. Since nothing can enter from the outside, that means nothing from the inside can escape either. His thoughts grew more serious. If that's the case, desire to survive. Activate. Release magic. He sat down, closed his eyes, and began chanting. "Hear my call, you who are born of magic yet possess sentience." With all his might, he called out in his mind, whispering, "Observer." At that moment, Lick appeared. It rushed towards him, crying, "Ah, master, my lord." Isaac helplessly raised his hand to stop it. Yeah, I get it. Long time no see. Be quiet, or you'll be imprisoned again." It exclaimed regretfully, "I thought I would never again gaze upon your magnificent face." Isaac forced a smile. "I thought I was done for too." Watching Lick dance around joyfully, Isaac thought to himself, "It has been a long time indeed." He mused, "Although it's a detection spell, it has its own consciousness. I created it because manually using detection magic and analyzing the results was too troublesome." He continued his train of thought. "Throughout its existence, it has developed a personality, but it's still quite naive." Suddenly, Lick blurted out, interrupting his thoughts, "Your wickedness is as great as ever. Congratulations on possessing the body of an innocent child." Isaac could only respond with a weary, "Oh dear." He began to fly around the barrier, muttering, "But what have those filthy deities done to my master? Even if my master is wicked, I can't believe they put you in this child's filthy body." Isaac yelled in exasperation, "Enough. Scan for enemies." Lick chuckled lightly and obeyed. Commencing scan. As it flew off, it announced, "Scanning within a 100-meter radius." It circled the area where Zilai was fighting, observing before reporting back. 88 hostiles, all monsters. The likes of them will never compare to you, my great master." Isaac thought, bewildered, "Are they crazy? Wait, 88. Are they trying to start a war?" He imagined the soldiers equipped with hidden weapons and considered the implications. "It'll be troublesome if security within the territory tightens. Summoning my subordinates will become more difficult too. Tisk, it's come to this, huh? I have to finish this before the Joshua clan captures me." He slammed his hands on the ground, resolute. "Even if I have to use all my mana reserves, I'll do this myself." Lick, seeing his strange behavior, simply uttered a curious, It reported again, there are currently 51 enemies. It's still observing and reporting. The number of enemies is rapidly decreasing. Now there are only 31. Isaac, surprised, looked up. What's happening? It continues to update. Now it's 13. A guard noticed something and reported, "Young master, something is coming." Zilai ordered, "All troops, defensive formation." Lick, observing from above, continued, "Only 4 left." A demon cried out, "Finally, you're here, brother." He said with a savage grin, "Let's do this together." He asserted, "Today, we will take the saint's life." Lick, hearing this, paused for a moment and asked Saint. The demon, mid-sentence, was punched in the stomach. Only the skeleton demon king will. The Joshua clan knights, seeing this, froze. Lick smiled and said to Isaac, "No more enemies, master." Suddenly, Lick transformed into a monstrous beast, blocking the knights. The demons yelled, "We've found a shadow, Lick." Lick roared, "How dare you touch my king with your filthy hands?" Enraged, it grew larger, roaring, "Prepare to die." Inside the barrier, Isaac's jaw dropped, his face pale and helpless. What is he doing now? Lick, furious, eyes blazing, screamed, "My king, my only master. How dare you imprison him in the body of this lowly child?" The demonic spirit, overflowing with distorted emotions, turned towards Isaac. "You have freed him." It glared at all the knights, warning, "Don't look at that child with your disgusting eyes, or I will gouge them out." The guard, worried, whispered to Zilai, "Young master, what is this demon saying?" But the truth was, humans couldn't understand the demon language, as they spoke in a completely different tongue. Elsewhere, a shadow flickered in and out of existence. Lick appeared right behind Isaac, smugly saying, "Oh my, it's quite chaotic out there." Isaac thought to himself, "It seems that bastard has realized I'm the skeleton demon king. His effort to track me is commendable, but..." Zilai ordered all the knights, "All knights, listen up. Prepare for battle." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Isaac, watching helplessly, cursed under his breath. Why appear so blatantly like that? Sitting inside the barrier, he flailed his limbs and yelled, "Hey, you guys, don't touch my property. That's my super huge magic core." The guard, hearing Isaac shouting, turned back to reassure him, "Young Master Isaac, please wait just a little longer. I will resolve this." The demonified Lick let out a sinister laugh. Laughing, it said, "Master recognizes me. You, who guide my destiny, have finally acknowledged me." The guard exclaimed in alarm, "Young Master Zilai, this demon is provoking us." It accelerated, rushing past the Joshua clan's defenses towards Isaac. "I will be by your side immediately, Master." Behind him, Zilai warned anxiously, "That lowly creature is targeting Isaac." The demonified Lick, seeing the barrier surrounding Isaac, cursed, "You filthy paladins. How dare you confine him in such an unclean place?" Meanwhile, Isaac rejoiced inwardly, "Oh great, he sees me." He was excited, "I don't have to just stand here and watch my magic core get exorcised anymore." He called out, "First, quickly help me break this protective barrier." Receiving the command, it began to exert its power to destroy the barrier. "Master." It obeyed the command and continued to strike the barrier. "As you command," it said. The guard frantically reported to Zilai, "Young master, the barrier is..." Zilai, equally panicked, shouted, "Isaac, the barrier's been destroyed." Isaac gave a triumphant smile, his eyes sharpening as he gestured. "Well done," he said, his voice dark. He grasped Lick's arm. "Now, stop making a fuss and rest for a bit." The subdued Lick managed only to cry out, "Master," before being absorbed into Isaac's arm. "Why?" it asked desperately. Witnessing the scene, Zilai hesitated. Could it be? He looked down at Isaac, whose face was a mask of innocent curiosity. Was that the divine art that transforms demons into familiars? The guard beside him, overjoyed, exclaimed, "The first attempt was a complete success. He's truly extraordinary." He tossed Isaac into the air. "That's a divine art that only powerful individuals like the Saintess or a cardinal can use." Isaac flatly denied it. "Divine art. I used magic." Zilai looked doubtful. "That was definitely the demon to familiar transformation divine art. But how could such high-level divine art be used without me sensing any fluctuation of holy power?" The still elated guard said, "You know, it's only in the most critical situations that a person's full potential is revealed." He continued, recalling the demon's attack on the barrier. That demon was targeting the young master. The demonic spirit must have instinctively sensed the danger and acted desperately to eliminate this hidden threat. He hugged Isaac tightly and turned to Zilai with hopeful eyes. "Isn't our young master amazing? I'm certain of it. I guarantee the saint is our young master." Zilai stood in thought. It's true. Even the nobles have started paying attention to this child. Even if he isn't the saint, there must be something special about him. He lowered his head, a look of frustration on his face. "But why does it have to be a boy?" Lost in thought, he muttered, "Because of the skeleton demon king's curse. Every male child of the Joshua clan will." The guard suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "I've decided," he declared resolutely. "In the name of the commander of the Blue Knights, I swear to protect Isaac's future, as well as the future of the entire Joshua clan." His oath stunned Zilai for a moment. Finally, a small smile crept onto his face. Right, I'm such a fool. He reached out and picked up Isaac. Why should we fear the skeleton demon king's curse? This child will surely bring glory to the Joshua clan. He lifted Isaac into the air. Let's go home, Isaac. Your uncle will teach you so many things. He looked at the joyful expression on Isaac's face. With these natural talents, you will definitely become an extraordinary holy knight. Outwardly cheerful, Isaac seethed inwardly. I won't do as you say. Hurry up and take me home and give me back my body. Zilai's next words made Isaac freeze. Even if you can't live long, I will protect you at any cost. Isaac stared at him wide-eyed. Ah, he excitedly cheered, throwing his arms up. Your name will definitely resound throughout the continent. Isaac cried out in astonishment. Whoa, hold on. I just heard something incredibly ominous. But Zilai mistook his alarm for joy. Ah, I knew you'd like it. Isaac continued to struggle and shout no. Zilai, still rambling on, said, when we return, I'll immediately teach you how to curse that damned skeleton demon king. Isaac could only curse inwardly. Who the hell did you just insult? Duke Joshua, the carriage has arrived. Bronze statues were on display. Isaac exclaimed in awe. Whoa. Looking out the carriage window, he thought to himself, you damned Joshua clan. While we nobles suffer all sorts of hardships, you can live in such luxury. How much is all of this worth? He lamented his own situation. You damned capitalists, while I'm struggling to feed my little ones. Lick gasped in amazement. Master. This place is on a completely different level compared to our shabby place. Just selling a few of these sculptures would be enough for us to buy 10 Demon King castles. Isaac gritted his teeth. I know, you don't need to remind me. Zilai pulled Isaac back and explained, this is the Joshua clan's mansion. Isaac, this is where the demon exorcisms and subjugations begin. He held Isaac and looked toward the other window. Look. Isaac followed his gaze. When you're older, you'll be just like those children. A group of children surrounded a straw scarecrow, hitting and shouting, Die, skeleton demon king. They rained blows upon the scarecrow and cursed, Skeleton demon king, perish. We curse you, you piece of filth. Dismembering you isn't enough, skeleton demon king. The cries of Die still echoed from the carriage. Isaac couldn't believe what he was seeing. What have you been putting into these children's heads? Is this a cult? He consoled himself. It's okay. He devised a plan for himself. As long as I can infiltrate the Holy Kingdom, burn the Emperor alive, and turn this place into the Isaac Empire. Lick chuckled. That's just child's play. A great skeleton demon king, like you shouldn't mind it. How petty. Isaac angrily warned him. Shut your mouth and go scout the surroundings. Lick obediently replied, as you command. Standing before the magnificent castle, Isaac could only exclaim, oh. He calculated in his head, excellent. They're all magic cores. A rough count shows at least a dozen. Lick also marveled. This is the first time I've seen so many magic cores concentrated in one place. I wonder how many demons they've slaughtered. The carriage stopped, and a voice announced, we've arrived, young master. Zilai ordered, quickly prepare a room. Isaac will stay with me. The butler hesitated, about that. He regretfully replied, I sincerely apologize, young Master Zilai, but we've received orders to take young Master Isaac to the annex. Zilai questioned, the annex? Why? The butler explained, the Lord of Hell has ordered that young Master Isaac never be allowed inside the main building. Isaac, confused, wondered now what? Zilai roared, does he want to send Isaac to that cursed death trap? Isaac, looking up in annoyance, thought, this family is truly messed up. I knew that from the moment I saw a baby who hadn't even been weaned abandoned outside. Joshua is about to collapse. He lowered his voice. Brother really did something pointless. You agree, right? We could be living comfortably in a mansion. Why go to the annex? Lick suddenly reminded him, Master, the mana core you need is in the annex. Zilai continued walking, ordering the butler, step aside. I won't let my nephew stay in that godforsaken place. Isaac protested loudly. No, the annex. I want to go to the annex. Zilai turned to Isaac, ignoring the butler. Come to my room, Isaac. I'll read you the story of how the great saintess fought against the skeleton demon king as a bedtime story. Isaac continued to plead. No, that's like performing an exorcism on me. But Zilai continued, oblivious, after reading that. I'll teach you the exorcism method specifically for the skeleton demon king. Isaac could only curse internally. Are you trying to kill me? Suddenly, someone blocked their path, making such a fuss over picking up a homeless child. He gave a sinister smile. I specifically ordered that the child be sent to the annex. He was the fifth son of the Joshua family, Galileo Joshua. After all this time, are you finally defying me, brother? Isaac was so surprised he exclaimed internally, Galileo. He looked at him and assessed a thug. Galileo pointed and commanded, put him down. I'll take him to the annex. Zilai hugged Isaac tightly and retorted, are you kidding? This child is a descendant of the Joshua family. There's no way he's going to the annex, the place we used to get rid of unwanted people in the past. Isaac glanced around, confirming that rude bastard is definitely on the side that doesn't welcome my presence. Zilai held Isaac close and yelled, get out of the way. I still need to tell my nephew the story of how the skeleton demon king was purified. Isaac grimaced, hey, put me down. It's fine if I go to the annex. Galileo poked Isaac's cheek with a contemptuous look. Hey, where did you pick up this little skeleton? He gave Isaac a sinister smile. Descend to my ass. Isaac looked at him puzzled. I also prefer going to the annex, but what's wrong with this guy? Is he a priest or a thug? He sighed in exasperation. Whatever, I'll just go to the annex and absorb my mana core. Zilai scoffed. You think I don't know why you want to take my nephew to the annex? He continued to argue. You want people to think he's cursed, to keep him out of the competition, right? Isaac was utterly bewildered. Out of the competition? What the hell? Wait a minute. He protested internally. No way. I still have to overthrow this family. Then become a saint. Then become the Pope. And most importantly, I have to get revenge on those damn holy knights. Galileo sneered, challenging him. Want people to think that way. I heard a demon escaped from this kid. Maybe he's already cursed. A guard stepped forward and denied it. That's not true. Young Master Isaac helped destroy that demon. He added enthusiastically, the fact that a demon targeted him in the first place proves how important he is. Another knight chimed in. That's right. He possesses the holy power of a saint. Galileo chuckled derisively. I'm so touched I could cry. How much effort did you all put into cover for this piece of trash? Don't play games with me. If you're calling him the next saint, then show me his power. Lick, beside him, urged, he wants to see your power, master. Why don't you summon a meteor for him? Isaac grumbled, meteor my ass. Galileo turned. Right, if you're calling him a saint. He glanced towards the withered branches. Then there it is. He gestured towards the darkened tree, the symbol of our family. Why don't you have him revive that precious thing our Gyadu, head of the family, loved so much? He pointed behind him. That sacred tree died because of the demonic dark mana. If he has what it takes to be a saint, then he should at least be able to revive that tree, right? He gave a sly, challenging look. Of course, only if he really is the saint you all claim he is. Zilai asked exasperatedly, have you taken a look at yourself lately? Meanwhile, Isaac grimaced. Ugh, Melisa, you were a great fighter, but your descendants are crap. He thought to himself, the first son is missing, the fifth son is a brat. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Wait a second. Lick chuckled nervously beside him. What? What is it, young master? He grabbed Lick's head and asked, what are you still standing around for? Lick yelped in pain. Huh. Zilai flung him away. Go over there and absorb it all for me. Lick, still disoriented, cried out, wait a minute. Zilai was still protesting. A tree that's been dead for 70 years, and you want a child who can barely talk. A noise behind them made both Galileo and Zilai turn in surprise. The sight before them made Zilai stammer. What the sacred tree. The branches, they're covered in green leaves. The guard declared, I swear to the gods. I guarantee it. The Holy Sun is truly our young master. The two revived trees made him exclaim, it's been revived. Galileo stumbled back in shock. Even with purification and restoration magic, it was still withering away. He asked, bewildered, what in the world is going on here? Isaac brought a hand to his chin, rubbing it thoughtfully. Oh, it's nothing much. He smirked. There's a bit of dark mana near the roots, so I just absorb it all. Lick, panting, reported, I've absorbed all the mana there, master. It was too much. The guard, equally astonished, asked Zilai, Master Zilai, how did the tree? What did you do? Zilai replied calmly, I didn't do anything. His voice trembled slightly, still shaken by the scene. Then could it be? Isaac complained, it was all mana, such a waste. Lick, seeing Isaac's discomfort, asked, what now, master? Do you want me to throw it all up? After a moment of thought, the guard suddenly shouted, then it was Master Isaac who did it. Galileo still refused to believe it. That's insane. No one in this family has ever been able to heal that tree. How could that brat do it? He declared firmly. Someone must have helped him. Meanwhile, the other guards were cheering Isaac. As expected of young Master Isaac, Gauio was speculating, right? It must have been Zilai who, when the knights' voices cut him off. First, the exorcism, and now purification. His hands clenched, trembling, as he turned to Zilai. You did it, didn't you? Zilai looked confused. What are you talking about? He lunged, grabbing Zilai by the collar and yelling, You must have received help from the Saintess. And then you made it look like this trashy brat did it, didn't you? Zilai still couldn't understand what Gauio wanted. What in the world are you talking about? He asked. Gauio warned him, Cut the crap with your petty tricks. Zilai calmly replied, How could I possibly meet the Saintess who has disappeared? Isaac glanced around and muttered, Melissa, you should focus on managing your family instead of demon hunting. Your family is a mess. He observed Gauio. This guy called brother doesn't resemble Melissa at all. Actually, it'd be easier to believe Zilai is Melissa in disguise. Lick suggested, What about the older brother? Isaac's eyes widened in realization. Oh, I think he looks more like that damn Pope. Gauio lost his patience and shouted, Stop playing dumb. You think I don't know you brought this brat back to make him the next saint candidate? I can't believe you'd use such dirty tricks when the family already has a saint candidate. Isaac thought with amusement, There's another candidate in the family, and this rude bastard wants that candidate to win. Lick chuckled. Looks like you have some competition, master, but you don't seem bothered at all. Isaac explained, Don't you think that guy will also be vicious if this jerk is supporting him? It'll be fun to crush him. Lick agreed. That makes sense. Zilai calmly replied, So, should we just ignore the boy? He's our nephew and the son of our eldest brother. He has the right to lead this family. Gauio scoffed. Nonsense. Eldest brother. He ran away when the family was in danger. He paused, then yelled at Zilai again. You still want to mention that eldest brother who only just informed us of this brat's existence? Isaac inwardly confirmed. So that's why I've been treated so poorly. Lick advised him, Master, you can't be so indifferent about your own life. Gauio continued his venomous words. Oh, but this brat is still the Saintess's son, right? He could just be a bastard child of the Saintess that we brought back from somewhere. She was the Saintess, after all. His words became more malicious. But we can't be sure he's our brother's child, can we? I guess his face is all right since he resembles that woman. He was gloating. If it benefits the family, I think we can sell him to maintain the bloodline when Zilai punched him. Gauio cried out in pain, You madman. You just hit me. Zilai retorted, Did you think you could get away with spouting such nonsense? Isaac's guard celebrated internally. That's right. Brothers should have a martial arts exchange every now and then. Thanks to this, I've learned a lot of useful information. Zilai continued to vent his anger on Gauio, forcing the nearby guards to intervene. Sir, you can't do this. Stop them. But Isaac was thoroughly entertained. The more chaotic the family, the easier it will be for me to take it over. He laughed maniacally. This damn family is already crumbling. Lick said wryly, Come to think of it, Master, if this family collapses, you're doomed too. Are your brains rotting along with theirs? Isaac snapped, Shut up. Outside the main hall of the castle, the sun shone brightly. Inside, Isaac sat, bewildered and frustrated at being forced to stay put. He fumed silently, irritated by the situation. This is so annoying. The assembled crowd murmured at the sight of him. Another brat. What are we supposed to do with this one? Isaac yawned, too bored to speak. None of these lunatics in this crazy family are sane. They really know how to treat an heir, don't they? An elder spoke up. Since we took in and raised that country bumpkin girl to be the Saintess, the least she could do is not give birth to this useless son. She doesn't deserve to be the Saintess. Isaac's face darkened with anger. Are you people insane? This is too much. A woman commanded, Silence. It was Eli Joshua's second wife, the acting head of the family, Hannah Joshua. She spoke sternly, Zilai, we already decided to raise this child in the annex to avoid attention. Her tone became accusatory. Why did you allow this child to come here? Her open hostility surprised Isaac. She's not even trying to hide her animosity. She's definitely behind the push to keep me in the annex. Gauio spoke up, addressing Zilai. The acting head is asking you a question. Answer her, Zilai. Observing the situation, Isaac guessed. She must be that insufferable uncle's aunt. Zilai asked, Is father not present? Henna lowered her head and replied, He's out of town. This whole saint candidate situation is truly chaotic. Zilai closed his eyes and sighed. That's a shame. He continued, surprising the elders. He should have heard the news that the eldest grandson of this family, Isaac, has revived the sacred tree. Gauio slammed his hand on the table. That's just a coincidence. How could this brat do such a thing? It must be the Joshua family's prayers finally being answered. An elder spoke up. I agree. Even our head couldn't find a solution. How could a child like him manage it? Henna nodded in agreement. She continued, there was no proof from the beginning. The room buzzed with discussion. The acting head is right. It's truly a blessing that the sacred tree has revived. Isaac bristled at their discussion. Look at them. He held out his hands. Want proof? Henna and Gauio gaped at him, speechless. Zilai and a few other elders were equally astonished. Energy radiated from Isaac's hands. Then watch closely. Some stammered in fear. That energy. Everyone exclaimed in unison, It's the sacred tree's power. Isaac smirked. Surprise, you clueless chickens. In the crowded council chamber, someone spoke. It seems Isaac has purged the mana that was corrupting the sacred tree. An elder disagreed. What? There was mana on the sacred tree, but a newborn could purge it. Another elder countered. Isn't that the most logical explanation? He just materialized that mana in front of us. An elder from the other side added, true, but even if this exorcism method is effective, it's certainly not simple. One small mistake could have killed the sacred tree. The elder paused and concluded. That's why the head chose cyclical purification instead of direct exorcism. Gauio scowled. What nonsense were they talking about? There's no way a newborn could do such a thing. Zilai declared boldly. Isaac must have instinctively purged the dark mana. Isaac nodded beside him. Exactly. He stood up and continued. A child still breastfeeding has accomplished something no one in the Holy See has been able to do in 70 years. Gauio scowled in astonishment. What was he talking about? Gauio slammed his hand on the table. Elders, do you really believe this absurdity? He vehemently denied it. A newborn performing an exorcism. It can't even speak yet. Outsiders will laugh at us if they hear this. Isaac remained calm despite Gauio's fury. Look at him. Even a Viano of the Joshua lineage isn't entirely trustworthy. What if he's actually from some unknown family? Zilai stepped forward and asserted, esteemed elders, please hear me. This child is destined to become a saint. He placed a hand on Isaac's shoulder, certain. He could even become the next pope. Isaac, with a smug look, agreed. Exactly. He lifted Isaac into the air with both hands and declared confidently, and most importantly, this child will destroy the skeleton king. Isaac felt embarrassed. What? Stopping at the previous statement would have been perfect. Several elders stammered in horror. The skeleton king. That vile creature. Henna scoffed. You're digging your own grave, Zilai. She spoke up. If you're so confident, why don't we test him? She smiled cruelly. I request the use of the Archive of Trials. In a northwest region of the holy nation of Halon, a black dragon, a monster just felled by a sharp sword. Eli stood tall amidst the slain monsters at his feet, a primeval forest shrouded in thick fog. He slowly sheathed his sword. This place is nothing special. Behind him, a knight dismounted and bowed respectfully. Greetings, head. He replied indifferently. What is it? She lowered her voice. Your representative at the clan has requested use of the Archive of Trials. Eli showed his disapproval. I made it clear the Holy See is not permitted to use it. The female knight explained. It wasn't a request from the Holy See. Eli turned around in surprise. She continued, your grandson successfully revived the sacred tree. So the acting head wishes to see if the child possesses the qualities of a saint. He turned his back and walked towards the knight. What do you mean? He asked again, why is there a saint in our family? As the head of the Joshua clan, Eli Joshua, he commanded, I forbid it. Only the saintess can survive entering that place. Tell them to avoid unnecessary conflict. He reiterated, no exceptions. But a voice rang out, let them proceed. Lisa approached, asking, you said it was Isaac, correct? As the matriarch of the Joshua clan, the former saintess, Melissa Joshua, she spoke with disdain. Revive the sacred tree, you say. Isn't that impressive? And besides, Lisa continued, since the archive is already open, why don't we let all the saint candidates, male and female, enter? Her words made the knight stammer, be but matriarch. She tried to counter Lisa's earlier statement. What if a child from another family takes something precious from the archive? Lisa calmly replied, I hope they do. Even the most skilled saintesses of past generations couldn't retrieve anything from there. She alluded to the mysterious artifact within the archive. Who knows, if someone retrieves that artifact, perhaps they'll find the skeleton demon lord and destroy him. A sly smile spread across her face. And we should reward such a person, shouldn't we? Finally, she gave her command. Tell them, whoever brings out the best treasure from the archive will receive a reward that even the Pope can't buy. The knight listened fearfully to her next words. They will receive the Joshua clan's heirloom. She pointed a finger at herself, and be personally trained by me in the secrets of our clan. Lisa clenched her fist for emphasis. Any child who succeeds can have anything they desire. The relic archive held sacred power and secret techniques dating back thousands of years. A saintess always guarded it, and the Joshua clan were considered its keepers. Because only children under 10 could enter, there was traditionally a ritual for saintesses on their first birthday to enter the archive and choose an artifact. This artifact would gauge the child's potential. However, the archive was dangerous. Even saintesses risked their lives within, so it had been sealed. A voice whispered, "Now let's see." Lick cackled gleefully. "If my master can survive and bring back a treasure." Isaac groaned, "D-Dad." No, Lick corrected. "What I mean is, why are you narrating this, master?" He asked excitedly, "But you're looking forward to it too, aren't you, master?" Zilai responded enthusiastically, Dad, of course." His expression darkened. "D-Dad, they say the skeleton demon lord's remains are in there." Suddenly, a hand embraced him. "Are you excited, young master?" The guard told him the news. "The matriarch has opened the archive to all the candidates." Zilai pondered all of them. The guard hoisted him up in excitement. "All the children of the 5 noble families will be there. Even that cursed Pope's family will be coming. But I'm sure no matter what happens, you'll be victorious, young master." Lick sighed dramatically. "Oh, it seems they're making a big deal out of this." Isaac mused to himself, "Good. The more people, the more distractions. It'll be easier for me to get my body back." Lost in thought, a hand steadied him. "You must be careful, Isaac." Zilai warned him earnestly. "Demons captured from the battlefield will be guarding the inside." Isaac fell into contemplation. There's danger because of the demons guarding the place. If they can be captured, they must be rank 6 at most. He was calculating. "I just need to use overwhelming." Zilai set him down, his voice interrupting Isaac's thoughts. "Rank 8 demons aren't easy to deal with." Isaac's mind reeled. "What the hell? Why are rank 8 demons there?" The guard chimed in. "Even so, that rank 9 dragon is probably the worst of it." Zilai nodded. "If we're just considering rank, then yes." Lick panicked. This old Joshua clan must be crazy. A dragon in a place where a bunch of kids are going. He turned to Isaac. "But at least you know a lot about dragons, right, master?" Lick exclaimed in surprise as he saw Isaac's expression. "What is it now?" He worriedly thought, "This is bad. A dragon's danger level is on a whole other scale." Isaac answered Lick's question. "Well, I did trick a few of them." Lick, incredulous, probed specifically how many, master. Isaac recalled the chaotic scene of roaring dragons in the vault. That bastard even tricked the young dragons. What the hell did he sell to those kids? They're not even 300 years old yet. Another dragon chimed in. Even an ancient dragon was tricked, let alone the young ones. Damn that skeleton. Isaac estimated around 70, I guess. He then realized with alarm, oh no, and they have good memories too. They'll recognize my soul. Lick clicked his tongue. Perhaps it's time I switched masters. Isaac glared at him. I can hear you, you know. He slammed his hand on the bed, resolute. Looks like I'm out of options. He began to strategize. So there are 8th rank demons and a 9th rank dragon in the relic vault, but my current self can barely handle 6th rank demons. He determinedly thought, to fight them, I need to steal all the Joshua clan's mana cores. He grinned wickedly and ordered Lick, let's go to the annex. Outside, the weather was beautiful, sunlight streaming through the castle windows. Isaac and Lick were reading a book outside on the front steps. Lick looked at him anxiously and asked, Master, are you all right? Seeing Isaac's darkening expression, he said, you look like you're about to be purged. Isaac didn't reply, but focused on the book, sighing softly. Damn, he thought, damn it, if I could master holy power, learning these 3 spells would be a piece of cake. But after a while, he lamented internally, why am I getting more discouraged the more I study? It's important to note that he hasn't been weaned yet. He continued studying, thinking to himself, now I just need to manipulate his mind and make him teach me. Lick beside him curiously asked, Master, you want to use black magic in the middle of the priests. Are you planning to bury this house and then play the role of a cool demon? Isaac grimaced and looked at him appraisingly. What happened to your personality in the last 150 years? Lick chuckled sheepishly. Isaac sighed. I can't understand all this theory on my own. Suddenly, a hand lifted him up. You look tired. Zilai held him close, comforting him. I guess you've had a very busy day. Isaac thought to himself, that's right, kids my age need 16 hours of sleep a day. Zilai carried him back to the crib, while the guard nearby was puzzled, examining the book Isaac had been reading. Zilai placed him in the crib and then waved his hand back and forth in front of his face. Zilai's action reminded Isaac of regeneration. His eyes lit up as if he had struck gold. Oh, a spell. He excitedly tried to climb out, wanting Zilai to do it again. Great, keep going, cast a spell, old man. Lick reminded him, please stay put, master. It reiterated the main task to him. You need to get to the annex as soon as possible. You can't hide anyone here, can you? Isaac, upon hearing this, suddenly remembered, right, the annex. He schemed his head, I have to get rid of these people as quickly as possible. Having said that, he rolled over and pretended to sleep. Lick, beside him, was exasperated. Who'd believe this acting now? The guard chuckled. Master Isaac falls asleep quickly, doesn't he? Zilai chimed in with praise. A wonderful child, quick in everything he does. Lick couldn't stand it and exclaimed, are you all crazy? So as not to disturb Isaac's sleep, Zilai suggested, it's late, shall we go outside? The guard agreed, yes. I need to go train anyway. Isaac continued feigning sleep. Lick sighed, amazing they all bought it. Suddenly, someone said, however, the ancestral artifact seems quite dangerous. I think we should take it outside. Isaac's eyes snapped open upon hearing this. What? Zilai, outside the door, was saying, it's a precious object, the first ancestral artifact belonging to Isaac. So let's ensure its safety. The guard respectfully replied, yes, sir. Isaac panicked. I still have to restore it. Who said you could take it? The voice outside continued. We'll display it in the most visible place. Meanwhile, Isaac cried internally, my ancestral artifact. I haven't even had a chance to draw mana from it yet. Seeing the door closed, Isaac jumped up, forming a plan. Fine then, I'll drain the mana cores of the annex. He scrambled out of the crib. Let's go. Lick, sensing trouble, asked, are you really crawling to the annex? Isaac ordered him, I have a way. Open the door for me. Lick, having no other choice, obeyed. Yes, of course, as you command. He pushed the door while warning. There's no way I'm carrying you there. He strained against the door, oblivious to Isaac tumbling out of the crib and onto the floor. After much effort with the door, Lick discovered and announced, Uncle locked the door. The locking system was on the outside. He had even cast a spell. Isaac paled, cursing under his breath. That hateful uncle. Then he ordered, break the door down. Lick warned, they'll think you're being attacked, and come rushing in. Isaac could only exclaim, damn it. Isaac angrily slammed his hand against the door, thinking. He pushed against it, fuming, I'm going crazy. I can't stand all this whispering. If I use magic, things will only get worse. He had just thought, how the hell am I going to escape? When the door suddenly swung open, causing him to stumble backward. The door opened, and Suji exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Suji, carrying a bandaged toy arm, entered and saw Isaac sitting on the floor after his fall. Suji, the son of Gaoyo Joshua, a saint candidate of the Joshua clan, was 5 years old. He asked in alarm, this kid can't even walk yet, can he? Isaac narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Suji, thinking, this guy must be my enemy. Lick said worriedly, he dares to harm my master. Suji's expression turned cold as he thought, an ancestral artifact that even a genius like me couldn't create. He clenched the prosthetic arm in his hand. There's no way this brat could have made it. Energy began to gather in Suji's hand, preparing for an attack. But Isaac, seeing this, wasn't afraid. Instead, he let out an excited babble. Suji, with a sinister smile, warned, I'm the one who deserves to be a saint. He raised his charged hand menacingly towards Isaac. You dare covet what belongs to me. But Isaac only felt contempt and used his energy to control the artifact behind his back. Suji excitedly said, this is how we escaped that arrogant Joshua. Before he could finish, Isaac's artifact slammed into his head. Isaac then pointed gleefully at Suji, found my ride. Suji, tearing up in anger, yelled, do you know who I am? Isaac thought to himself, you look exactly like that thug, uncle. Must be his son. He raised the artifact, continuing to taunt, I saw you channeling mana to attack me, you punk. He then struck Suji repeatedly. Serves you right. Lick beside him cheered, nice hit, master. Isaac gloated, little runt, get ready to be my steed. Suji, blocking the blows, struggled to focus power into his arm. He then used that power to deflect the attack. Do you really think you're so great? Isaac, still smug, retorted, what's so surprising? No one my age can use a level 3 defensive holy power. Suji, his hand generating energy, said in a ghostly voice, surprised a little too early. He then gathered holy power, activating a level 3 holy light. He directed the energy attack at Isaac. Take this. But Isaac wasn't afraid. He was even disdainful. Impressive. Summoned 2 holy lights at once. Isaac grinned. Thank for the meal. The fact that the attack hadn't harmed Isaac surprised Suji. He cried out, tearing up, how can a defensive spell amplify that much? Isaac was still gleefully playing within the energy. This puzzled Suji. How do you know how to use that? My uncle hasn't even taught me. Isaac remained nonchalant. Thanks for the tip, pal. Suji, his face incredulous, stammered, impossible. Isaac suddenly launched the attack back at Suji, startling him. He watched the attack as he yelled, wait. Isaac and Lick, still smug and amused, watched Suji's panic cries. Lick hesitantly asked, Master, while I enjoy watching this, is it really okay to kill someone from the Joshua clan? He sighed. Who said I killed him? He looked towards Suji, who was clutching his head in fear. The attack didn't even hit him. Suji was astonished to be alive. He stood up, embarrassed, and berated Isaac. You nasty brat. You couldn't even hit me. Why did you scare me like that? Isaac just grinned at his ranting. Suji angrily snapped. No matter how many holy arts you use, you can't defeat a saint candidate like me. Suddenly, a roar echoed. You dare. Suji fell silent, his face darkening with worry. Lick, behind him, had angrily transformed into a giant monster. He boomed, attack my master. Suji cowered in fear at Lick's question, are you tired of living? His face paled, tears welling up as he sobbed silently. Isaac casually draped an arm over Lick, grinning smugly. He sat atop the now monstrous Lick and jerked his head at Suji. What are you doing? He smirked wickedly, ordering Suji, ugly, come carry me. The sky was pitch black, making the landscape look incredibly gloomy. I am Suji Joshua. Under the shade of a tree, he stood alone. I will become a saint, Suji declared, his eyes full of determination. I will escape this cursed Joshua clan and become the pope. His feet dragged wearily across the ground. But Suji panted, burdened by the child he carried. This damn brat is. Isaac swung a toy in his hand and exclaimed to the annex. Seeing the child's smugness, Suji became enraged. Why are you doing this? He snapped. Do you even know who I am? Just then Lick interjected menacingly. Move before I tear you to shreds, you lowly insect. He watched in silent terror, tears welling in his eyes. Just focus on getting out of here alive, Suji pleaded shakily. Someone help me. In a vast, moonlit garden, bathed in the pale light of night, a child's voice babbled nonsensically. Isaac, tugging on Suji's hair, directed him. Left, left, he commanded irritably. Do you want to die? Get a grip. Suji, panting with exhaustion, retorted, what do you think you're going in the middle of the night? He stopped dead in his tracks, his voice choked with fear. This. He looked up at the ancient, ornate building, radiating an aura of gloom. It's the second annex of the Joshua clan. The haunted house. Suji was horrified. Why is this madman dragging me here? People have died here. The head of the clan forbade anyone from entering. Unlike Suji, Lick grinned. Looks like there are dozens of them here. Around the house, green lights flickered in his eyes. Master had to train for decades to gather this much mana. Isaac's excitement was palpable. Let's go, kiddo. Suji, wary, protested. You want to go inside? No, we can't go in there. He explained, the adults told us not to. Lick interrupted again. Shut up and move, puppy. The only light within the building came from the moon shining through the windows. Suji trudged through the opulent rooms. Isaac looked around appraisingly. The inside is even worse. Then, something caught his attention. In a corner of the room, a door shimmered with white smoke. Wait, that's... Lick reported unhappily. The entire building has been sealed, Master. All the doors here have some kind of barrier protecting them. Isaac grumbled, this is such a pain. Suji spoke fearfully, hey, let's go back. Everything in here is locked. Hearing this, Isaac yanked on his hair. Ow, what was that for? Suji cried out in pain and confusion. He was about to complain when he noticed something. Let go. On the wall hung 3 old portraits, the previous heads of the clan. He guessed Isaac's intention. Are you aiming for the position of head of the clan now? Suji spoke, oblivious to the red glow enveloping the toy in Isaac's hand. But it's pointless. I will be the next head of the clan. Isaac yelled something and then hurled the toy, shattering the glass of the portrait. Suji's eyes widened in shock, while Isaac gleefully controlled the toy, smashing the glass of the other portraits. Suji was in a state of utter panic. Our ancestors. Hey, are you crazy? What are you doing to the former heads of the clan? Unlike Suji's panic, Isaac was very pleased. Right? Why would anyone put a barrier on a portrait? Lick excitedly reported, "The barrier has been broken, master." He smiled brightly. Good. At that moment, Isaac detached himself from Suji. Let's go. Suji yelled in astonishment. Hey, where are you going? He couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Isaac roll on the floor. Hey, are you crazy? Where are you going after causing all this chaos? The sound of the door opening accompanied Isaac's cheerful cry. Inside the room, filled with empty wooden boxes, countless sparkling blue and pink lights appeared. He exclaimed excitedly, "Wonderful." Knowing Suji was running up behind him, Isaac beckoned with his hand and whispered, "Lock the door." Seeing the door closing, Suji panicked. Hey, stop. Stop it. What are you doing? Isaac smirked. A child like you doesn't need to know. Suji yelled, "Hey, brat." After the door closed, Isaac sat down properly. Phew. A mysterious aura surrounded Isaac, his eyes glowing. Let's begin. Fearing what was happening inside, Suji continuously banged on the door. Get out now. Hurry up. Hey, I'll tell the adults everything. He continued to threaten, unaware of someone approaching. I'll tell them everything and get you kicked out of here. The sudden halt of footsteps startled him. Zilai arrived with others. Suji. He asked, what are you doing here? Suji quickly accused, Uncle, you came just in time. Isaac, that monster. Before he could finish, the old woman interrupted. What do you think you're doing, Suji? No matter the reason, you know you're not allowed in the annex. What were you thinking bringing Isaac here? Stunned by the scolding, he replied, yes. The old woman recalled the whispering servants. Do you realize how many people saw you carrying Isaac here on your back? Moreover, there are traces of offensive holy magic in Isaac's room. The old woman concluded, you are responsible for all of this, understood. Suji tried to explain, no, it's true I brought him here, and some of the offensive holy magic is mine, but no one believed him, not even Zilai. Suji, this time he gone too far. Regardless, you harassed a child who hasn't even been weaned. He questioned, where did you lock Isaac up? Suji wanted to cry. I didn't lock him up anywhere. His voice grew smaller under everyone's gaze. Isaac went in on his own. Zilai knocked on the door. Isaac, are you in there? Someone exclaimed in surprise. It's locked. Another gasp. Oh my goodness. Finally, he managed to open the door fearfully. He was met with the sight of Isaac crying pitifully. Isaac, the old woman asked anxiously, are you all right? Isaac, goodness, he looked so scared. Zilai embraced him and comforted him. Thank goodness you're safe. He seems frightened, but it appears nothing happened. Then he gave Suji a reproachful look. Zilai walked away. Suji, you should be ashamed of yourself. Suji cried while trying to defend himself. No, it's not like that, really. At that moment, Isaac peeked out and said, thank you. His eyes were full of smugness. Thanks to you, I had a delicious meal. Knowing Isaac was safe and now taunting him, Suji frustratedly ruffled his hair. That bastard. The old woman was puzzled. Suji, one person commented, why does he look like he's about to burst into flames? Another reassured, isn't it just because it's so cold here? Someone exclaimed, such a small child, and yet, unaware, Isaac was secretly summoning something that looked like a multicolored spark in his hand. The harvest is even greater than I expected. In just one go, I've absorbed mana equivalent to 100 years of arduous training. He clenched his fist, the spark growing brighter. Yes, with this much mana. He smiled wickedly. Finally, I can carry out that plan. Zilai mistook the sound he made for a whimper of fear. It seemed Isaac was truly terrified. Sunlight. A dark pressure enveloped the entire castle. Isaac was reading with Lick when he heard someone call him. Isaac, I want to introduce someone to you. Zilai led a girl in front of him. This is Ase. From now on, she will be your assistant. Ase's expression was extremely serious. My name is Ase, a holy knight of the Ayasu clan. She knelt respectfully before Isaac. I will serve you until death. Isaac rolled his eyes inwardly. Are they sending someone to monitor me because of what happened last time? He put his hands on his hips and pointed sternly at Ase. Hey you. Then, putting on a fierce expression, he threatened, get out of my sight. Zilai and Ase were startled by his attitude. Suddenly, Ase approached him. Young Master Isaac, she said, her face full of adoration. Let me pinch your cheeks. Isaac was speechless. Why are there so many crazy people in this house? Zilai reached into his chest and pulled something out. Isaac, he said, holding a ring carefully placed in a box. This is a gift from me. Isaac took the ring with a look of disgust. Did you fish this out of the trash? Lick beside him also showed contempt. I thought I misheard, but it seems the Iasu clan is truly in crisis. How can he call this a gift worthy of Master's first birthday? Only Ase was stunned. Oh my goodness, isn't this the Sainus' heirloom? Isaac was a little surprised to hear this. The Sainus' heirloom. Zilai patted his head affectionately. I got it from the council for you. Isaac's eyes widened as he stared at the ring in his hand. Oh, it's the real deal. This is the ring the Saintus used in the battle against Isaac. An ancient ring containing a bit of holy magic. The ring emitted a strange golden light. The holy power within is amazing. Isaac's expression gradually became less serious. It looks like it'll break after just 1 or 2 uses, but I have a way to refine it. He turned his head and looked outside. Gowl was leaning against a tree, gritting his teeth and glaring at him. His expression was so gloomy it could curdle milk, making Isaac slightly apprehensive. Moreover, that guy's expression guarantees this is the real thing, glaring at his precious nephew as if he wants to obliterate me. Gowl suddenly entered the room. My dear nephew, Isaac, he said with a cheerful grin, a stark contrast to his previous funeral expression. You're so adorable. Isaac stared at him, changing his face faster than flipping a pancake. I hope you're comfortable here. Inwardly, Isaac scoffed. What a creep. He's probably insane. Gowl was also cursing up a storm in his mind. Damn it, everything is so complicated. He was incredibly furious. I sabotaged the blessing device in a relic warehouse, so he couldn't receive a blessing, but I never expected them to offer the Sainus' heirloom as a replacement. When the elder gave the ring to Zilai, since Isaac couldn't receive the blessing, they had to give this to him. Gowl was stunned. The Sainus' heirloom. He immediately lunged forward. Give that to my son. The elder seemed displeased. Give it to Suji. She immediately refuted. Hasn't he already received the blessing of the Holy See? Don't be greedy. Go back. Recalling that made Gowl extremely irritated. I was planning to pretend to donate it to the Holy See while taking it for myself. He could never understand the true value of the Sainus' heirloom. He cleared his throat and pulled an object from his pocket. If you're choosing a gift, you should at least choose something decent. That thing is useless. Zilai was stunned. Useless? Brother, how can you speak of the Sainus' possession like that? Gowl, with a sinister expression, opened the box in his hand. Isaac is also my precious nephew. How could I give him something useless? Inside the box was an exquisite diamond ring. This ring has received numerous blessings directly from the Holy See. Zilai looked at the ring hesitantly. Something like this would certainly be more useful in the relic warehouse. This is an incredibly valuable gift that I could never obtain. Gowl enthusiastically presented it to Isaac. Oh, isn't that right? Now give me that dirty old ring. Before he could finish his sentence, Isaac punched him hard in the face. No way. Get lost. He closed the box without hesitation. Doesn't this trash reek of the Pope? Then he flung it away. Get out of here. The ring splashed into the lake as Gowl cried out in shock. He was furious. What are you doing? Go find a ring. Now, Zilai watched Isaac from behind, pondering. That ring is worth 1,000 times more than what I gave him. He watched as Isaac gleefully admired the ring he had given him. And yet, you still chose my gift. Zilai's heart softened. Isaac, my beloved nephew. He and Ase happily played with Isaac. From now on, I'll give you the best things. Hooray for young Master Isaac. Outside by the lake, Gowl and several servants were still struggling to find his ring. It's too deep, young master. Search at all costs. Risk your lives to find it. Isaac crossed his arms with a smug look. I cast a weight-altering spell. You'll never find it. Lick, beside him, chimed in as expected a master. Your resolve to never touch that foul object is truly admirable. Before he could finish his flattery, he heard Isaac say, retrieve it tomorrow morning. Lick recoiled. Me. Isaac replied nonchalantly, unless you want me to. He watched with amusement as Gowl clutched his head in distress. That thing is quite valuable. I'll sell it. Gowl returned to his room, seething with rage. That damn brat. He flew into a fit of fury. He doesn't know how valuable that is. After his outburst, Gowl consoled himself. Whatever. I bet he doesn't even know how to use an ancient ring. He rambled on. That kind of thing is only used by those who can't use holy magic. You need to absorb the holy power of at least 20 people to use it. That's impossible. he suddenly felt amused. I wonder if even 10 people will show up to his birthday party. The next day, as the entire castle was illuminated by sunlight, the atmosphere outside is incredibly lively and bustling. Ase held Isaac in her arms, gazing at the scene. It's amazing. There are over 148 Sanus candidates, including nobles, and with the servants, there are about 4,000 people present today. Her expression was filled with satisfaction. All the Duke families have arrived, and dozens of Marquis families as well. The Emperor is also here. Even other countries have sent their Sanus candidates. It's truly remarkable, isn't it? In contrast to her excitement, Isaac's face was gloomy. Why are there so many Sanus candidates? Did those lazy spirits just sprinkle them everywhere? Lick, also looking distressed, admitted they're definitely the type to do that. Zilai pondered, analyzing the situation. I didn't anticipate this. I thought no one would come, considering this as a trap. Just as he finished speaking, someone pushed the door open and boomed. Of course they wouldn't think it's a trap, my friend. A smiling man entered. Long time no see, Zilai. It was Count Simon, the head of one of the 3 merchant guilds in the Empire and Zilai's closest friend. Zilai was surprised to see Simon. You came too. Simon laughed heartily. The rumors have spread throughout the Empire. Of course, I had to come to school. He spoke casually, oblivious to the serious expressions on Zilai and Ase's faces. Everyone knows this isn't a trap, so they decided to participate. After all, even those weak sons of the Iasif family are all present. Simon seemed very interested in the situation, not to mention what the head of the Iasif family has wagered. How could I not come? Even the papal family will be here. Isaac, nestled in Ase's arms, looked up suspiciously. What did she wager? Zilai interrupted Simon. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way the papal family would participate. Simon shrugged. Just a guess. There's no way those unfriendly royals would appear in Iasid territory. They hate this place because there are too many commoners, except for the Pavisa family. Outside, someone approached the door, but the discussion inside continued. Simon lowered his voice. Why would they? My son, Amon, is also a Saintus candidate, and this event is organized by the Iasu family. After all, the papal family has no reason to participate. The person outside reached for the doorknob. You should be careful with your words. The door was pushed open forcefully, and a voice rang out, startling the 3 people in the room. Don't mind those people. Their faces always look like they've just stepped in dung. My grandparents used to say there's nothing more dangerous than a vulgar friend. Gowl entered, radiating a gloomy aura. Indeed, the wisdom of the ancients is never wrong. Simon, his face drained of color, quickly stepped aside. Zilai was also flustered. Cardinal Paris, Goel exudait terrifying gris, murdru aura. He showed no respect as he sarcastically taunted. Just imagine, the weak man of the Iasu family is holding an event like this. I hope your child can bring out something from the Holy Relics treasury to salvage some face for this family. Gowl suppressed his rage. I'm curious to see how the Iasid child dares to declare themselves a Sanus candidate. And yet, I haven't even met them. Ase immediately became alert, holding Isaac tightly. He feigned sincerity. But anyway, this is an opportunity for you. His words were a blessing, but his demeanor was incredibly menacing. I sincerely pray that the Saintus candidate can enhance your family's reputation. Zilai suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. This was a trap orchestrated by the Holy See. He considered a hypothesis. The increase in Saintus candidates from 25 to 148 in just the past week was highly unusual. The only explanation was that the Holy See was turning a blind eye to the sudden, unexplained appearance of these candidates. Zilai continued to delve into the issue. Everyone wanted their child to be a Saintus candidate. When such children were placed into the achievement repository, attempts to eliminate the weakest contenders were inevitable. He clenched his fists in anger. They could even harm Isaac in the chaos. Zilai looked at Isaac. If that happened, Isaac's indifferent expression, which Zilai perceived as innocent naivety, caused him immense heartache. Isaac would be in danger. With the protective shield emblem and the statue of a mother embracing her child, a boy from the Joshua clan. The child's statue nestled in his mother's arms. Aside from his outstanding appearance and the family's reputation, he was utterly useless. The image of the bride and the masked boss. However, for those who coveted the superior genes of the Joshua clan, or those seeking the favor of the papal family, those who hated the saintess lineage, that Joshua child, many hands reached for something sparkling, nothing less than the perfect prey. The mysterious person handed the boy a vial of medicine. So, let's mess with this Joshua boy a little. The boy accepted it. Make it so he doesn't die, but can't do anything either. Mix this medicine into his water and use the holy poison. Several bottles lay scattered on the floor. Let's teach the boy how cruel the world can be. The faces of those around him paled. Turn him into a laughingstock in front of everyone. Isaac Kim gulped down the bottle and declared to the world that Joshua brat can never become saint. After finishing the bottle, he became elated. Delicious. Extremely delicious. Those standing nearby couldn't believe it. Everyone, I'm scared. How many bottles has he drunk? Isaac threw the water bottle at the brown-haired boy's head. Bring more. This poison can't kill me. He continued to cheer and celebrate, while everyone around him was terrified. I want to go home. I'm scared. Everyone gathered around, whispering, "What's wrong with that kid? I thought you put laxatives in it. Or did you grab the wrong bottle? He's so strange." "I don't think so. Let's just go." Suji couldn't stand it anymore. Why does he keep drinking those drug bottles? How embarrassing. He approached Isaac. This is so embarrassing. Stop sullying the Joshua name. Clearly, there's something wrong with this saintess candidate. He angrily snatched the water bottle. Stop drinking. Are you that thirsty? He looked at Isaac and raised an eyebrow. Isaac threw the water bottle directly at Suji's face. If you want to drink this. It's not poisoned. He grabbed the leg of one of the boys. Give it here. Give me the super poison. Why is he so hyper? Those standing nearby were worried. But this is holy poison. Are you crazy? He'll die if he drinks it. Holy poison. Isaac jumped up and lunged forward. Give it here. I must have it. They tumbled into a brawl over the water bottle. It seems he has an extraordinary resistance to poison. I heard that one can reach a level of naturally destroying toxins while cultivating holy power. Do you mean he's already reached that level? But why is he only targeting the poison bottles? Could it be that it wants to make sure no one else drinks it because it's dangerous? Suji sat leaning against the wall, listening and assessing. Nonsense. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Really? Kina spoke up. Are you saying it's self-sacrificing? Suji was taken aback. Kina Barrett. What's he doing here? I didn't hear anything about the Pope's family participating. Kina stood before them, a direct descendant of the Pope's family, Kina Barrett. Even those arguing had to stop. Wait, that's Kina Barrett. Why is the Pope's family present at the Saintess treasury? So we already know the winner, don't we? Isaac looked unconcerned. Kina brushed his hair back slightly. So this is the brat practically guaranteed to become a saint. How can such pure hair color exist, even in the Barrett papal family? Did he dye it? Several members of the Barrett papal family came to mind as examples. All the others in that family have shit-colored hair. Kina spoke up. What's so strange about a member of the papal family appearing at the Saintess treasury? He spoke casually. The papal family is the leader of all clergy. Therefore, the Saintess treasury also belongs to our family. Kina spoke arrogantly. I'm simply here to retrieve what belongs to me. Why do you find it strange? Isaac silently judged. Look at that arrogant way of speaking. He's definitely from the papal family. A strange golden light emanated from around Kina. But that brat is a real monster. His saintly power alone surpasses a bishop's. Isaac pondered, the number one saint candidate, huh? Using such a conventional method to humiliate the host. And you call yourselves saint candidates. Kina scoffed. Pathetic. What's so great about harassing a child? He approached. The baby couldn't possibly have poison resistance. Kina knelt on one knee before Isaac. It must be protected by the saintess power. He sighed. His family has a legacy of stupidity. Kina performed a holy art. Poor thing. It's all right. Let me detoxify you. People murmured, he can already use detoxification holy arts. Look at the scale of his saintly power, at least 5th level. He reached out and picked Isaac up. This brat is trying to pull a fast one. Isaac thought to himself, try to use me to show off your skills. You're pretty clever, I'll give you that. But he intentionally swung his arm, hitting Kina in the face. The saintly power immediately vanished. Saintly power, gone. Kina stared at him, not expecting this. My saintly power was neutralized. Impossible. By a child like him. He put Isaac down and looked at his hand, trembling. Is it stronger than me? Kina clenched his fist and glared at him angrily, a Joshua clan insect. Isaac was also annoyed at being stared at. "What are you looking at, brat?" Suji rushed forward and hugged Isaac. "I'm going to smash this bottle over his head." "No, don't." "Is he looking after him because they're family?" He slapped the person trying to save him. How disrespectful. Kino was stunned. Do they really think they have a chance against the papal family? Does he really think he can protect him? Suji hugged Isaac and cursed inwardly. These idiots. If it weren't for me, you'd have a bottle smashed over your heads. Despite this, Kino remained arrogant. It's fine. I must have surprised him. He's still a baby after all. He turned and waved goodbye. All right then, good luck, you Joshua brats. You should at least try to salvage some dignity for your family. This time, Isaac couldn't hold back, but Suji held him back. Kina continued, but of course, the best treasure here will be mine. He sneered. The Joshua family wouldn't even dare go near the Skeleton King's remains, would they? Suji's annoyance was clear. One obnoxious kid, causing commotion. At the same time, Isaac grabbed his collar and yelled in his face, seemingly reacting to Kina's words, startling Suji. Isaac continued to shout. What did he say about the Skeleton King's remains? Suji, bewildered, could only stammer. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Stop pulling. Isaac kept clutching his collar, forcing Suji to bend down. The patriarch promised to grant a secret technique to whoever brings him the Skeleton King's remains. Hearing this, Isaac froze, his face paling. He stammered, Melissa. An image of his skeleton wrapped in ribbons flashed through his mind. He rubbed the back of his neck irritably. Are you playing with my corpse? Isaac fiddled with some bottles while everyone else continued to chat cheerfully. His eyes clearly showed his frustration. Back then, I was a burning skeleton. I had accumulated centuries worth of mana in my body. If I could retain it, reaching level 10 wouldn't be a problem. His eyes lit up, but then dimmed with frustration. But now these brats are guarding everything. There's no way to sneak it out. Isaac angrily threw a bottle. Forget it. I'll just step over anyone who gets in my way. A voice called out from afar. Everyone, gather around. An elder approached and reminded them, everyone is about to leave, so please listen carefully from now on. This relic treasury is a sacred sanctuary, holding the achievements of past saints. Isaac looked around, assessing the situation. He started with the history lesson again. We'll never get out of here at this rate. He crawled away, bored. So boring. Suji quickly stood up. Hey you, where are you going? Isaac took a running start. He dashed forward, creating a cloud of dust that made Suji shield his eyes. Everyone looked towards Isaac in alarm. Elder, Isaac is. He ran and laughed maniacally. Time to use the sacred art I just learned. Divine speed. The elder frantically tried to stop him. Isaac, no, that's a restricted area. If you go that way, all the traps in the relic treasury will activate. Everyone gaped, then started chasing after Isaac. Stop that brat. Back in the bustling Joshua clan banquet hall, Ase stood next to Zyle. I hope the young master is all right. Someone stood in the main hall, creating a sphere. We have established a connection inside the relic treasury. The sphere showed the children inside the treasury. The spirit beasts are following the third-rank candidate, so we will provide information. The first door of the relic treasury has opened, and the candidates are now entering. Zyle worriedly wiped his brow. They're in already. The current third-ranked candidate is Amanak. Someone cheered, my son. In second place is Suji Joshua. Suji's father exclaimed in surprise, that's my son. Announcing the first place position. In first place is Isaac Joshua. Ase and Zyle couldn't believe their ears when they heard it was Isaac. As for Isaac, he flew forward without paying attention to anyone behind him. It's Isaac Joshua. Suji ran after him, panting, Isaac, please, not that way now. Suji stopped. If you go that way, more traps will activate. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of electricity struck down. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Suji yelled while running. Help. He cried silently. The trials of the relic treasury are already life-threatening. Now we also have to avoid the traps set for intruders. He had barely finished speaking when Isaac arrived. He was crawling towards the second door. So this is the door leading to the second treasury. The second trap has been activated. He's entering the side entrance of the second treasury. Suji shouted from afar, Isaac, don't go in there. Lick appeared beside Isaac. Extraordinary master. Thanks to the mana you absorbed in the annex, I've leveled up. Good. Now I can make you work harder. Damn it. He ordered Lick now. Go catch all of them. Understood, sir. It rushed towards the group of children. I didn't expect it to be this difficult. One of them spoke up. This is why the saint is so strong. Another noticed what was happening ahead. Suji was lifted off the ground. Isn't that the Joshua kid? He floated in midair. Yeah, I think his name is Suji or something. How can he fly? His family must have taught him beforehand. It's not fair, Suji grumbled. No, you fools. They didn't teach him anything. Lick, while holding Suji in the air, sang, I'm floating and I can't control it. Suji pleaded internally, please put me down. It brought Suji before Isaac. Master, I've captured the messenger. He scrambled to his feet. Stop this madness. I don't know how you passed the first trial of the treasury. Fate selection, but from the second treasury onwards, one mistake can kill you. You must face your fears and choose the difficult path to grow further. Suji had barely finished speaking when Isaac shocked him with electricity. You're too noisy. Isaac ignored Suji's words. Whatever, explain what's in the second treasury. He explained, once you enter the treasury, absolutely do not attack the enemy. Do you understand? Don't attack them. Isaac wondered, what nonsense are you talking about? Why can't I attack the enemy? That's the only way to pass the second treasury. Whatever appears, just stand still for 3 minutes until they disappear. Do you understand? If not, we'll both die. He paused for a few seconds. So empty. Are you testing my patience? Someone actually died because of this. Isaac turned and crawled towards the door. All right, piece of cake. He touched the door. Just don't attack, right? 3 minutes is nothing. As Isaac touched the door, there seemed to be a fluctuation. Welcome to the tranquility floor. The door opened with a reminder. Patience is a virtue and cold reason. Stay calm and unwavering. Your eyes will sparkle, and your patience will guide you to the light. The scene shifts to Kina and his companions walking together. One of the children speaks up, are you sure you're all right? We're at the end, you know. Kina calmly replies, there's no reason for us to take the dangerous path ahead. The meat shield can do that for us. The others listen intently, and Kina continues, and did you forget that an 8th level demon is standing at the entrance to the second treasury? Surely those who went ahead will be stuck there. He points forward. See, a light flickers in the distance, catching everyone's attention. Kina, with a sinister tone, declares the trial has begun. The door opens. The scene cuts to Isaac and Suji. Don't be distracted, a gentle voice says, accompanied by a refined face. Around the divine being, a golden light sparkles, and your patience will lead you to the light. And if not, before the speaker can finish, Isaac shocks him with electricity. Damn it, what the hell? Isaac's anger makes Suji pale. Suji recalls Isaac's earlier words, 3 minutes isn't a problem, and thinks, oh God. Suji can't hold back anymore and cries out he's insane. Isaac explodes. I can be patient when I've seen the face of God. Lick adds fuel to the fire. I think 3 seconds was long enough. A voice echoes, you have failed. It gradually takes shape. For those who cannot endure, let divine punishment descend. A massive gatekeeper slowly steps before Isaac and Suji. Upon seeing it, Suji's face drains of color. It's over. I'm done for. Without a word, Isaac channels his inner strength to generate divine power. He strikes the gatekeeper in the chest, causing it to cry out in pain. Suji is stunned by this unexpected turn of events. He gapes, what the? A large hole appears in the gatekeeper, and it begins to dissipate. Isaac exhales, while Suji still hasn't processed the situation. What the hell? The sound of rumbling stones echoes in the darkness as a heavy door bursts open. Massive boulders roll out from within, swirling in a cloud of dust. Both Isaac and Suji fall back. Isaac thinks this is level 8. Are you kidding me? His eyes widen. He thinks, golems created by the magic of my subordinates. The elite demons of the skeleton demon lord. 14 spirits. Images of the demon. The gatekeeper demon, Lick, and other demons flash through his mind. This is their unique magic. Have they been working like dogs for the Joshua clan? The rumbling of stones and dust continues. Or maybe this has something to do with my body. Isaac thinks, I have to take a look. He quickly crawls forward. Seeing this, Suji urgently calls out, hey, where are you going? Suddenly, a laugh followed by a loud voice rings out. I didn't expect the Joshua brats to actually be useful to me. A rustling sound is heard as small hands brush against the bushes. See, I told you the Joshua clan knew how to overcome the trial. The speaker is revealed to be Nezer Zepit, the devout cardinal, one of the 5 faiths, and the 3rd son of Duke Zepit. He was laughing triumphantly, pointing at Isaac and Suji, surrounded by other children who seemed to be his friends. Thanks for defeating the gatekeeper for us, Nezer said smugly, a cheerful expression on his face, one hand on his hip and the other pointing at himself. Now step aside. We'll enter the the second treasury first. The people behind him stirred, protesting Nizar's attempt to go first. You have no idea how much trouble we went through with that brat. That's right. If you go first, you'll trigger the traps. Suji and Isaac glanced back at Nizar and his group approaching. Isaac thought to himself, his face expressionless, so many survived. I can't believe the Joshua clan brats would stoop to such underhanded tactics. Nizar pointed at Suji, laughing loudly, causing Suji to flinch. Suji, you're cooperating with him, aren't you? Nizar's question made Suji freeze, his face a mask of confusion. He clearly didn't accept the idea of Suji and Isaac working together. Isaac smirked from behind. Me and him. No, we aren't. Hey, I said we aren't. Are you listening? Suji hastily explained, denying the accusation. He denied cooperating with Isaac, but no one seemed to care. Their attention was now focused on Isaac, who was sitting still. He looked so cute. Nizar knelt down on one knee in front of Isaac, grinning. You all saw this kid dodge all those traps, right? Do you think he could do that on his own? Nizar's attention quickly shifted to the silver necklace with a plain ring attached. See, it's an artifact, he exclaimed. In one swift motion, Nizar snatched the necklace from Isaac. This ring must contain something, he declared confidently. Everyone look, with this, we can avoid all the traps ahead. Nizar held up the ring, gleefully showing it off to the others. He assumed his understanding was correct. Suji, sitting behind him, watched with annoyance and thought, he's completely wrong. Him just sitting there is making me nervous, Suji thought, looking at Isaac, who was nonchalantly cleaning his ear with his pinky finger. He's not the type to let others take his things. He continued his train of thought. Nizar's group started moving inside, Nizar leading the way, followed by his friends, with Isaac still sitting there, watching them. Suji stood up abruptly, gaping at them. Nizar waved his hand dismissively. Stay back, Joshua clan. You'll retrieve the Skeleton King's remains. Something no one has ever done before will be. Nizar smirked, his face flushing slightly as he imagined his future triumph. Done by me. The third son of the Duke's family, devout Cardinal Nizar Zepit. He announced his name loudly and confidently, stepping inside with a grin. Fwumph. Nizar froze, only managing a meaningless sound. One of his friends followed him, and then flames erupted, followed by a piercing scream. Suji flinched at the sight, while Isaac appeared much calmer. Screams echoed from within. It's a trap. What the? Suji jumped, looking at Isaac, his name flashing through his mind. Isaac. The screams continued, while Isaac smirked smugly at the scene. Suji immediately realized he used them as bait. Smoke and dust filled the air. Nizar and his friends lay scattered across the floor. Suji, carrying Isaac on his back, wearily trudged forward, Lick hovering above them. Isaac casually surveyed the surroundings of the second treasury. All the mines here had been cleared. A smirk played on Isaac's lips, one eyebrow lifting slightly. Lick glanced at Nizar's group. Thanks to those brats. But suddenly, he frowned slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Behind them, 3 children hesitantly trailed after Isaac's group. He frowned in annoyance, thinking, why are those brats following me? One child with bright, dark eyes looked towards Isaac. The child seemed to possess some sort of divine sense. Another child, with blonde hair parted down the middle, had equally bright eyes, expressing admiration, perhaps due to their noble lineage. Nizar acted strangely. That ring seems to be just an antique. They began to chatter excitedly. Right, huh? The Joshua clan would never do something so unfair. Lick grinned, whispering to Isaac, Senpai, they understand your greatness, master. How wonderful. But Isaac snapped. I don't want their acknowledgement. Suji, carrying Isaac on his shoulders, thought to himself, run away before it's too late, you guys. This kid is more terrifying than any demon. He seemed to be warning the children behind them. Suddenly, someone stepped in front of Isaac's group and declared, if there truly is a saint, I think it would be someone like you. This caught the attention of all 3, including Lick. Isaac, gripping Suji's hair, looked towards the speaker, letting out a gasp of surprise. It's a pleasure to meet you, youngest of the Joshua clan. A young boy with curly blonde hair, tied to one side, introduced himself with a smile. My name is Potsy Zullywood, the second prince of the Zullywood kingdom. That's the kingdom east of Kai, the Hellen Empire. I heard the prince there received a divine blessing. The three children behind them whispered amongst themselves after hearing Patsy's Zullywood's introduction. Isaac glanced back at them, eavesdropping, thinking this guy seems useful. Suji softly called Isaac's name, then stopped. We're here. Before them stood a massive door. This is the entrance to the third treasury. Suddenly, two large, blindingly bright figures appeared like suns. They announced, "Welcome, candidates." From within the orbs of light, figures emerged. They were the gatekeepers. This is the memory sheet. It floated down before Isaac's group, followed by the three children and Patsy's Zullywood. Show us your determination and courage. All right, we can proceed to the next treasury. It's good we followed him instead of Nezer. The three children behind them rejoiced. We'll retrieve the Skeleton King's remains. Suji stared ahead in shock. One of the gatekeepers spoke. The trial is simple. Defeat us and claim victory. They said to show courage, so we have to fight them, right? Let's try it. The three children buzzed with excitement. Isaac looked up at the two gatekeepers, thinking, those gatekeepers, could they be? Isaac seemed to realize something. Oh, right. A sinister smile spread across his face. This will be entertaining. He let out a sound and swung his arm back, startling the children behind him. They softly called his name, Isaac, clearly confused. Suji, carrying Isaac, worried. Isaac's decisions are always right. Those gatekeepers are lying. He recalled the previous trials. The first treasury was about choices. Isaac quickly dashed through it, running so fast that anyone chasing him could only eat his dust. The second treasury was about composure, but Isaac wasn't composed at all. And the third one is about memory. The two gatekeepers are still standing there, holding their weapons. That's the hint. We have to remember what happened in the first two trials. Suji correctly deduced this, tensely looking at them, thinking that they couldn't attack them. Isaac spoke up, "Say all of you step back." Annoyed, he waved his hand towards the three children, who quickly moved in the direction he indicated. Over there. Suji looked up at Isaac, puzzled, thinking, that's unexpected. He chose the right answer this time. No matter how wicked he is, he's still a descendant of the saint. Could the saint's kindness be showing? Suji seemed convinced of this. He closed his eyes, continuing his thought. Right? Maybe I've misunderstood Isaac all along. However, Isaac, perched on his shoulder, gave a sinister smile and, raising his hand, created a fireball. Suji, still thinking well of Isaac, continued his internal monologue. He'll sacrifice himself to guide everyone down the right path. Before he could finish the thought, a sudden noise erupted. Isaac had thrown the fireball he'd just created at one of the gatekeepers. He laughed with delight, while Suji froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. As for the two gatekeepers, the one struck by Isaac's fireball was radiating a dark aura. He was furious. A wrathful word escaped his lips. He quickly swung his weapon forward, yelling in rage, "You chose wrong." Immediately, large sparks flew towards the children, leaving them frozen in fear. With a bang, the children were blown up by the flames, screaming, "Help." Then came a chorus of panicked cries. "Help. Mother." Suji was stunned by the chaotic scene. What is this? Could it be? He glanced at Isaac, who was smiling sinisterly, clearly enjoying the situation. Suji was speechless. He thought to himself, Isaac is definitely insane. Isaac laughed diabolically. It's been a while since I've seen this, he thought. It's so foolish to trust others so easily, you saint candidates. One of the gatekeepers spoke mockingly. Now, the two gatekeepers revealed their true forms. They had grotesque appearances. They were deceitful puppets created by the magic of the 14 sacred beasts. Isaac laughed triumphantly. Let those brats see how cruel life can be. Suji, however, was despondent, unable to find any joy in the situation. The flames blazed, growing larger and larger. The piercing screams continued. Isaac and Suji were invisible amidst the chaos. "Where's Joshua?" One child cried. Another wailed they were just here. "Find him." The children's shrill cries echoed endlessly. Isaac, on Suji's shoulder, was relishing the moment. He smirked. Suji was bewildered and confused. The magic Isaac was using was 6th level holy magic in visible form. My master gave me this spell for emergencies. What a perfect time to use it, Isaac thought to himself, laughing triumphantly. Suji was utterly bewildered. Behind them, Patsy's Zullywood, also under the effect of the spell, remained unharmed and safe. Patsy Zillywood approached, expressing his gratitude to Isaac, thanking him for also casting the holy spell on him. Isaac seemed indifferent, simply replying, "Whatever." Then he tossed Patsy Zillywood a silver ring, gesturing, "Take this." Patsy Zillywood reached out and took it, asking, "What is this?" "A ring," he muttered in surprise. "Are you giving me this because I'm not used to fighting demons?" Patsy Zillywood asked, touched, but Isaac just ignored him and picked his ear with a finger. "Thank you so much. I won't forget this kindness," Patsy Zillywood said gratefully. A suspicious golden aura suddenly emanated from the ring in his hand. "I'll tell my father about this." Before he could finish his sentence, the magic within the ring drained all the holy power from Patsy Zillywood's body. Suji, witnessing the scene, gasped and cried out in horror. However, Lick and Isaac laughed triumphantly, enjoying the spectacle. Lick said, "Truly worthy of my master." Isaac, satisfied, added, "The strongest holy power belongs to the prince." His smile grew increasingly maniacal, making Suji think, "Uncle, what kind of monster have you brought into our clan?" "Focus," one of the children shouted. Someone came running, kicking up dust. "Can anyone use a protective barrier?" The sounds of fighting rang out. "I'll use a holy barrier first," a brown-haired boy said. He began to channel his power. A black-haired boy used his power to create a shield. "Get behind me." The gatekeepers were attacking the children from the opposite side. With a swipe, a gatekeeper growled, its eyes glowing brightly. "Accept your punishment." The black-haired boy shouted now. The brown-haired boy immediately lunged forward, preparing to attack. "Take this." His hands glowed with magic. "Here." Before he could do anything, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. The black-haired boy looked at him in alarm. He didn't understand what was happening. "Hey, what's wrong?" He stared at the brown-haired boy lying motionless on the ground, trembling and only able to whimper. Suddenly, the silver ring, imbued with a strange magic, flew towards the black-haired boy. Unaware, he continued to ask in confusion, "What's going on?" The moment the ring touched him, he suffered the same fate as Patsy Zillywood. His life force was drained before the gatekeeper's eyes. It paused, its head filled with question marks. Confused, it cocked an eyebrow, watching the events unfold. Did anyone else believe our lies? The gatekeeper flew into the air, searching for something. The ring flew away silently. The children lay scattered on the ground, drained of their holy power, weakly trembling. "This way, the ring has absorbed all the children's holy power," Lick said. Isaac ordered Lick, "Go that way then." "Yes, as you wish." Two children were still fighting the gatekeeper. Lick slowly flew towards them, then extended its tail, which held the ring, towards one of the children. He, too, couldn't escape the fate of the others. The gatekeeper startled. There was one more child, confused, wondering what had happened to his friends. "Hey, what's wrong?" He doesn't understand what happened to his friends. "Don't feel wronged, kid," Isaac thought. The lying puppet doesn't attack neutralized enemies. Continuing his train of thought, the gatekeeper is now utterly bewildered. He scratched his head, full of questions about the current situation. Passing out after having their holy power drained is better than being injured. Lick turned to look at Isaac. "Master, it's almost done." Suddenly, flames flared up again. "What is that?" Lick asked, looking at the fire swirling into a circle, blazing fiercely. It quickly exploded, revealing the image of a person within. A shout echoed out. Lick, witnessing the scene, startled and cried out in surprise. He fell to the ground with a thud, rolled a couple of times, and yelped. Someone appeared, approaching Isaac and Suji. "Found you." It turned out to be Kina. He chuckled, looking at Isaac. "Isaac, well." Isaac looked at him with an impassive face. "I was wondering where he'd gone. He finally showed up, huh?" Suji's face paled, a mixture of confusion, bewilderment, and fear. "Oh my God, I knew he was a genius, but this is," he thought. Wings wreathed in flames spread out, radiating a dangerous yet magnificent power. The being possessing them was a holy spirit summoned by Kina. Summoning a holy spirit at that age. "He's incredibly powerful," Suji thought. "You surprise me," Kina said. "I didn't think anyone here could defeat the demonic race besides me." Suji looked at him, startled. Isaac maintained his emotionless expression. "Or did you set a trap for the other children like in the first trial?" Kina asked, his face cheerful with a wide smile. The power surrounding him was undeniable. "If that's the case." But before Kina could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a blonde boy. No, the blonde boy was being supported by a black-haired friend as they approached Kina. "That child tried to overcome the trial for us," the blonde boy said. The black-haired boy added, "He even showed us which way to go." They were speaking well of Isaac. "He's our benefactor," the children added. Lick, having woken up, flew to Isaac's side, grinning. Isaac frowned. Those kids are crazy. Lick seemed amused. Is this what they call the spirit of obedience? Benefactor, you call yourself a saint candidate and aren't ashamed. Kina looked at the children, a hint of mockery in his eyes. I can't believe you needed the help of a child like that. The black-haired boy immediately became annoyed and retorted. Hey, you were hiding the whole way, and now you're talking big. While we were looking for traps, you did nothing. He's right. Isaac is more of a saint than you. You avoided all the trouble. Other children rushed forward, criticizing Kina, surrounding him and his subordinates, leaving them bewildered and confused. As soon as we get out of here, we'll tell our parents everything, the children continued. You did nothing. Everything was thanks to Isaac. We'll tell our parents that the Joshua clan is the righteous path. The children continued to criticize Kina. Isaac smirked behind them, pleased with himself. Suji remained bewildered. He thought, no, that's not it. This wicked child is using you. Without them, we will be in big trouble. Before the black-haired boy could finish, the ground suddenly shook. The other children swayed with it, confused and unsure of what was happening. The children stared in awe at a sun-like fireball hovering in the air, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The ground trembled, and the other children swayed with it, confused and unsure of what was happening. Their attention was now fixed on the giant stone door before them, obscured by dust. That's the entrance to the third treasury, right? One child asked. I think so, another replied. So that means the second trial is complete. A third chimed in. Seems like it, another answered. The massive fireball spoke. Congratulations, candidates, on passing the second trial. I am the final guardian protecting this treasury. It continued. Now choose. You may claim your treasure and end the trial here. The children murmured, some confused and bewildered, while Kina remained completely calm. Or you may face the trial to advance to the third treasury. Of course, we choose the latter, one of Kina's subordinates began, only to be interrupted by the fireball. Choose wisely, it boomed, silencing him. You may claim your treasure and end the trial here, or you may face the trial to advance to the third treasury. The other children were tense, confused, and bewildered, but Kina calmly looked towards the fireball. If you pass the trial, the fireball continued, you'll find the third treasury. But if you fail, it paused, delivering a chilling warning, you will die. Master, Lick said to Isaac, judging by the amount of mana I sense from that voice. Isaac replied, indeed, it's a dragon. Haven't seen one of those in a while. His expression turned serious, his brow furrowed. So then, he thought what it said about dying is probably true. Still, I want to take the trial. We've come too far to turn back now, one boy declared loudly. Another agreed, yeah, if we can get the treasure from the third treasury, we'll become saints. Me too. I want to enter the third treasury. The children clamored, unanimously agreeing to proceed. After hearing the children's decision, the fireball spoke. So you wish to face the trial despite the danger. Very well. The fireball began to shift. Then face the trial. With those words, the fireball did something that left the surrounding children stunned. Even Suji was shocked, but Lick and Isaac were filled with anticipation. The ball of light boomed, those who have gathered to become saints. A powerful light erupted, shattering the door before the children. Face the trial. The children shielded their faces from the dust and smoke. Isaac grinned excitedly at the scene before him as the voice continued. The final trial is quite simple. Before them stood a massive statue of a god. Pay tribute to your deity. The children looked up in confusion. What, another statue? One muttered. Another guessed, is this a statue of our god? The voice echoed again. Show reverence to your God. Only those who prove their faith may reach the third treasury. A brown-haired child suggested, we just need to kneel before the statue and pray, right? Two children beside him looked worried. But this is a trial. I think it's too simple. Isaac felt extreme disgust. Absolutely not. Looking at the statue, identical to the god statue, he thought, I will not kneel before this bastard. Not to the bastard who harassed me for hundreds of years and tricked me in the end. The black-haired boy stepped forward, asking doubtfully, I mean, it's not too difficult, right? I just have to pray to our God. Just do that, right? He immediately knelt on one knee. Raising his hands high in a reverent tone, he said, to our supreme and most honored, the one worthy of all glory and honor, your servant offers worship. The god statue replied indifferently, you have learned well. Good, you have passed. The black-haired boy cheered happily, yes. Those behind him, having witnessed the scene, whispered amongst themselves, all we have to do is pray. One boy asked, really? Suddenly, Isaac jumped down from Suji. Suji exclaimed in surprise, "Isaac, he advised you should pray," but before he could finish, Isaac kicked him in the leg, angrily saying, "Why should I?" Suji fell to the ground, clutching his leg, near tears. Kina, with his hands clasped behind his back, walked towards the god statue. "We have learned how to pray at the Holy See." He placed one hand on the ground. Behold, raising both hands, he adopted a didactic pose. "This is the proper posture you must assume when worshiping our God." The brown-haired boy exclaimed in awe, "I want to do that too." Another child chimed in, "Me too." A light brown-haired boy looked on in bewilderment as the others began to chant, "To our supreme God, the one worthy of worship." Suddenly, the god statue spoke. "What are you waiting for? Will you give up and accept death?" The light brown-haired boy jumped, startled. He rushed to the front of the statue, panicked. "No, I'll do it." Another child echoed, "Me too." The god statue looked towards Isaac with extreme suspicion. "That child, why isn't he kneeling?" Isaac grumbled inwardly, "Why the hell would I do that?" The children in front turned around, puzzled. One asked what's wrong with him. Another pointed worriedly. "Does he have a problem with faith?" The children murmured. "So the rumors that the Joshua clan has lost their faith are true." Suji, performing the worship ritual, cursed inwardly. "Monster, don't tarnish our clan's reputation any further." "It's just praying." Kina smirked, thinking this will all be recorded. Does that boy want to lose his chance to become a saint? He then turned his head back, thinking scornfully, no matter how talented he is, if he lacks faith, it's all useless. I shouldn't have paid him any attention in the first place. The god statue spoke. "This behavior is truly disrespectful, child of the Saints clan." Isaac clenched his fists in frustration, wanted to express his thoughts. "So what, you dog? I'd rather die than kneel before that idiot." The god statue was stunned into disbelief by his insult. Isaac was about to continue, "Just kill me," when an invisible pressure suddenly weighed down on him. A powerful killing intent radiated from the god statue. Its voice was ice cold. "Such blasphemy. Repent." Isaac, pinned to the floor, gritted his teeth in fury, thinking, "Screw you." Isaac's arm flared with intensely determined flames. "I'll destroy that statue." Lick anxiously tried to stop him. "Master, this is too dangerous." The red flames on Isaac's hand were tinged with the surrounding blackness. Just as he was about to unleash the attack, the god statue's tone turned cheerful and praising. "Excellent." Isaac didn't understand what had happened, and the flames on his hand gradually dissipated. The god statue continued, "You have passed, little child. Proceed to the third vault." Kina looked up in astonishment. "Wait, what?" He pointed at Isaac accusingly. "You said we had to show our faith to pass. But that brat didn't even pray, and he passed. This is absurd." The god statue explained, "Only that child is qualified to pass through this door. Only he has shown true faith in God." Isaac was speechless. He retorted, "You really don't understand, do you?" The god statue spoke. "You knelt before the statue, not before God himself." Hearing this, Kina's face paled. The god statue questioned him, "Is your faith kneeling before an image? A picture or symbol of God, used as an object of worship?" Suji thought, "Even if it's a statue of our God, it's still an image." He realized, "We've been tricked." The children gathered together, chattering noisily. "But that's ridiculous. That statue looks just like our God in the holy picture. I mean, the scriptures say not to worship images." The god statue directed everyone's attention to Isaac. "Look at that child. Even in the face of death, he did not yield and held firm to his belief." It concluded, therefore, only that child is qualified to enter the third vault. Isaac stood up from the ground. Lick huddled beside him, wanting to laugh. "Faith, huh?" He scoffed. "Shut up," Kina said through gritted teeth, seething with resentment. "I can't accept this." The god statue responded, puzzled. Kina explained, "The child can't even speak yet. There's no way to prove that he didn't kneel because of his faith." Lick leaned into Isaac's ear and flattered him. "I mean, he has a point. You didn't want to." Isaac nodded in agreement, right? Kina wanted to argue further. Moreover, if the child has such faith, why doesn't he possess a holy mark? Hearing this, Isaac looked over in shock. The surrounding children immediately began to gossip, focusing on him. "He doesn't have one." Another child exclaimed, "I do." Another said doubtfully, "How can a saint candidate not have a holy mark?" Kina smiled arrogantly at Isaac. He thought smugly, "He's the only one without a holy mark among the candidates. Give up, kid. You're not worthy of becoming a saint if you don't even have a holy mark." The god statue was also puzzled. A saint candidate without a holy mark. Then it added, "That's because he's still a child." The children stared in disbelief. The god statue calmly fabricated a reason. I mean, he's still too young, leaving Kina stunned. He yelled in frustration, "How does that make any sense?" Then he noticed the god statue's unusual movement and was even more bewildered. "Wait, you can move all along." The god statue insisted. "I'm serious. He's just a kid. Believe me. Si no yelled. Then let me in too. If someone without a holy mark can enter, so can I, because I do have a holy mark." The surrounding children chimed in with similar demands. "He's right. I have a holy mark too. This proves we're candidates." The god statue interjected, "You children need to realize you don't have it because you're special." It asked, "Do you all think the same?" All the children replied, "Yes." The god statue continued, "So you all want to enter the third vault?" The children responded in unison, "Yes." It fell silent, seemingly in thought. After a moment, the god statue declared, "Well then, there's no other way. I'll let you all in." This caused the children to erupt in excitement. The group cheered. "Now we can enter the third vault." Suji wondered to himself in disbelief, did it really just let us in that easily? The god statue added, "I mean, if you want to rush into the fire like moths, be my guest." This left the group of children with stunned expressions. The god statue began to fade away with a sinister smile. "Very well, I'll let you enter." After the statue disappeared, an entrance appeared behind where it had been. A terrifying, gloomy aura emanated from within. As soon as the children inhaled it, their bodies trembled and they felt like they couldn't breathe. The god statue's voice echoed from somewhere unseen. "Can you feel it? That's the dark magic emanating from the skeleton demon lord's body." Its voice was ice cold. "Know your place, fools. I was going to spare those who couldn't withstand the dark magic." The children now prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces pale. "I can't stand it," one whimpered. Isaac, however, wore a joyful smile. His eyes were wide with excitement as he stared into the entrance. "There it is," he murmured, peering through the darkness. "My body, the skeleton demon lord's body." Dark energy continuously poured out from the blackness within. "My body is in there." Isaac gazed with intense excitement at the pitch-black gate before him. "My body is there." Drool involuntarily dripped from his mouth. "I never thought we'd be reunited after I self-destructed in the divine realm." Isaac's expression resembled a predator eyeing its prey. "Look at all that dark mana pouring out." The surrounding children looked at him fearfully as the god statue's voice rang out. "Behold the child who has proven his faith. That is the face of a courageous warrior." A black-haired boy thought fearfully, "Something's wrong. His eyes are unfocused. What kind of kid is like that?" The orb of light hovering above spoke, "It's not too late. Those who cannot laugh in the face of death may turn back and leave." It floated just before the dark doorway. "If you give up here, I will allow you to choose a treasure from the second vault." Suji thought fearfully, "Damn it. How am I supposed to get through that dark mana?" A blond boy urged in terror, "Don't go in. We could actually die." The black-haired boy beside him agreed, "I think I'll just take the best item from the second vault." Someone stepped forward. A resolute voice declared, "No, I don't need anything from the second vault." It was Kina. He addressed the golden orb. "All of us will proceed to the third vault." With a serious expression, Kina requested, "And please activate all the traps in the third vault." The surrounding children paled, cursing him under their breath. "This lunatic." The orb inquired, "Are you certain?" Kina declared, "No saint in history has ever retrieved the skeleton demon lord's body. Not even the renowned Saint Melissa." The orb sounded intrigued. "It seems you know something about the third vault." Kina silently speculated, "There's no way Saint Melissa would let children die. I'm sure there's a safeguard." He firmly stated, "I don't want to hear about us receiving the treasure without any obstacles." Kina smiled confidently and suggested, "Therefore, please return the third vault to its original dangerous state, so that I can receive an evaluation even greater than Saint Melissa herself." Isaac, glancing sideways, thought this kid's lost it. The orb, no longer wanting to dissuade him, conceded, "If you insist." The orb emitted light, and simultaneously, the dark energy emanating from within intensified. "This will certainly help determine who the true saint is." A boy behind Kina cried out in fear, "Go in by yourself." But instantly, the children were lifted into the air. He cried out in terror, "Why are you dragging us along?" Their feet dangled above the ground. Thrown inside, the children landed on their knees, terrified. Before them was a pool of water. In the center of the pool, a skeletal arm radiated dark energy. Isaac watched the children with amusement. "What chaotic mess." Lick tugged at him. "Look over there, master." It pointed to something in the center. Looking closer, one could see a skeletal hand. Lick exclaimed excitedly, "It's your body, master." Isaac was ecstatic. "Well done, my child. My body. It has absorbed the energy within the third vault." In contrast to his excitement, the other children were terrified. "Is it the skeleton demon lord's body?" The black-haired boy stammered. "Just a single hand is radiating so much dark mana." Isaac, on the other hand, was overjoyed. "It's not even a whole hand, just the thumb. Only that much is left. The rest are fakes." He stared intently at the single finger. Suddenly, the dark energy around the arm began to churn. A demon, its entire body radiating dark energy, leaped out. The children panicked. "It's a demon," one of them shrieked. "I thought they wouldn't appear after the second trial." Just then, the god statue's voice boomed. "You requested that all safety measures be removed." Isaac looked in a certain direction. "Wait, that's—" The demon's feet slammed onto the ground, its voice menacing. "Insects." The demon, with 2 goat horns, roared furiously, "You dare try to steal my body." The black-haired boy pointed at Kina. "It's all your fault. How are you going to take responsibility for this?" Kina waved his hand dismissively. "Trust me, I'll ensure you all leave here with a treasure." He smirked, thinking to himself, 14 familiars, the elite subordinates trained by the skeleton demon lord, and the fools captured by the papal family. Kina looked at the demon, calculating, "I've prepared a holy art against that thing. The treasure is mine." His eyes glowed with a golden light. The pressure of 2 giant golden eyes descended upon the demon, causing it to cry out in pain. The children watched in astonishment. The black-haired boy exclaimed, "That's the light of the papal family." Kina gloated inwardly. "Good, it's working." He continued to decide, "Now, I will seize it." But suddenly, a cold voice interrupted him. "Is that you?" The skeleton demon lord, slightly injured, stared at him. Its eyes were full of rage. "You dare to seize the body of my king." At this moment, at the entrance to the relic treasury, the adults were all worried. What's happening inside? They murmured amongst themselves. "Communication has been cut off." A person holding a document ran over in a panic. "Big trouble. The demonic seal in the third vault has been broken." Xyle and Saemon's expressions immediately changed. Saemon anxiously asked Xyle, "Is that one of the 14 sacred artifacts?" Xyle pondered, confused. How could this be? If it's one of the 14 sacred artifacts, everyone in the vault will be in danger. The surrounding people approached the elders and expressed their concerns. What about the elders assigned to supervise? Another person announced, "They've triggered the traps in the vault and disappeared." Someone worried, "Doesn't that mean the children are in mortal danger?" Everyone grew more anxious. How can the children possibly deal with that monster? Someone suggested, "Stop. We have to stop the trial and get them out." Namho was trying to comfort them when the large door suddenly reacted. The gate suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light. Everyone simultaneously covered their eyes. This is... Xyle opened his eyes and looked, speculating, the relic treasury is opening. But as he looked at the excessively dazzling gate, he wondered, what is this intense light? The Nam house warned, "Please step back from the entrance. It's dangerous, as dark mana might spill out." A nearby bishop spoke up, stopping them. No, wait." He pointed at the door. "I don't sense the presence of the demon." The surrounding people murmured, "Has it been defeated?" Hygieia smiled confidently, thinking to himself, "You did it, Kina." The surrounding people buzzed with excitement. Was it the demon guarding the skeleton demon lord's body? Someone stated, "He's one of the children who defeated it." Saemon exclaimed, "Xyle, could it be?" The voices of the surrounding people rose. "He must be Kina, right?" Someone exclaimed, as expected of someone from the Pope's family. Xyle pursed his lips, his face darkening. Everyone crowded around Hygieia, flattering him. "Congratulations, Cardinal." Another person added, "A fitting result for the strongest saint candidate." He smiled smugly. "It seems Kina has done very well." Hygieia glanced to the side, spotting Xyle in the crowd, and gave a scornful smile. "Do Sua, this is the end for your foolish resistance against the power of the Pope's family. Now that we have the skeleton demon lord body, you will all have to bow before us." Hygieia silently decided, "It's time to put an end to your noble charade." Someone suddenly called out, Look, the children are coming out." Everyone's eyes turned simultaneously. Xyle silently prayed, "Isaac Suji." He turned his gaze towards the gate as the children gradually emerged. "Please be safe." After a while, everyone surrounded their children, who had just emerged from the gate. Xyle looked around. Some are injured, but only slightly. Thank goodness. Someone exclaimed. The children who entered the third vault haven't returned yet. Another person worried. Could something have happened to them? Xyle pursed his lips, silent and filled with worry. Someone shouted just then, the children are finally coming. The children's faces were pale as they walked out. Amon and Suji. Saman ran over anxiously. Amon, are you all right? The person next to him also stepped forward. Suji. Gaoio pulled his son into a tight embrace. Suji, frightened, hugged him back. Father. Gaoio checked him over. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Xyle's face was filled with fear. Where's Isaac? He looked at the last of the children emerging, worried. Isaac didn't come out with them. Hi Zai Asket, Godavili, Kina. He asked, what's that in your hand? Kina flinched, startled. Hai Jiri continued. Where's the skeleton demon lord's body? Kina stammered, his face pale. Hai Jiri's face twisted in anger. Who told you to bring something useless like this? Just then, a bright sphere appeared in the air. The golden light, like a sphere, grew increasingly brighter. A man, noticing the anomaly, pointed towards the sky and shouted, Look! A golden wolf appeared, carrying a child in its mouth. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, a wolf. Namho stammered, Wait. He got a clear look at the child in the wolf's mouth and cried out, Is that Isaac? He's grinning like he wanted to be carried by the holy dragon. The holy dragon descended to the ground. Xyle rushed forward anxiously. Isaac. Isai also called out worriedly, Young Master Isaac. She suddenly stopped, but young Master Xyle, that wolf. They looked at the aura emanating from the wolf, a dragon circling above its head. It's the holy guardian dragon of the relic treasury. Those around them gasped, the holy dragon. Looking at the golden eyes of the wolf before him, Xyle silently confirmed in his heart, she's right, that's the young dragon that protects the treasury. He was stunned, still trying to process it. Although its form is that of a wolf, the aura it emanates is clearly that of a holy dragon. It's the matriarch dragon, the one deeply connected to the dragon race, summoned to the relic treasury. Its very existence is noble. Xyle approached cautiously, thinking, what's that sound? The sound was coming from Isaac's mouth. A soldier pointed, Elder, the thing Isaac is chewing on is that. The elder's eyes widened in horror. The soldier exclaimed, Is that really the skeleton demon lord's body? The elder tried to reason, You can't put that in your mouth. A nearby priest rejoiced. He did it. He brought back the skeleton demon lord's body. Kina jumped as a voice came from above. Kina. Haijiri's eyes were frightening as he asked, Did you give the skeleton demon lord's body to that child? He added coldly, I wouldn't call that a smart tactic. Haijiri tried to raise his voice, but it was the saint's compassion, saving the honor of the host. Xyle flinched, his face darkening. The holy dragon, clearly displeased, interrupted, What nonsense are you babbling? This child is the one who sees the skeleton demon lord's body. Isaac cheerfully held up 2 fingers. The holy dragon scolded, You fools. Haijiri's face was stunned in disbelief. What? Kina was frightened and confused. Why? He recalled the goat-headed demon from earlier, utterly bewildered. Why did my holy magic work? At that time, the demon had spoken in a chilling voice. You are insects. The children's bodies instinctively recoiled. The demon opened its mouth wide and lunged towards the kids. The surrounding children immediately turned and fled, leaving Kina frozen in fear, unable to move, staring upwards. In the next instant, the demon lunged, sending dirt and rocks flying in a blinding cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Kina cautiously opened his eyes and looked up. The children were astonished to find themselves enveloped in a blue barrier, a protective shield. Someone gasped, Blue. Could it be? Above them, a small hand was outstretched. The children saw Isaac, gnashing his teeth, swatting at the demon. From the child of the Joshua clan. The demon roared in fury, You filthy priests. You dare covet the skeleton demon lord's body. It raised a fist towards Isaac. He gritted his teeth and angrily swung his fist back. Idiot. A puff of blue smoke erupted. Isaac cried out indignantly, thinking, Don't you recognize your master? Back in the present, the holy dragon, carrying Isaac on its head, listened to the humans' chatter. Someone said, doubtfully, the dragon wouldn't lie, would it? Another concluded, this means the Joshua clan child really did bring it. Yet another asked, so what did Kina do? Xyle approached and looked up at the holy dragon. But, dragon, it's too dangerous. He frowned worriedly. The 14 divine beasts aren't monsters that ordinary children can handle. Why did you release their seals? The holy dragon chuckled. 14 divine beasts. What are you implying? It gestured towards Kina. That pale boy over there is the one who asked for their release. Kina, being addressed, flinched in fear. A black-haired boy accused, that's right. Kina asked the dragon to activate all the traps in Vault 3. Another child added fearfully. He even forced us to follow him, putting us in danger. Everyone's gazes turned wary, focusing on Kina. Does that mean our children almost died because of him? Someone questioned. Another voiced their suspicion. How could someone from the Pope's family do such a thing? Someone else fearfully expressed, if it weren't for Isaac defeating the demon, that things could have ended terribly. Another voice finished. A different voice concluded, by the way, doesn't this mean the Joshua clan's son outshone the Pope's family son? Hygieia, hearing the gossip directed at him, ground his teeth in anger, his face contorting with visible veins. Someone else remarked, isn't it wonderful? Even though he couldn't become a saint, he's that powerful. Another wondered, so the rumors about the Joshua clan's return are true then? Xyle, listening to their comments, thought with a bit of satisfaction, Isaac, you really did well. A priest smiled gently at Isaac. Little one, spit out the bone. It's dangerous. Another elderly woman added, could you be a deer? He swatted away the hands reaching for him. Those people grumbled, why is this child so strong? Isaac leaned comfortably against the holy dragon, thinking, my magic power is overflowing now. I wonder if it's because of surviving that I can immediately absorb it. An elder approached with clasped hands. Isaac, you did a great job. The clan leader will be very pleased to hear this. Xyle gave a strained smile. Certainly. He grinned fiercely, his teeth gritted. With this, the elder's warped smile revealed. We can finally track the skeleton demon lord. We can find his soul using the tracking spell. Isaac, gnawing on the bone in his mouth, froze in surprise. He thought of Melissa reaching out to him. Wait, he thought, so this is why they wanted my body. The elders below stared at him as if they shared one mind. Give it to us, Isaac. They wore perverted smiles. Let's track the skeleton demon lord and tear him apart. Isaac recoiled in fear, thinking, what the hell? An elder smiled gently. We will finally be able to settle our 150-year-old grudge. Hand it over. The holy dragon lowered its head as Isaac swallowed the white bone. The elder's eyes bulged in astonishment. They silently watched him point to his mouth, now empty of the white bone. Earth-shattering screams erupted. Isaac, the holy dragon, flew away, thinking, despicable wretches. In a luxurious room, an anxious elder asked, have you found it? Another elder, covering his mouth with a handkerchief, stared at something on the floor. I don't think it's here. The elders crowded around something on the floor, clutching their heads in distress. Why hasn't it appeared? Isaac, off to the side, sneered. Keep searching all day. See if you find it. He tilted his head, thinking, still, what happened in the relic treasury bothers me more. Isaac recalled the moment he blasted the demon. You don't even recognize your own master. After sending the demon flying backward with a punch, it suddenly spoke. This mana, could it be? Master. Isaac was utterly astonished. The demon spread its arms wide. When I heard news of your death, I thought my world had collapsed. But I always knew you would return to us, Master. It muttered brokenly, I need to serve you. Master. Then its body began to dissipate. The demon left behind one last sentence. He was captured by the church. Then it fell silent. Isaac reached out, frustrated. Damn it, speak clearly before you die. I still have so much to ask you. The flashback ended, and he propped his chin on his hand, pondering. Those who captured him were from the Pope's family, weren't they? Isaac silently resolved, I need to investigate this. He looked up, startled, as a bottle of milk was thrust in front of him. Xyle, his face serious, urged, Isaac, hurry up and drink. Isaac flinched at his sudden appearance. Another voice demanded, bring more laxatives, the stronger kind. Isaac pursed his lips, his face a mask of suppressed anger. This damned house. I'll turn everything upside down soon enough. An elder bit his finger, lamenting, if the clan leader finds out, she might slaughter us all. She really might gut the boy. Xyle frowned, trying to comfort him. Calm down, elder. It'll be all right. Then, he too started frantically biting his nails alongside the elder. Although she did dissect one of her own sons before. But still, the boy is her nephew. The elder mused, her own son. Isaac, puzzled, thought, isn't Melissa here on a pilgrimage with the clan leader? He nodded, communicating telepathically, yes. It'll take them a while to finish. I just need to absorb all the mana before Melissa returns and then escape. He was silently congratulating himself when the door opened, revealing Gauio's face. He stepped inside and called out, "Xyle, come here." Xyle turned his head, puzzled. Gauio stated his purpose. "The clan matriarch is calling for you." Isaac looked up in astonishment, thinking what? Xyle exclaimed, "Mother is back already. She's never returned this early from a pilgrimage." He gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, damn it, did they come back early because of me? Isaac felt the energy from the bone fragment within him and thought, I haven't absorbed all the mana yet. This is bad. He was frightened, lamenting inwardly, knowing Melissa's personality, she'll definitely greet me by ripping my guts out. A pile of gold of all kinds shone, blindingly bright. Someone gasped, "Oh my." Everyone stared at the unbelievable pile of gold and exclaimed, "Are all of these gifts for Isaac?" Xyle clutched his chest, sighing in relief. "I thought the clan matriarch herself had arrived." Gauio chuckled and asked, "Were you scared?" He grinned mischievously, explaining, "She hasn't arrived yet. She just sent a voice message saying she'll return with the clan head." He added, "I never said she was already here." Isaac gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking that hateful bastard. A soldier stepped forward and reported, "The Pope has also sent gifts." The elders' expressions immediately darkened. One demanded, "Sell them all." Another clicked their tongue in disdain. The soldier spoke up helplessly, advising, "The Pope's emissaries will hear you, sir. They're waiting for a response." A voice rang out just as he finished speaking. "The Emperor is very interested in this event. These are gifts prepared by the Pope's people to express their apologies and gratitude to the Joshua clan." Eli seemed to pull something out from his robes, smiling gently as he added, "But it seems the Joshua clan isn't very fond of the Pope's gifts." In his hand was a red box. Without another word, Eli opened it. "However, I'm sure you like this." Everyone was astonished by the light emanating from within the box. He continued, "The cardinal said it would be of great help to Isaac." An elder hesitated slightly, that is. The group stared in surprise at an elaborate badge nestled within the box. "This is the Triple Crown." Isaac asked, "What is that?" Lick, standing beside him, explained, "It's a medal, a disgusting object bearing the Pope's mark." The elders began to discuss amongst themselves. One asked suspiciously, "A medal from the Pope." Another involuntarily retorted, "Impossible." Eli suddenly called out, "Sir Xyle." He walked over to him. "Take it. It's for Isaac." Isaac raised his head in confusion, thinking, "It should be mine. Why is he giving it to my uncle?" Xyle's whole body trembled as he asked, "Did he really say to give this to me, and not Isaac?" Eli continued to smile gently and nodded. "Yes." He smiled, a sinister glint in his eyes. "I've been ordered to ensure it's delivered to you." Xyle gritted his teeth in anger. An elder cried out in alarm, "You're giving something that belongs to Isaac to another clan member. Are you insane?" He pointed, his voice low and serious. "You're giving this to him, knowing that bestowing a medal upon a different clan member implies the intended recipient is deceased." Isaac, listening from the side, was shocked by the meaning. "What?" Eli spoke amiably. "Please don't misunderstand the Pope's good intentions." He explained, "I was only instructed to do so because Isaac is still too young." An elder questioned indignantly, "Then what about that on the medal's ribbon?" "A gold medal with a sunflower in the center." The elder raged. "Doesn't the Pope's envoy know that a sunflower represents that the recipient of the medal is deceased?" Isaac thought to himself, "So he really wants me 6 feet under. The Pope is crazy." Another elder angrily growled, "That Pope and his family, they mock the curse of Dojua with every breath." Gauio stepped forward to mediate. "Calm down, elders, we can't be hasty." The elder retorted angrily, "You think we can relax?" Gauio tried to explain, "It could be interpreted as the Dojua clan openly antagonizing the Pope's family. If this is blown out of proportion, it won't be good for the entire Dojua clan." Gauio thought to himself, "What a condescending way to speak. Know your place. This must be the cardinal's doing. I'm married into their family, but this is still crude." He thought about the Pope, musing, "This means Xyle and that brat won't be able to do anything anymore. Good for me." Gauio's expression changed as he spoke. "What are you doing?" "Xyle, accept it and give you thanks." Xyle wanted to protest, but he was cut off. "There's no reason to be upset about this." Isaac was utterly speechless, thinking, this is not okay. Eli, who was smiling amiably, sensed something unusual about the medal in his hand. A blue flame erupted from within, spreading around the box. He fearfully threw the box into the air. Gauio cried out in astonishment that everyone stared in bewilderment at the blue flames swirling in midair. Holy fire! Someone exclaimed in confusion. Who created holy fire? Eli stammered, the metal. Isaac's hand, wreathed in holy fire, rose up, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him, smiling confidently on the floor, and exclaimed in astonishment, Isaac. Eli stood up furiously, shouting, "What do you think you're doing? How dare you do that to a medal bestowed by the Pope? Is this rebellion against the Pope?" A fierce elder asked, "Does it look like we did this on purpose?" Another elder interjected, "It was done by a child, just a child." The elder beside him retorted angrily, "Why get angry at a child too young to even receive the medal?" A hand casually picked up the now burnt medal. "What a pity for this incident to occur before we even accepted the medal. We'll consider it as never having been received." Eli exclaimed in disbelief, "What? You're really saying that now?" The same cold voice asked back, "Why? Should we do as you please?" His face paled. Xyle held the warped medal in his hand. "Should we accept a medal bestowed by the Holy Father, yet burnt by a mere infant?" The elders murmured amongst themselves. The medal really melted. Someone lamented, "Oh dear." Eli approached. "Give it to me. I must have brought the wrong item." A flame began to ignite from the hem of his robe. Eli's entire body was suddenly engulfed in holy fire. He screamed in terror. The elders smiled kindly at Isaac. One elder pinched his cheek. "Oh my, little Isaac is such a mischievous child." Isaac thought irritably, "Let me go before I burn your butts off." After being surrounded by holy fire for a while, Isaac, looking extremely disheveled, supported his back. He ran towards the door while yelling, "Damn it, you dojo bastards." The surrounding people immediately crowded around Isaac. One elder held him and praised, "Well done, Isaac. It's as if all the pent-up frustration of all these years has been released." Another elder angrily suggested, "Throw that troublesome medal away." One elder laughed heartily. "I wish the clan leader could have seen the Pope's lapdog's face just then." The elder beside him also praised, "Well done, Xyle. It's all thanks to you." Another elder exclaimed, "Using holy fire at that moment was a brilliant move." Xyle, suddenly receiving praise, was perplexed. What? An elder leaned closer and whispered, "Boy, don't play innocent. You cast the holy fire divine art on Isaac." Xyle's face was blank, filled with question marks. Didn't the elders cast it? The elders looked at each other in bewilderment. One elder said seriously, "You're the one who used the divine art on him, Xyle, even when he entered the treasury." Xyle replied, "I only used the invisibility divine art." Another elder questioned, "But Isaac used the flash step divine art." He asked in surprise, "He can use flash step?" The elders exclaimed simultaneously, "Impossible." They looked down at Isaac relaxing on the floor. Could it be that Isaac cast all those divine arts himself? An ancient book, secret technique manual, it's a mythical grade treasure, allowing the owner to instantly comprehend and use a secret technique. Isaac recalled that moment and sighed inwardly. "It's a good thing I took it from the treasury. It's weaker than when I was the skeleton demon lord, but it's still usable." One elder suspiciously suggested, "Could it be that Isaac's mother cast the divine art on him?" Another elder refuted, "His mother doesn't have the fire attribute. She has the complete opposite attribute." He looked up, slightly bewildered, as a bottle of milk was offered to him. The elder frowned. "This is completely beyond the concept of a normal divine beast. It's like writing poetry without ever learning to read." The elder beside him remarked, "Even Saint Melissa, who is praised as a genius, had to learn to read before she could use divine arts." Isaac, having heard their conversation, was somewhat convinced and wondered to himself, "Is that so? Sounds like a lot of pressure." Eli anxiously reminded them, "Right, elders, isn't the removal of the Pope's blessing even more astonishing?" The two elders, as if awakened, their eyes shining like stars, said in unison, "Right. You have a keen eye." One elder demanded, "Bring the medal here. I need to confirm." Xyle looked at the box on the table and replied, "Yes, elder." He checked and then reported, "But it's not here." The elder's jaw dropped in disbelief. "What?" He pointed in bewilderment. "Wait, but it was definitely there." Gauio casually scratched his ear and said, "I threw it away." It was at that moment the elder looked at him and commanded, "Throw that troublesome medal away." Gauio explained, "But the elders told me to throw it away." An elder said incredulously, "No, even so, you couldn't have done that." Another commanded, "Hey, send someone to find it and bring it back immediately." Galileo thought with interest. That boy melted the metal bestowed by the Pope, which was supposed to be resistant to any flame. He slipped a hand into his pocket, feeling the badge inside, and silently decided this absolutely cannot reach the clan head's ears. Galileo smirked smugly. Without proof, it's just a rumor. A few days later, in the western part of the Ejua Duchy, a high mountain range surrounded a large azure lake. A black cloak billowed in the wind. Eli stood there, arms crossed, with a cold expression. He spoke in a reminding tone. We're approaching the mansion. Focus until the very end. A group of people standing at attention beside him immediately replied, understood, clan head. Eli seemed to notice something and tilted his head. He frowned, that is, at the large, ancient mansion. The elders asked with worried expressions, what's wrong? They looked down at Isaac, who was lying down, clutching his full belly after drinking milk, and asked in confusion, why hasn't the Bone Demon King's corpse appeared yet? He thought comfortably, thanks, it really refreshed my body. Elder Maya clutched his head, wanting to collapse. We're up to 300 bottles of laxative already. The elder beside him was incredibly frustrated. We've also fed him 500 savan fruits from the Julius Kingdom. Isaac, full of milk, thought to himself, those fruits are amazing. I heard they can even strengthen the bond with divine beasts or something. Thinking about the divine beasts, Isaac smiled happily to himself. Divine beasts can be tools or companions in battle. Strengthening the bond with them won't hurt. They're essential if I want to crush the Pope and the gods eventually. He pondered, surely Ejua also has a clan divine beast. Isaac unintentionally looked up. His jaw dropped in awe. A massive, whale-like light undulated in the air. The Ejua clan's divine beast, Tazan. As Isaac was looking at it, he heard someone suggest, wait, why don't we attend the banquet first? Just then, the door burst open, revealing Eli. A soldier behind him exclaimed in a panic, clan head. Eli strode in, and the elders bowed respectfully. We greet the clan head. Eli replied indifferently, greetings, elders. Isaac, seeing the man, thought to himself, so he's the clan head of Ejua. Does that mean he's my grandfather? He looked at the golden light radiating from Eli's head and thought, I have a good feeling about this. The survival instinct is glowing. Xyle hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Isaac. Father, please give us more time. Cutting Isaac open won't help. Isaac thought smugly to himself, don't worry, uncle. There's no way he's going to cut me open. Eli suddenly pointed his finger at him. He calmly ordered, burn the boy. Xyle and Isaac's faces immediately filled with disbelief. Xyle wanted to plead further, no, father. While Isaac thought in terror, could it be that the source of my survival is broken? Why do they want to burn me? This family is crazy. Is my uncle the only one I can trust? Isaac gritted his teeth as he listened to Xyle's pleas. He was still too young to be burned. He thought silently, what the hell? Is my uncle implying that he'll burn me someday anyway? Xyle continued to plead, Father, please reconsider. Galileo suddenly ran over and shouted, I agree. That reward is too much for the boy. Isaac wanted to scream in anger. How is burning me a reward? Galileo explained, yes, if we burn Isaac, we can obtain the Bone Demon King's corpse. Thanks to the blessings of the flames, he'll become even stronger. Hearing this, Isaac was skeptical. Blessings. Xyle interrupted him, but please give us more time. Galileo sneered and suggested, alternatively, we could also cut open the boy's stomach. Xyle's face darkened. Or rather, please, instead of burning him, drown Isaac in water. Isaac was speechless after hearing this. This idiotic family, just perish already. Galileo retorted, no way. The sacred fire and water of the temple are secret techniques of the Ejua clan, specifically used to nurture the Saintus. We can't waste them on a completely useless child. Xyle countered, useless? How can you say that? Isaac thought to himself, judging by how adamantly he's opposing it. It seems like this is a good thing after all. Galileo smiled nonchalantly. Suji is the one who deserves the blessings more. In fact, Suji is the one who defeated the demon in the treasury. Xyle was puzzled. What are you talking about? Isaac is the one who defeated the demon. Even the holy dragon confirmed it. Galileo sneered. The dragon must have been mistaken. How could a toddler defeat a demon? Xyle immediately retorted, don't be absurd. You're going too far. Eli listened silently as the two argued back and forth. Xyle added, moreover, Isaac burned the Pope's medal by using holy fire. Are you going to deny that too? We all clearly witnessed it. Galileo casually questioned, maybe you colluded with the adults and used holy fire on him. Who knows? He crossed his arms confidently. More importantly, there's no proof. Just then, Eli spoke up and asked, you're talking about the medal. He held up a melted medal. Are you talking about this? The only one who can connect with the celestial realm is the Pope, and this item received his blessing. From the void, a hand reached out and grasped an object emitting a divine golden light. It was the blessed gold. The blessed gold was in Eli's hand. Isaac thought to himself, even in my previous life as the Bone Demon King, I couldn't melt it so easily. How did this happen? Isaac frowned in astonishment. Is it because I was born with a stronger body? Everyone present was in a state of panic. Zyle asked, Father, how did you get this? Eli explained, I happened to find it on my way here at the bottom of Lake Elisiva. He looked back at Isaac with a mixture of suspicion and alarm. Look, Father, this boy is the one who possesses the holy fire that can melt the Pope's symbol. Isaac thought calmly, right? Now you can prove that the Dojua clan is superior to the Pope. He rejoiced, even able to withstand the Bone Demon King's flames here. The elder continued, Indeed, clan head. In the future, this child will certainly become an excellent Bone Demon King hunter. Isaac smiled, a sinister and incredibly smug expression on his face. Zyle spoke seriously. Many commoners have been injured by Bone Demon Kings. One recently disappeared. The elder added, Indeed, if left unchecked, the era of the Bone Demon Kings will rise again. Lick appeared, asking, whether now or in the past, those impersonating you are still rampant everywhere, Master. Isaac pondered, I'm wondering who it could be, but it doesn't matter much. The more attention they attract, the better for me. Lick replied, You are right. Isaac continued, No need to dwell on the present. Remember what happened 70 years ago. Zyle's expression turned worried. The Bone Demon King who dared to come to our Dojua clan was cursed. Isaac's face paled. What? The shadowy figure of the Demon King Isaac appeared behind the enraged Zyle. He came to our doorstep to declare the extermination of the Saintis bloodline. Just thinking about that curse makes my blood boil. Lick said cheerfully, if it was 70 years ago, it certainly wasn't you, Master. Isaac transmitted his voice, a curse on the bloodline. So this is the reason they keep spouting nonsense about us not being able to live long. Isaac transmitted his voice, chuckling smugly. Forget it. What can a petty demon's curse do to your master? I can just suppress it with higher-level magic and nullify it. Lick's face darkened. Eli seriously analyzed. Even if they're lucky enough to survive, their ability to reproduce will be reduced, potentially leading to impotence and stunted growth. The elder worried. There are even cases where people live their entire lives without a single hair growing. Isaac's eyes widened in fury. I will definitely beat that damned imposter to a pulp. Lick fearfully explained, actually, baldness can be hereditary, you know. Isaac transmitted his voice. Don't you see that both Zyle and the clan head have plenty of hair on their heads? You idiot. Eli stepped forward, the curse. He frowned, with eyes that read, the child has definitely been cursed. Isaac looked bewildered. He looked up, slightly dazed, as a bottle of milk was offered to him. Eli turned back to address the others. Water and fire are not enough. Isaac muttered in confusion. What is this? Don't confuse my little heart. Eli continued. I will bestow upon him a Holy Spirit. Zyle was speechless with shock. The elder exclaimed in surprise. What? Isaac echoed in disbelief. A Holy Spirit. He thought, are they talking about those beings that can only be received through divine bestowal? A fiery phoenix spread its wings and appeared within a divine light. A deity appeared serenely. I really need this to reach the transcendent level and make myself untouchable even by the gods. This is incredibly fortunate. Isaac gleefully punched the air as all the gods clutched their heads and fled. With a Holy Spirit, I'll become a transcendent being and punch those impertinent deities right in the face. He laughed heartily at the thought. Gauio frantically protested, a Holy Spirit. That's too much favoritism, Father. What has this child done for the clan to deserve such a reward? It's usually reserved for those who bring great glory to the family. He continued to object vehemently. Even if he can melt the metal, it's nothing more than an act of provocation against the Pope. Do you think they'll just let this go? Lick and Isaac, weary, didn't bother responding. That thug is at it again, they thought. Eli frowned seriously. So, Gauio, when we send what you call this gift, what will their reaction be? Gauio flinched, speechless. Eli's voice grew angrier. Outsiders dare to come to our doorstep and insult us. And now you not only want to let them leave safely, but you also want to protect them. Eli roared. What else can you do besides bullying your little nephew? Now you want to hold him back too. Gauio trembled, taking several steps back in fear. Eli glared at him with sharp, sword-like eyes, as if wanting to take his life. Blood is thicker than water. Have you forgotten that the Chojua clan clan was founded on the principle of protecting the weak. This young child, at an age to be cared for and nurtured, has to bring us glory. This will surely bring great honor to the clan, won't it? Isaac laughed triumphantly. Gauio, terrified, collapsed onto the floor. Eli shouted, "Call everyone to the main mansion." He declared powerfully, "I will bestow a blessing upon Isaac." The scene changes to a few days later, outside the magnificent mansion. Everyone was present. Xyle asked as he walked, "Father, can't you simply bless him? What's the meaning of all this?" Eli replied seriously, "You don't understand. If we directly put him in fire and water to expel the Bone Demon King, he could be injured." He explained clearly, the temple's fire and water are so powerful that they repel all demonic races. If that happens, he won't be able to learn exorcism. The two elements of fire and water blend together like yin and yang, displaying opposing forces that are both harmonious and counteracting. Xyle asked nervously, "And he won't be able to achieve an accomplishment equal to or higher than a 5-star priest?" Eli replied, "He will be forever stuck at level 4. 3 orbs, red, blue, and white, appeared in Eli's palm. "I will let Isaac choose between fire, water, and the Holy Spirit. Such a test is sufficient." Gauio laughed excitedly, thinking to himself, "That's right. I knew he wouldn't easily give the Holy Spirit to that brat." Xyle took the 3 orbs. He placed them in front of Isaac. "Choose, Isaac." Xyle prayed silently, "The energy of fire, water, and the Holy Spirit. Please choose the white orb, Isaac." Isaac began to choose, his hand reaching out. He picked up the red orb. Everyone was shocked. He held the red orb up high. Gauio burst out laughing. "Don't be too disappointed. Even at level 4, he can still bring honor to the family." Before he could finish his sentence, a blinding golden-orange light startled both Xyle and Gauio into immobility. The red orb began to crack. A huge flame erupted, radiating an intense heat that stunned everyone into exclaiming, "What is this? Isn't that the temple's fire?" From within the temple's fire, a Holy Spirit emerged, its entire body ablaze. Sparks of fire danced around the blessing site. Xyle said, "That's a Holy Spirit, blazing with majestic aura." Then the spirit attacked everyone. Gauio exclaimed in panic, "Father, what's going on? Why is there a spirit inside that orb?" Eli quickly reassured him, "Don't panic. I never said there was only one spirit," he added, leaving Gauio stunned. He continued, "The root of the Chojua clan is water, but for a child who can create a flame hot enough to melt the Pope's gold." Looking at the blazing spirit, he went on, "That I set a trap even within this test. It seems he chose correctly, although even this was beyond my expectations." At this point, the spirit roared furiously, "Eli Chojua, have you lost your mind? How dare you summon a royal class like me here?" The enraged spirit then flung fire everywhere, engulfing the entire hall. At this, the calmest of the elders ordered quickly, "Use defensive holy arts." Gauio questioned, perplexed, "Father, did you summon a royal class? Are you planning to burn down our entire country?" Eli nonchalantly pointed in a direction. "Not me. This child did." He then spoke about Isaac with a look of great satisfaction. "This boy that really intends to turn this place into his own tomb." The spirit soared into the air as Isaac spread his arms wide, a vortex of fire swirling behind him. Everyone around them was terrified. Some even covered their faces, unable to bear the sight. Isaac looked up in horror, sweat dripping down his face as he transmitted his voice to Lick. "I clearly only poured in a little divine power to summon a mid-level being. How in the hell did a royal class appear?" Lick beside him cautiously asked, "What are you made of anyway?" Isaac's eyes widened, his mouth agape as he muttered, "I wonder what would happen if I used all my power." Lick beside him was speechless, then cried out in alarm. The spirit's body, enveloped in flames, began to crack like porcelain as it lunged forward. Isaac yelled, demon-slaying holy fire. The spirit, its face contorted in rage, its eyes glowing gold, rapidly closed in. Lick on the side exclaimed excitedly, "That's it. The flame that can convert mana into holy power." He hovered joyfully above Isaac. "This will be a great help to you, Master." Isaac responded, unsure whether to be happy or worried. "It is, but how am I supposed to subdue it?" He watched as the enraged spirit breathed fire onto the crowd, cries of pain echoing around them. He and Lick stood by helplessly. Lick asked, "By doing it the right way." Isaac clicked his tongue, crossing his arms in frustration. Besides, royal-class spirits have a connection to the celestial realm. I can't reach those damn gods yet. Lick wiped his brow, echoing Isaac's sentiment. That's true. He then grumbled, all spirits are close to the divine. Before he could finish, someone screamed, oh heavens. Clan head, bring them back. A disheveled old man stood before Eli, pointing towards the blazing spirit. That's a maddened spirit, abandoned even by the gods, the old man croaked. Eli stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, if I were ridiculed for my hair color, I'd probably sever ties with the gods too, he mused, thinking to himself. It seems they distrust anyone with black hair. The old man was aghast. Could it be that the spirit was abandoned for such a trivial reason? The spirit swooped down again, roaring, silence, you weak humans. The old man was struck by the flames, crying out in pain. The spirit approached Eli, pointing accusingly. What are you thinking, summoning me with a subjugation ritual? Eli looked up, arms crossed calmly. I didn't summon you. The spirit was incredulous. Impossible. You must have used the clan head's authority. Before the spirit could finish, Eli interrupted, pointing at Isaac. It was him. The spirit turned its gaze to Isaac, speechless. Isaac, singled out, could only offer a nervous chuckle. The spirit erupted in fury. Are you insane? It seemed unable to believe it had been summoned by a child. Did you sacrifice a child to summon me? Eli immediately retorted, I did no such thing. The spirit pointed at Isaac. Even if your clan is falling apart, this is too much. What have you done to this infant? Eli followed the spirit's gaze to Isaac, who was grinning unsettlingly. The spirit exclaimed, what is wrong with this child? Isaac, seeing the spirit's fear, thought excitedly, powerful energy and hostile to the gods. I must have this. He reached towards the spirit, a disturbing grin spreading across his face. I'll use you as my mana filter. The spirit made up its mind, gathering its energy into a fiery ball. Very well, I'll test this myself. If this child truly summoned me with the subjugation ritual, he will survive this attack. With that, the fireball hurtled towards Isaac. The fireball struck, creating a massive explosion. Xyle cried out in terror. Isaac, the spirit gloated. Well, better to grant him a peaceful end. Its triumph was short-lived. What? Isaac was still alive, crawling out of the smoke, the same unsettling grin plastered on his face. Eli spoke up. Do you believe me now? This babe in arms summoned you. He continued, so choose. Make a contract with this child, or refuse and face the consequences. The spirit clicked its tongue. Consequences. It scoffed. You think a spirit of my caliber cares about consequences? The spirit continued to rant, oblivious to Isaac crawling closer. This is even better. Since I'm here, I'll burn the Choshua clan to the ground and enjoy my freedom. The spirit grinned, pointing ahead arrogantly. Watch your territory drown in a sea of flames, you foolish whale. It didn't finish its sentence. A gaping black maw opened behind it. The onlookers stared in shock as Isaac swallowed the spirit whole. Hey, you lunatic! The spirit shrieked from inside. People from the church rushed towards Isaac. Xyle yelled, Isaac, don't eat that. Someone yelled, don't swallow it whole this time. The spirit, half swallowed in Isaac's mouth, gnashed its teeth. This time, my lower half is still hanging out. Are you all insane? How did you even raise this child? The others looked helplessly at Isaac, who was happily gumming the spirit. The spirit struggled and continued. Just you wait, you bastards. I'll retreat for now, but I'll definitely collect on this debt. Isaac stared wide-eyed at the spirit wriggling in his mouth. Ew, it moves. The spirit gloated, see you later, fools. After a moment, nothing happened. The onlookers stared speechlessly as the spirit remained stuck in Isaac's mouth. The spirit realized something was wrong. Lick ran over, jeering, oh dear, oh dear. The spirit thought, in confusion, why can't I? It tried to teleport again. Xyle stared helplessly at the spirit in Isaac's mouth. Damn it, that's dark mana. Eli gave a thumbs up. He swallowed the Skeleton King's thumb, you know. The spirit shrieked, what in the world are you feeding this kid? Isaac thought slyly. Spirits are the purest beings in all the holy realm. Trapped spirit. He thought again, they need things like holy power in a human form, and they're weak against dark mana. The spirit clapped its hands over its mouth. Damn it, I'm losing power. I'm getting a rash. Isaac giggled with delight. The spirit was at its wit's end. Stop that brat. Eli picked at his ear. Too bad. He continued, the Skeleton King's power is too strong. We can't get close. The spirit shrieked in horror. You all go crazy attacking at the mere mention of the Skeleton King, and now you pull this. Eli sat down next to Isaac. If you stay by my grandson's side, and purify all of the Skeleton King's dark mana, I'll send you back. The spirit yelled, what the hell are you sucking? Do you even know who I am? Eli sighed wearily. Well, feel free to stay and get eaten. The spirit continued to bluster, you lunatics. This is why I hate all of you. If you weren't of the Holy Maiden's bloodline, I would have severed ties long ago. Damn it, at this point, I'll use this brat to destroy this dam. This dam what, you little punk? As soon as the spirit finished speaking, it saw Isaac's tongue lashing out. It screamed internally, this damn what, you brat. Isaac's tongue whirled like a propeller, swallowing the spirit. Covered in saliva, the spirit finally yielded. Deal. For days. Just let me stay with this child for 4 days. 4 days is more than enough for a measly little finger. Eli frowned thoughtfully. Only 4 days. How disappointing. Eli gave his orders. Open the east gate and bring the child and the spirit inside. No one is allowed to enter until the purification is complete. Having said this, Eli stood up and left. Xyle called out, clan head. Gauio, standing beside him, couldn't believe his ears. Father, open the east gate. Before he could finish, Eli interrupted. Enough. He turned back, his eyes cold. Don't question my authority. I don't want to hear another word. Isaac, having played enough, finally released the spirit from his mouth. Holding the spirit in his hand, he thought sinisterly, the East Gate is right next to the annex where the mana cores are stored. East Gate, the Zojua clan, an explosion occurred at the Zojua clan's mansion. The servants, looking at the burning mansion, weren't surprised anymore. Oh, another explosion. That's Master Isaac, isn't it? Or more accurately, the Skeleton King and his mana. Another servant added. It seems the clan head has given up. At this moment, a male servant spoke up. The next successor will probably be Master Gauio of the Cardinal's bloodline, or his younger brother, right? A nearby maidservant added, Master Isaac has been cursed and is no longer in the line of succession. Another male servant hesitantly asked, but is Master Isaac really cursed? The male servant replied, I'm telling the truth. Just yesterday, 4 servants went to check on him and fled in terror. He continued, they said he looked like a bald old man. The maidservant asked doubtfully, not a skin-peeling monster or a skeleton. The maidservant added, what about Eli? He was there with his spirit. Looking at the blazing mansion, she continued, it's been 10 years, hasn't it? At the Zojua mansion in the East Gate, a scream echoed from Isaac's room. Ase, hearing the scream, walked over and saw a maidservant running out of the room, yelling. Ase approached the main door and opened it. Young Master Isaac, it's me. With a worried expression, she continued, Young Master, are you all right? Isaac glanced at her with a displeased look, a lollipop still in his mouth. Ase, still worried, asked, how strong is the Skeleton King's curse that you haven't grown yet? Isaac, still holding the lollipop, smirked and thought to himself, what are you talking about? I'm suppressing it so I don't grow up. As an infant, all power is absorbed very well. There are innate abilities that can only be obtained as an infant. At the same time, the spirit woke up, stretching. My whole body aches. Ase asked her, did you sleep well, Lady Zalak? She yawned and cursed. Damn it, whoever it is, today I'll purify that damned magic. The spirit spoke without noticing Isaac's expression. I was sure I almost finished purifying it yesterday. She froze when she saw Isaac's expression and yelled angrily, hey, you damn brat. Damn it, why has the mana increased again? He gave a devilish grin. She angrily grabbed Isaac's shirt and asked, hey, you damn monster, how much of the Skeleton King's body have you swallowed? Even after 10 years of purification, the mana hasn't decreased. Why does it keep increasing every time I wake up? Isaac thought smugly, oh, that's because I've been secretly absorbing the mana cores from the annex every night for the past 10 years. Lick poked his head out and said, I didn't expect there to be so many magic nodes in the annex either. He continued in his master's tone, it's truly astonishing, Master. I thought it would take 40 years, but it was completed in just 10. Finally, the arduous task of gathering mana has ended. Isaac maintained his devilish grin. My knowledge is a bit limited since I'm self-taught, but I've already trained to the 6th level of divine arts. Ase, unaware of Isaac's inner thoughts, said gently, it'll be all right, young master. The church will intervene. He pouted. The church, huh? Ase lifted him up, surprising him. The Skeleton King's subordinates, the 14 magical beasts, will all be executed. Ase hugged him affectionately. Now, we can completely purify the Skeleton King's mana, so you don't have to worry so much, young master. Isaac's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. No, are you crazy? I still have so many things to ask them. How dare you execute them? Ase placed him in his crib and held a candy in front of him. So, eat some candy and rest, young master. Isaac, in his crib, raised a hand to his forehead. That damned imposter. I have to do something about him. Suddenly, Isaac heard a voice from outside. You did well, Suji. Gao and Suji were walking outside. Gao praising Suji profusely. Not only did you level up, but you also became the youngest ordained priest. Gao turned to face Suji and asked, I heard the princess will attend the ordination ceremony. What a great honor, my outstanding top graduate, and to become her guard too. Hearing these words, Suji's face beamed with pride. Of course. After all, I'm doing it for you, father. What's the big deal? Gao, hearing his son's words, grinned from ear to ear, practically glowing. Right. And so humble, too. My son has become so reliable, just like me. He's truly intelligent. At that point, he paused. Turning to his side, he found his son had vanished. Huh, Suji, having been teleported, yelled in alarm as he plummeted from above. He landed with a thud in front of Isaac. Before Suji could understand what happened, he heard a voice call out, Hey Kim Suji. Suji sat up to see the furious face of a young master. Do you want to die? Isaac asked, his expression tense. Every time you open your mouth, lies pour out. Do you think life just ends after graduating from the academy? Suji cursed inwardly, that crazy kid again. Isaac crossed his arms. Thanks to my teachings, you leveled up and got a high score on the exam, and yet you dare to act so arrogant. Suji patted his chest in frustration. I also put in a lot of effort. Do you think it's easy to become the top graduate? Isaac responded directly. If it were solely based on your abilities, it would be impossible, you idiot. Suji hesitantly admitted. Well, that's true. Isaac pondered, calculating in his head. Maybe I should start preparing for my own priestly ordination ceremony. Most sacred arts require ordination to use. Having finished his thoughts, he suddenly jumped up. Kim Suji, you have to help me. Startled, Suji asked, why me? What is it now? Isaac's face held a strange, unsettling expression that made Suji tremble and obediently ask, What do you need me to do, young master? Isaac continued with the same eerie expression and a threatening tone. Hand over everything you have. The reward money from the interview competition and all the allowance you receive from Gao. Suji cried inwardly, wanting to hit the boy, but he had no choice but to curse under his breath. You damn demon. Having been robbed of his rewards, Suji still had to obediently massage Isaac's shoulders. Isaac spoke, I knew it. You said they were executing the Skeleton King's subordinates. Suji replied, oh that. He continued, after the incident at the treasury, they stopped obeying orders. Since they were just waiting to die, they decided to eliminate them. Isaac was suspicious. Really? He continued, there's no other way. I have to do it this year. Suji, unsure, asked, do what? The priestly ordination ceremony. Hearing that, Suji couldn't help but laugh. You haven't even entered the academy yet, and you're already talking about the ordination ceremony. Isaac punched Suji on the head, causing a huge bare ear to sprout. He blew on his smoking fist. Are you laughing at me? Suji wilted. Oh no, young master. Suji continued. There's a recommendation system, and the academy professors are also present. If you receive a letter of recommendation and pass the test, you can be ordained. Isaac was surprised. What a great system for those who use backdoors. Suji continued. You have to accomplish a great deed to prove your virtue. Suji hesitated. But, young master, your virtue is quite terrible. Isaac's face darkened. Zalak appeared. This bastard. At least he knows how to judge character. Suji quickly added, you have to save someone's life to receive a recommendation. The higher the person's status, the greater the chance of recommendation. But how could such an important person conveniently fall into danger for me to save? Isaac asked. So, there's only 1 month left. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The princess will attend this ordination ceremony, right? Suji hesitated. Well, yes, but Isaac gave a sinister smile. The princess is an extremely valuable person, isn't she? The sky was blue and the clouds were white and beautiful at the Zojua Mansion's training grounds. Eli stood at the entrance and told the other two, go on. He stood firm with his arms crossed. Isaac won't go to the capital. Burring stood next to the instructor and asked him, Duke, this year is different from other years, isn't it? The instructor continued, this time, you must attend the founding festival. This year is finally the time when the saint candidates are ordained as priests. Eli remained silent. He began to speak for the past 10 years while the saint candidates have achieved so many miracles. Young Master Isaac hasn't even shown his face. Burring said excitedly, that's right, 10 years ago, he displayed astonishing abilities at the treasury. I heard that young Master Isaac lives in the East Wing like the Saintuses. It's truly amazing. I can't imagine how much he has grown. Elijah chuckled coldly at these words. The instructor pointed to himself. As an instructor of the academy, it's my lifelong dream to teach young Master Isaac. Moreover, this ordination ceremony coincides with the princess's birthday, so His Holiness the Pope will personally officiate the ceremony. Eli's face became serious. The Pope, he will bestow the title of hero upon those who are ordained. Eli silently calculated. Receiving the title of hero will significantly expand one's power domain. It's a huge benefit, but he spoke up. Isaac isn't old enough to be ordained yet. The instructor encouraged him. If he has the ability, does age really matter? The other two looked at Eli with expectant eyes. He spoke, tacitly agreeing, do as you wish. The other two's eyes lit up. He continued, but you'll be held responsible. On the roof of a building, a fire raged. A man stood not far away, looking up at it. The priest thought to himself, so it's there. He watched the extinguished fire, only plumes of black smoke rising, and thought, even His Holiness the Pope can only summon a single spirit king at a time. Yet that brat can summon one through a blessing ritual, and a holy, cleansing spirit at that. The priest thought of the powerful spirit, a fire spirit with black hair. It's highly likely that's the guardian of the celestial realm. A holy spirit unable to become a spirit king due to its wicked nature. A sinister smile crept across his lips. His Holiness and his family love collecting spirits. They'll go crazy when they see it. If I successfully steal this holy spirit and offer it to them, I'll definitely be richly rewarded. The priest was already imagining 7 colorful spirit orbs. He raised his hand confidently. I've also prepared something that can neutralize divine mana. The priest imagined Isaac's terrified, weeping face and smirked inwardly. If I can suppress that brat's divine mana, the skeleton demon king's dark mana will surely go berserk. And then I just need to sneak the Holy Spirit away during the chaos. The instructors were led to a large door. This room, instructors. Suji opened the door. One instructor excitedly said to the other, finally, we can meet the young master. The other instructor replied cheerfully, indeed. The instructor stepped inside and called young Master Isaac. Another commented, just as they said, he looks no different than he did 10 years ago. Isaac turned, his red eyes gleaming. He gave them a bright smile and replied, thinking, my letters of recommendation. Welcome. The instructors clutched their chests at the sight of Isaac's adorable face. My heart. One gasped. We must take him to the academy immediately. The priest approached him, clutching his chest, and facing Isaac's cheerful demeanor, thought, this little fox, daring to charm others. I'll use all my power to make the skeleton demon king's dark mana go wild. He reached out and embraced Isaac. Holding him close, the priest thought, now go mad. A moment later, the room remained silent. Nothing unusual happened. Isaac even winked, a beautiful smile on his face. The priest's face darkened in confusion. Why? Nothing's happening. I've released enough divine mana to make the dark mana go out of control. Just then, the Holy Spirit appeared above Isaac's head, pointing and ordering, you annoying brat. What are you waiting for? Just kill that hateful priest already. What are you trying to do, releasing so much divine mana? The priest's eyes widened in surprised delight. There it is, a royal class Holy Spirit. This is my chance. He pulled a handkerchief radiating dark energy from his robes. The priest wiped Isaac's face with the handkerchief. Seems like the weather's quite hot, isn't it? Isaac tilted his head, looking at him quizzically. That smell is, he thought with a sneer, look at this bastard. The Holy Spirit suddenly gasped, clutching her throat. Her entire body flushed red. An instructor asked worriedly, Holy Spirit, what's wrong? Suddenly, Dark energy erupted around them. The Holy Spirit roared in fury, losing control. The priest tried to add fuel to the fire. The skeleton demon king's dark mana is going wild, isn't it? The teacher behind him bowed low. This is dangerous, Professor. The priest, holding a small, round orb, smiled smugly. Good. Now I just need to sneak this frenzied Holy Spirit out. Seeing his opportunity, he immediately crushed the orb in his hand. Now, the priest smiled wickedly, conjuring a flame in his palm. He aimed the flame directly at the Holy Spirit. Soul capture. The flame flew towards the Holy Spirit, but was suddenly stopped. The flame was repelled and turned back towards the priest. He couldn't react in time and was engulfed in flames. The priest screamed in pain. Isaac, watching from his bed with amusement, thought, did you really think that would work? Just then, Xyle called out worriedly, Isaac. Ase ran in right behind him. Young master. Isaac generated a flow of mana in his palm. This much should be enough, right? Good. Now there are enough witnesses. He sat calmly on the bed, as if in meditation, surrounded by mana. The mana in the room flowed towards Isaac's body. A teacher exclaimed in astonishment, This is young Master Isaac absorbing mana? The other teacher nodded frantically. Yes, he's calming the frenzy. Isaac opened his eyes and turned his head, smiling innocently. He raised his hand, thinking, this mana has been dealt with. Isaac snapped his fingers. You there, stop it. Unexpectedly, a layer of blue light instantly appeared around the Holy Spirit, isolating the dark flames. Xyle gasped, Holy Azure Light. Ase covered her mouth. Oh my goodness. The Holy Spirit, who had been quietly falling into a deep sleep, was completely freed from the frenzy. She suddenly opened her eyes, looking at her hands in confusion. The teacher below was moved. Incredible. He controlled the skeleton demon king's dark mana. The other teacher added emotionally, and he calmed the frenzied Holy Spirit too, with the Zojua family's holy azure light. The Holy Spirit rubbed her forehead irritably. What is this? The teacher sincerely exclaimed, This is truly a miracle. Xyle approached anxiously and called Isaac. Ase also stepped forward. Young master. He smiled happily. You can finally speak. I'm so proud of you. Isaac facepalmed, thinking, hey, is that all you care about? The people in the room suddenly lifted him up and cheered, Long live Isaac. The priest, having just regained consciousness, looked at them and muttered in confusion, what the hell just happened? The Holy Spirit, radiating killing intent, floated in the air. I should be the one asking you that. You lackey of the yellow faith. Her eyes glowed crimson with anger. Who is behind this? The priest knelt in fear, protesting behind this. You misunderstand. I only came here to see young Master Isaac. The Holy Spirit said coldly, misunderstand. She stated calmly, you're wearing fire-resistant clothing from head to toe, and you say it's a misunderstanding. The priest's face was filled with terror. The Holy Spirit calmly declared, from now on, all fire spirits will sever their connection with the priests of the papal family. She covered her mouth, chuckling mockingly. I'm only doing this because I'm annoyed, so don't misunderstand. With that, the Holy Spirit waved her hand and turned to leave. The priest panicked. Wait, please wait a moment. His face was grim. How could the Holy Spirit sever ties with the priests, those connected to the divine, especially those from the Pope's family? The Holy Spirit shouldn't have that power. The Holy Spirit's gaze, filled with warning, turned to him. Get out of my sight. I severed ties with the gods long ago. I'm no longer bound by their laws. Isaac watched this scene with smug satisfaction. The Holy Spirit said coldly, get out of my sight. The terrified priest couldn't make a sound. He collapsed on the spot. The Holy Spirit flew in front of Isaac. Isaac, it began, you saved me with divine mana and even controlled the Skeleton King's dark mana. The Holy Spirit said, a little embarrassed, now that the Skeleton King's dark mana has been purified, our contract is effectively terminated. However, I will stay by your side to repay this kindness. Isaac grinned inwardly. That's right. As expected of a divine entity, a bunch of fools who don't want to be indebted to anyone. The clergyman said cheerfully, we will return to the Holy See to report everything. He declared, a child like this must be ordained. Isaac's smile widened, his goal achieved. Thanks for the letter of recommendation. In Eli's office, Xyle stood before him. Eli read the letter in his hand. The Holy See has approved Isaac's ordination. He added, they want him to participate in the investiture ceremony. Xyle was surprised. So fast. Is it because he saved the people of Zojua and the academy? Eli shook his head. No, he was nominated because he possesses a royal-class soul. Xyle smiled upon hearing this. With that, no one can object. Eli's finger pointed to a bright red S+. More importantly, when he's ordained, it's like graduating from the academy. So they checked if Isaac had sufficient knowledge and education. He proudly held up the letter. He got a perfect score in all 1,600 items. Xyle covered his mouth in astonishment. A perfect score. He remarked, now, there's nothing more I could ask for. He can also speak and walk normally now. Eli sighed. It's just a pity his attitude is so bad. He looked at the letter. Now we just need to check his personality. Unless he's a serious criminal or a complete pervert, he'll pass without any problems. Xyle stepped forward cheerfully. I remember. This is the test where divine law ensures that even if you write lies, the truth will still be recorded, right? Eli asked, shall we check? First question, what do you think of the family that raised you? Answer, I will conquer it. It's all mine. Xyle chuckled. That's quite audacious. Eli nodded. While ridiculous, such spirit is what we expect from someone like him. Second question, what will you do once ordained? Answer, bite off the heads of the gods. Third question, explain your dreams and ambitions as a priest of the Holy Hellenic Empire. Answer, I will destroy this nation. Xyle's eyes widened in disbelief at this answer. He pointed at the paper with a questioning look. Eli coughed and replied, only you and I have seen these results. If Isaac were to become a priest and take this test again. Xyle worriedly slapped his forehead. He'd be executed for heresy. Slamming his hand on the table, he declared, you will be ordained in his place. Don't let Isaac leave the house for now. Eli spoke seriously. He needs a bit more. Education. A window was pulled open slightly. The wind from outside rustled the curtains. A clicking sound. Young master, a cheerful voice inquired, have you decided? Isaac replied calmly, of course. Small hands clutched a large bag. He stood by the window, bag in hand, a confident smile on his face. I'm out of here. At the Roman Capital Academy, ancient buildings stood close together, forming a campus. In the Department of Divine Arts, a voice rang out, I heard there's a 10-year-old being ordained this time. The children in the room buzzed with excitement. One exclaimed indignantly, that's crazy. What did he even do to get ordained so early? Another expressed their amusement. This graduation ceremony is definitely going to be interesting. A red-haired child grinned. Nazar scoffed, a toddler, ordained as a priest. How ridiculous. The brown-haired child beside him asked in confusion, Nazar, what do you mean he can't walk? Nazar shrugged nonchalantly, like I said. That kid hasn't grown an inch in 10 years. He's cursed by the skeleton demon king. How could he possibly grow? He turned his head to ask someone sitting not far away. Right, Suji. Nazar laughed derisively. How could that brat be ordained? It's probably just an honorary title. The brown-haired child chuckled in agreement. Is that so? Suji sighed, thinking that troublesome bastard. He was quiet for a while, but he started making noise again. Nazar turned his head sarcastically. Being born into the Sainus' family sure is nice. Even an unqualified brat gets ordained. How unsightly. Suji slammed his hand on the table and stood up. That bastard. How dare he? A white-haired person walked in, sneering. Do you think the Holy See is a joke? Nazar. Sino smiled mockingly. Moreover, it was your own father, Duke Leon, who accepted Isaac's nomination. He smiled pityingly. I didn't think you were foolish enough to insult your own father. Nazar retorted angrily. Shut up. You're not even a student at this academy. Why are you here? Kina casually gestured to himself. Well, I was invited. He stated arrogantly, I've been asked to guide the graduating students as an advisor and divine arts instructor. The faces of the students showed disbelief. Kina suddenly sneered, Suji, you're also quite worrisome. Suji, bewildered, was taken aback at being addressed. He chuckled. There's no way a cursed child like Isaac could become a priest. The Zojua clan had better stay afloat until you become a head. Suji listened angrily as Kina continued. But if your clan falls, come find me. I'll give you a mediocre position in the papal state. He clenched his fists, telling himself, no, calm down. Now's not the time. Suji said coldly, I don't need your help. Kina walked past, bumping Suji's shoulder. Suji angrily retorted, worry about yourself first, and stormed out. At the dormitory, a book slammed onto the floor. Suji clutched his head and cursed angrily. Damn rats. Why is this stupid stuff happening to me? He seethed. My family didn't even come to my ordination ceremony just because that bastard ran away. Suji clutched his head in frustration. Of all times, why now? That useless bastard. He was busy cursing. I hope your hair falls out like the Skeleton King's. When a hand reached out from inside a box, Isaac's eyes flashed dangerously. What did you just say? Suji stared at the sudden apparition and yelled in fright. Isaac asked coldly, my hair falling out. What? Do you want to die? Suji, still terrified, asked, how did you get out of there? Suji, bewildered, asked, how did you even get here? Isaac sat cross-legged on the luggage. To get ordained, my clan head and uncle kept trying to stop me, so I ran away. He pulled something out of his bag. Anyway, Suji's first reaction upon seeing the object in Isaac's hand was fear. What? What is it? Isaac sighed. You weak little runt. His eyes gleamed as he held the object aloft. You're going around getting offered trivial positions by some people in the Pope's household. Suji tried to explain but was cut off by Isaac throwing the object at him. Shut up, he pummeled Suji. Those garbage bastards dare disrespect the name of Zojua. Isaac raged. Zojua is mine. Only I am allowed to insult them, and only I have the right to push them to the brink of destruction. Suji, crying, asked in confusion, what the hell are you talking about? Isaac stepped on him. Remember this, Suji, he said calmly. I will be the one to burn the Zojua clan to ashes. Suji, lying on the ground with tears in his eyes, thought to himself, oh God, please get rid of this lunatic. Isaac tossed something at him. Stop whining and get up. Lead the way. Suji looked up confused. Where are you going? Isaac cracked his knuckles and grinned wickedly. To deal with those who touched you. During break time, the students gathered. The red-haired girl looked towards the door, frowning in confusion. What's this? Who brought child here? The girl beside her commented, that kid's hair is so pretty. Isaac held his toy. I wonder who that is. He grinned wickedly. Who dares to touch Zojua? Isaac spotted a flash of red hair sitting at a table. He stroked his chin, a calculating smile on his face. That red hair. I think I saw it in the treasury 10 years ago. Smells dangerous. Suji ran up behind him, calling out urgently, wait. Suji thought frantically, we have to stop this. If something happens here, the Inquisitors might show up. A helpful reminder, survival tip, the Academy has a heresy inquisition. Looking at the girl with the striking red hair, Suji thought, and that girl, she's Nazar's younger sister, Naki. She tilted her head, looking over. Suji seized the opportunity, taking a running leap. He was gleeful, about to grab him. Got you. But Isaac dodged instantly, jumping over him. He jumped straight onto the table, landing in front of Naki. Hey, redhead. Isaac pointed his toy at her face. Did you bully Suji? Naki replied, I've never bullied Suji. Zojua, it was Nazar who bullied him. She crossed her arms and smiled confidently. Good, so you admit to the bullying then. Naki retorted, no, it wasn't me. Ah, it was Nazar who did it. Can't you hear? Lick leaned in and asked seriously, hey, young master, doesn't this girl look familiar? Isaac replied telepathically, she does feel familiar, doesn't she? He saw a golden mana emanating from Naki and deduced, that's the aura of one of the 5 great deities. Pointing at him, she said with certainty, based on that, you must be the Isaac everyone's talking about. Naki covered her mouth, sneering, one's a cursed infant, the other a descendant of the Pope. Looks like the church failed to choose a new deity again this year, huh? She mocked. Looks like the Zojua clan is about to be removed from the 5 great sacred halls, right? Isaac, exasperated, concluded, with that attitude, you're definitely from one of the 5 great deity clans. Suji anxiously whispered, Isaac, don't get involved with the enemy clan anymore. Return to your clan, quickly. He calmly held up a hand. Shut up. I'm not going anywhere until I'm ordained. Naki stated confidently, you'll never be ordained. Nazar said he'll appeal to the holy court to have it annulled. She sneered arrogantly. A nameless brat like you dares to dream of ordination. Suji, hearing this, gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, that bastard Nazar. Naki's tone dripped with sarcasm as she looked at Isaac. Judging by your actions, it might be annulled even without Nazar's intervention. The servant beside her bowed, Mississippi. He whispered, should I call an inquisitor, just in case? Suji overheard this suggestion and panicked inwardly. No. 70% of the inquisitors are from the enemy clan. He frantically grabbed Isaac. Isaac, I told you to leave quickly. Just then, a scream echoed, drawing everyone's attention. A monstrous foot stomped the ground, radiating dark energy. energy. A giant wolf-like monster suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall and roared furiously. People screamed in terror, a demonic beast. We're far from the center, run. Looking at the beast, Isaac thought gleefully, you're here. My backup has arrived. People panicked. Why is there a beast here? Did it escape from the training hall? The servant from before shielded Naki. Miss, it's dangerous. Please step back. Before he could react, the beast lunged, swiping at the servant. Naki watched in horror as the servant was flung aside, now facing the beast directly. She gritted her teeth, eyes wide as its claws reached for her, thinking in astonishment, when did it appear? Isaac raised his toy and shouted, attracting attention. He threw the toy at the beast's head. Wait, it thought, eyes widening, unable to react. Watching the beast fall, Isaac muttered exasperatedly, I called you so many times, and now you finally show up. It refused to be defeated, pushing itself back to its feet. The beast, relatively unharmed, growled angrily. Naki conjured flames in her hand. You hateful monster. Isaac suddenly called out, hey. His eyes flashed red with anger. Get lost. The beast, intimidated by his gaze, recoiled fearfully. Its body trembled as if terrified. While everyone was stunned, the beast whimpered and fled. Servant admiringly praised, as expected of the young master. You pulled out a monster that was peacefully being swallowed, beat it to a pulp, and then chased it away like a performance. Isaac confidently replied, through telepathy, got to use what you have. Just then, the door opened and a team of inquisitors entered, asking, where's the monster? They immediately began their search. Stay away from the monster. Someone warned, I think it ran that way. An inquisitor urgently requested, contact the monster hunting team. Naki stared blankly at Isaac. An inquisitor ran to her side and asked, are you all right? Mississippi Suji was astonished by the identity of the newcomers, inquisitors. He lifted Isaac up gently and started to leave, chuckling awkwardly. Well then, we'll be going now. An inquisitor immediately grabbed Suji. Hold it. You're not allowed to leave until the investigation is over. His face paled with fear as he silently lamented, it's over. Suji scratched his head, feigning innocence. We don't know anything, but sweat poured down his face like rain. Suddenly, Naki's voice cut in. Stop wasting your time, you fools. She pointed at Isaac and Suji's arms and declared, that child saved me. The two of them stared blankly, their faces full of question marks. Naki walked towards him. Isaac, right? She blushed, embarrassed. I apologize for what I said. Naki quickly added, but it's not like I'm particularly grateful to you or anything, understand. Isaac thought to himself, confused, what's wrong with this girl? The group behind them murmured, did that boy receive a recommendation letter after saving some people? A student wondered, is that true? Charlotte watched them, that child. She was slightly suspicious, the one her brother mentioned. This is Princess Charlotte of the Holy Hellenic Empire. At the Zojua residence in Eli's office, the sun was shining brightly outside. An exasperated voice shouted, oh my goodness, why do you keep refusing? Cardinal Lamb, your nephew being ordained is a good thing, isn't it? The contact on the other end urged, then just let him participate in the ordination ceremony. Eli disagreed, interrupting, shut up. The contact complained, His Holiness, the Pope, will be furious. He replied calmly, not my problem. My nephew will be educated in my residence until he comes of age. The other person protested, if you keep confining a child like that, he'll have serious problems later on. Eli, with a massive headache, replied, he already has problems. The crystal ball emitted light and sound. I don't know if you've heard the news. The other person continued, but I hear there's a silver-haired child wandering around the academy. He immediately slammed his hand on the table and stood up, guessing who it was, Isaac. Eli called Zile. Zile entered, asking bewildered, yes, father. He was curious. What is it? But as soon as he entered, he was interrupted by Eli's order. Come to the imperial capital immediately. Eli continued, we must be there before tomorrow. Zile was stunned. He tried to reason, even taking the fastest route. It will take at least a week. Eli looked at the watch on his wrist. We have 23 hours and 48 minutes left. He said in a low voice, we'll run straight there. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. At the academy, a hand banged on the door, calling loudly, hey, Isaac, what are you doing? Zile anxiously called to the person inside. Are you going to stuff that tiny body of yours into that priest's robe? Come out quickly. Everyone's here already. His face was troubled as he said, they're definitely going to laugh at you. Let's go, okay. Suddenly, the door opened and a voice replied, all done. Suji, holding his face in distress, said, Let's just give up and go home, please. He looked up when he heard the sound. I'm begging you. Seeing the person before him, Suji's voice trailed off as his eyes widened in surprise. He stammered, you. He faced Isaac, whose lips were curled into a smirk. Let's go, Suji. On the last night of a national founding festival, at the ordination banquet, all the students were seated at long tables. Laughter and chatter filled the air. A voice announced, "Everyone, please rise." Everyone stood up from their seats. The leaders were entering. The heads of the clans entered one after another in order. First, the incredibly arrogant twins, followed by Alai and the others from the other clans. Gokul smiled and stood up with the others, clapping in welcome. He thought smugly, the head of the 5 great clans, the heir of Zojua, and also the cardinal of the Lamb religion, none other than myself. Suddenly, a figure approached and asked, "Are we late?" Gokul turned around in confusion. Xyle, having just arrived, asked, Have you seen Isaac? Gokul replied, not very pleased. "Why are you looking for Isaac here? He should be at the main house." More importantly, Xyle appeared disheveled. He asked in alarm, "Don't tell me. You're in all the way here." Xyle, panting, replied, "Pretty much. Do you know where Suji is? I think Isaac might be with him." Gokul said, "I haven't seen either of them." A guard called out, "His Holiness, the Pope, has arrived." The Pope entered. The guard shouted, "Show your respect." An old man with white hair and beard, whose face looked benevolent. This was Pope Julie. Everyone knelt down and chanted in unison, "God's blessings be upon Helani. Upon Helani. God's blessings be upon Helani. Upon Helani." While everyone was chanting, the Pope placed his hand on the throne. He sat arrogantly on the high seat, looking down at everyone. The guard announced, "Please be seated, honored guests." Eli sat down, worry etched on his face. "I don't see Isaac anywhere." The presider began, "The ordination ceremony will now commence. Those whose names are called, please step forward." He swirled the wine in his glass, thinking to himself, well, that's a relief. Unexpectedly, the first name called was Isaac. Eli hadn't even reacted yet. The presider asked again, "Isaac. Isaac, are you here?" He elegantly prepared to take a sip of wine, thinking with relief, why keep calling someone who isn't present? They should have removed the names of those who are absent. "He's not here, just continue." Suddenly, a voice replied, "Present." The sip of wine Eli had just taken sprayed out of his mouth. Gokul was furious. That shameless brat. How dare he just walk in here? 2 figures entered through the door, clearly of equal height. One of them was Isaac. The twins slammed their hands on the table and stood up in disbelief. "What?" The presider called. "Step forward, Isaac." Isaac calmly walked onto the platform, under the gaze of the crowd. Xyle also stood up abruptly in astonishment. Tears welled up in his eyes as he covered his mouth, looking at Isaac in disbelief. Isaac, when did you get so tall?" And he's even wearing the priestly robes I made for him. Everyone seeing his current form is chattering. "I heard he was still a newborn." Another person said doubtfully, "He broke the skeleton demon lord's curse." Someone else wondered, does the Zojua clan have such a powerful child? Another, captivated by his demeanor, muttered, "Damn, he's handsome." Nazar, in disbelief, slammed the table and stood up. What the hell is going on? How did he grow up so fast? Isaac maintained a relaxed smile. Eli's hand, where he'd been gripping, was mangled. He seethed inwardly. "Skeleton demon lord, you damned monster. What have you done to Isaac?" Eli's entire body radiated an unpleasant aura as he pondered. "That child doesn't smile like that. Has he taken over my grandson?" Kina pursed her lips, annoyed, listening to the surrounding whispers. The Zojua clan's curse. Perhaps it's finally over. She turned to look at the people behind her. One remarked, "If he isn't a saint, then who is?" Another beside him added, "He doesn't look cursed at all." Seeing him approach, the Pope called out, "Isaac." Looking at the yellow manna radiating from the Pope, Isaac thought in amazement. So this is the Pope. He frowned inwardly. He looks over 70, but he exudes the aura of a beast. Moreover, I see the shadows of all the popes I've faced over the years within him. His eyes turned menacing as a malicious thought crossed his mind. Should I just slit his throat right here? Eli and Xyle anxiously recalled Isaac's questionnaire. The question was, what do you want to say to His Holiness the Pope as a newly ordained priest? Isaac's answer, kneel down. It'll make it easier for me to behead you. Eli decided, I have to stop him. He raised a fist, slammed it down where he stood, and exclaimed, I slipped. Not to be outdone, Xyle lifted an entire table. You damn snake. Gokul, splattered with food from the table, could only ask in bewilderment, are they crazy? It's just a snake as big as my head. Another voice retorted, brother, shut up. The presider, flustered, called out. Next, Suji stepped forward. Isaac, enraged, whipped his head around and realized, these bastards are trying to stop me. He stepped aside, scratching his head in frustration. The Pope's expression darkened. The presider cheerfully announced, next, those about to be ordained will pay their respects to the gods. The Pope stood and walked forward, everyone's attention focused on him. Is it time to choose a god? People wondered, which god will bless my child? A priest approached with a basin of holy water. Eli, arms crossed, speculated seriously, perhaps it will be the patron saint of the Lamb religion. Xyle prayed silently. Please let it be. He added with a nervous laugh, I mean, there's no way an evil god would descend upon him, right? Eli replied gravely, if that happens, I will destroy it. Xyle asked in a panicked voice, Isaac, Eli was about to ask, the holy water, what will you do, Isaac? But below, Suji had already stepped before the basin of holy water with the Pope. He pricked his finger with a needle. Suji let a drop of blood fall into the basin. As the drop of blood fell, a surge of blue mana radiated outwards. The mana swirled and rose into the air. Gokul laughed heartily, just as expected from my son. The Lamb religion's patron saint has personally descended. Suji stepped down. Meanwhile, Isaac thought to himself, so the deity Zojua serves is the god of light, that stingy god with a so-called pure heart. He pricked his fingertip with a needle, thinking, honestly, I'm annoyed no matter who shows up. Isaac sighed and let a drop of blood fall into the basin of water. Pope Julie's expression suddenly changed. He watched as the light began to emanate. As soon as the drop of blood fell, black energy erupted. A surge of dark energy billowed upwards. Eli and Xyle watched in astonishment as the black energy spread. Eli frowned. The swirling black energy coalesced into a gigantic skeleton. It was the Skeleton King. Everyone stared at the enormous skeleton, wreathed in dark energy, and screamed, it's the Skeleton King. Without a word, Eli lunged forward, Skeleton King. A ring of black energy coiled around Isaac, who was standing closest. Eli clenched his fist, gathering mana. He swung his fist forward furiously. At some point, Isaac had been ensnared by the Skeleton King's chains and lifted into the air. The Skeleton King muttered, I've been waiting for this insolent one to appear. Isaac was bewildered. What? The Skeleton King roared, let's start by killing him first. After that, I'll wipe the holy nation of Emais off the map. Isaac, speechless, watched the scene unfold. What is going on? Even though he was the one dangling in midair. Isaac looked at the Skeleton King in front of him and exclaimed, he looks exactly like me before. Lick angrily knocked on the Skeleton King's head. What is this impostor? He demanded furiously. Does my master look like such a pathetic wretch? Frustration building. He cursed, hey you bastard. Pope Julie and the red-haired man simultaneously gathered mana in their hands. Both of them unleashed their attacks towards the Skeleton King at the same time. Eli was forced back by the resulting explosion. Xyle yelled at everyone around them, get back. Eli continued to generate mana in his palm. He shaped the mana into a giant python, which lunged towards the Skeleton King with its jaws wide open. Blue mana spiraled in the air. When the dust settled, the Skeleton King, completely unharmed, spoke, Lamb Clan head. He sneered, your power must be sealed by the curse. Don't you think you should be quiet? Eli looked up and declared, I've been holding back, just so I don't get yelled at for destroying this place. He stomped his foot on the ground. Eli's eyes glowed red with fury. He summoned his clan's divine beast and said scornfully, you talk too much. The Skeleton King fell silent for a moment, as if lost in thought. He pulled Isaac in front of him as a shield and asked indifferently, do you want to watch this brat die? Isaac panicked, thinking, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Isaac, facing a gaping maw directed at him, wondered he dares to summon such a dangerous monster while his nephew is being held hostage. Why is it opening its mouth? Eli smirked. A saint wouldn't die from a blow like that. He cursed inwardly, here you come. Isaac struggled as the monster's massive maw approached. He yelled, I'm going to die. A powerful light erupted, sending debris flying. Suji clutched his head and screamed in terror. The skeleton king hadn't anticipated the blue light's intensity. Unable to react, it was overwhelmed and vanished. The blinding light faded. Everyone lay on the ground, groaning. Gokul, hearing nothing, wondered, is he really dead? People slowly began to grasp the situation. Someone cried out in alarm. The skeleton king has returned. Another person responded in confusion. Didn't he disappear after cursing Ejuis 70 years ago? They spoke fearfully. Has he finally returned after accumulating power all this time? Elsewhere, a hand slammed onto the ground in fury. He thought, that's not it. Isaac sat up, fuming. That bastard was just a fake. Xyle rushed over. Isaac, are you all right? Suji, his arm injured, slowly stood, listening to the discussions. Even if he's a member of Ejua, would he be okay after being hit like that? Someone else said, didn't the skeleton king call him a saint? Maybe he really is one. They whispered amongst themselves. The skeleton king is dead, right? He's not here anymore. Another agreed, yeah. I think the Lamb clan had completely destroyed him with his wail. Xyle went to check on Isaac. He raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. He can't be dead. It was just an illusion of the skeleton king. Those around him were astonished. Lick speculated, I think someone copied you like a shadow and released it here, master. But something is strange. Isaac didn't deny it, communicating telepathically, so you noticed it too. His eyes narrowed in annoyance. He used my mana. Isaac thought about the skeleton king, identical to his past life. Don't tell me my mana core fell into his hands too. It wasn't impossible, especially since some of his bones were still stuffed in the city lady's treasury. He grinned darkly, cracking his knuckles. Well, if the imposter has it, even better. I just need to catch him, beat him to a pulp, and take it back. Seeing Isaac safe, Eli breathed a sigh of relief. He thought back to the previous moments. Just now I was certain. Eli noticed the murderous intent in Pope Julie's eyes. If I hadn't attacked, he would have killed Isaac along with the skeleton king. He looked back at the Pope, who was now acting friendly, checking on the injured. Eli watched Pope Julie smiling as he healed the child's injuries, confused. But why? Pope Julie's eyes were unfocused, lost in thought. I can't believe it. He recalled the moment Isaac's blood dropped into the holy water, the primordial god that the Golden Temple has craved for millennia. At that moment, I felt such exhilaration. Even the 5 great gods paled in comparison to his presence. And yet, Pope Julie gritted his teeth in frustration. His eyes turned cold. Why did they choose a brat from Ejua? Pope Julie glanced at Isaac, who was sitting not far away. Eli walked over and called, Isaac. He looked up and replied, yes. Eli reached out a hand and said, come on, let's go home. He placed a hand on Isaac's shoulder, smiling insincerely. It seems my nephew has grown up excellently, overcoming the skeleton king's curse. Isaac, sweating, thought, even though he's smiling, why does his face look so scary? Eli coaxed him with a smile. I'll buy you some delicious candy. Isaac panicked inwardly, retorting, who would follow you? You look like someone who promises to take children for fried food, but drags them straight to the hospital. A voice called out from behind. Your Highness, Suji said calmly. It seems Isaac can't leave yet. The earth and rocks in a corner suddenly collapsed. Several monsters, with horns like bulls and bodies like snakes and scorpions, crawled out from the rubble. They were almost completely surrounded. Suji continued, this isn't over yet. Isaac sighed, pushing himself up with his hands. Oh well, guess I have no choice. He gathered mana in his hands and gave an arrogant smile. I don't think we can go back yet. Isaac stood up arrogantly. Suji stood beside him, frowning and thinking, arrogant bastard. You dare call yourself a saint just because you suddenly grew up. He smiled, ignoring her inwardly. I don't know what you're plotting, but I'll take advantage of this. Both of them stepped forward simultaneously, each determined. I'll show you who the real saint is. A blue manosphere appeared in Isaac's hand. He lifted it into the air and used the spell. Purification. The blinding light made the monsters shield their eyes defensively. A professor exclaimed, what a magnificent purification spell. The person next to him agreed, I think it's been 5 years since I've seen such pure light. The bespectacled person behind them scoffed, but why is he only using purification, which is almost exclusively for cleansing and not any offensive holy spells? The previous professor explained, because it can also purify mana. He's probably trying to prevent the demonic beast from being summoned again. The dark aura surrounding the monsters had now disappeared. Actually, Isaac was a little embarrassed, remembering when the Holy Spirit had cheerfully asked holy spells, "Do you really want to learn from me?" And then he had only learned holy purification. He consoled himself. Oh well, Salik is the only one I can learn holy spells from. Isaac thought, but once purification reaches rank 6, the monster's expressions became unnatural. He smiled wickedly. It deals damage over time across a wide area. The monsters suddenly fell into a panic. Isaac added, most importantly, the reason purification is necessary right now is he was interrupted mid-boast by Suji. Get out of the way. Your holy spells can't destroy them. She thought he can only use rank 5 holy spells. Even so, it must be a talent that only appears once every few centuries. However, because she was walking in front, she didn't see Isaac's friendly double middle fingers. Kina silently scoffed as she generated mana. Golden mana in my hand. With that little bit of divine power, you're no match for me. She smiled confidently. Watch closely. They can only be destroyed by a powerful, concentrated holy attack on multiple points simultaneously. Suddenly, the holy attack spell in Kina's hand dissipated. Isaac covered his mouth, chuckling derisively. Multiple points simultaneously. Concentrated attack. He turned his head and asked, "Don't tell me you still haven't learned what those monsters really are." They have extremely strong regenerative abilities, so you have to use a powerful attack to finish them off. He burst out laughing. Isaac sneered as he stepped forward. You brat, you really don't know anything. Kina followed behind, thinking to herself, perhaps I should let the Lamb clan head take him away. That expression. She glared. They're all just decoys, he declared. She asked doubtfully, decoys. Isaac walked to a corner, explaining as he went their core unit is. Is it around here somewhere? He created a small blue light in his palm. Piercing through the darkness, he saw a bug hiding underneath. Isaac said calmly, found it. He picked up a sharp stick. Kina asked, puzzled, what's so dangerous about a small worm like that? Isaac casually pierced the bug with a stick. It exploded with a pop, releasing a puff of green smoke. He twirled the stick in his hand and explained nonchalantly, it slowly poisons people. The surrounding students immediately began to murmur. This is extremely dangerous. People die without knowing it because the poison gradually seeps into their bodies. Another person clutched their head in pain and cried out, what is this? Isaac continued calmly. That skeleton said it earlier. It wants to wipe out the entire Holy Kingdom. Kina's face was etched with astonishment. He held up the stick with a wicked grin. And the ordained priests are the future of the Holy Kingdom. The professors immediately reacted, shouting, everyone, quickly find the hidden worms. Quickly, anyone who has been poisoned, move immediately to be detoxified. A voice replied, understood. Isaac seemed to notice something, letting out a confused, Beams of light shot out from the walls simultaneously. He panicked, trying to stop them. Wait, if you kill them all at once like that. They exploded simultaneously, and the room instantly filled with black miasma. Lick grinned. Master, this is our chance. If you purify the trainees who have collapsed from the poison, you will surely be recognized as a saint. Isaac also thought this was a good idea. Hey, you're a genius. He thought triumphantly, my chance has come. But before Isaac had a chance to show off, a staff was raised. Pope Julie, holding his staff, stood on the ground and used a 9th level holy spell. Golden light emanated from his staff, beginning to absorb the black miasma in the room, drawing in the mana. Isaac shielded his eyes from the intense light. Pope Julie smilet gently. You don't have to worry about being poisoned anymore. Isaac cursed angrily under his breath. Those damned Pope Julie's family. They never miss a chance, do they? Seriously. A wolf's paw slowly approached. A monster approached maliciously from behind Isaac, thinking, you dare defy the great king. I won't spare you. It quickly lunged. Even if it's the last thing I do, I'll take someone down with me. Its target was Isaac, who stood with his back turned, oblivious. Isaac's eyes flashed a strange crimson as he abruptly turned his head to look back. The monster, sensing an intense pressure from him, was startled. This power. The monster immediately turned and fled. Isaac scoffed inwardly, acting all ferocious, but in the end, it's nothing. Everyone cheered. We've cleared them out. Someone shouted. Another called out, get the injured to the infirmary. Isaac casually walked past Kina. Her face was pale with shock. He just drove away a demon with a single glance. Kina's hands clenched, trembling. She turned to look at Isaac in disbelief, denying it to herself. Impossible. How could that be? That's a skill only those as powerful as His Holiness the Pope can use. The incident passed, but it was still a hot topic of discussion. The skeleton demon king appeared right in the middle of the ordination ceremony. One person exclaimed. Another added, "The whole empire is in an uproar." Someone else chimed in, "The skeleton demon king has reappeared." Another opinion surfaced, "The skeleton demon king lost and ran away again." Who is the saint the skeleton demon king mentioned? In a meeting room of the family heads, a man spoke. "It seems there's a problem with the holy water container. A phantom summoning matrix was engraved on it. We're investigating the merchant who brought the container in, so please wait for further information." A red-haired man asked suspiciously, "So the cause is the increase in outsiders?" The first man nodded. "That's one of the reasons," but he then posed a question. What did the Holy Dragon say it was doing? The barrier that the Holy Dragon is protecting is the core issue. In an old, luxurious mansion, Isaac held a newspaper in his hand. Having finished reading, he concluded, "So the demon invasion weakened the Empire's barrier. And since the Holy Dragon is connected to the royal family, the Pope's family isn't responsible for anything, right?" He sighed, thinking, typical of the Pope's family. Such cunning is not surprising. The person beside him spoke sarcastically. "My nephew, quite the skilled newspaper reader, aren't you?" Gokul forced a smile. "Congratulations, nephew. You've been ordained as a priest." Isaac looked at him, speechless, thinking, how should I deal with this guy? I think he's forcing himself to do this on his grandfather's orders. Xyle, on the other hand, was very excited, praising him. Our Isaac can speak fluently now. Finally, we can make him read the skeleton demon king's curse letter. Isaac thought to himself, you really know how to annoy people. Eli opened the door and entered. He approached and said, "It's good that both of you are here. Isaac, could you leave us alone for a moment?" Isaac obediently nodded and hopped off his chair. "Yes, sir." He waited until Isaac was outside and the door was completely closed. Eli immediately cast a third-level absolute soundproofing spell. Xyle's expression turned serious. "What's so serious that you need to use a soundproofing spell?" Eli sat down and said, "It's about Isaac." He continued gravely, "During the last ordination ceremony, I think Isaac was chosen by an evil god." Eli was deeply troubled. Clearly, the god Isaac chose is no ordinary being. "I hear an unprecedented divine seal appeared during the divine revelation ceremony." He continued, "Only the Pope and the Cardinal saw it. The Pope has been trying to eliminate Isaac." Xyle asked in astonishment, "What? The Pope?" Eli nodded. "Yes. If it weren't an evil god, there'd be no reason for such a reaction." Gokul offered a theory. If it's not an evil god, could it be the seal of the Golden Faith? The three men fell silent. The Golden Faith. Gokul elaborated, they're obsessed with purity, detest anything tainted, right? So if someone from Zojua chose a god worshipped by the Golden Faith, they definitely wouldn't let it go. Gokul added, if the Pope reacted that strongly, it's highly likely the god only forms contracts with those of the Golden Bloodline. Eli stroked his chin, considering this. Gokul continued to speculate. Perhaps it's a god who's never been summoned, not even by the Golden Faith. Xyle nodded in agreement. That's quite possible. Isaac is certainly capable of it. Eli asked wearily, do you really believe that boy formed a standard divine contract? Gokul scoffed, no way. Xyle remained silent. Eli instructed Gokul, contact the Holy See and investigate which god made contact. Gokul exclaimed in surprise, me. Why me? Eli added, if you do well, I'll grant Suji a precious holy relic. Gokul's silence implied agreement. Eli continued, from now until Isaac officially begins his apprenticeship, he'll be under special surveillance. Placing his hand on a stack of documents, he said, if Isaac achieves similar results in the upcoming faith examination as he did last time, then that child's path will likely be. The three men grimly acknowledged the unspoken conclusion. Isaac would become a dark priest. Gokul clutched his head in distress. If he truly becomes a dark priest, the entire family will be branded as traitors. They'll hunt down the whole family for complicity. Even Suji will be expelled from the Holy Temple. Xyle covered his mouth in worry, thinking of his nephew. Eli rested his chin on his hands, gravely stating, no matter what, we must prevent this. Sometime later, Xyle addressed Isaac. Soon, our nephews will begin their apprenticeships. He smiled, thinking to himself, those hateful seniors used to work me to the bone. Still, looking back, those were good memories. Isaac listened, inwardly groaning. Oh, come on. This feels like I'm re-enlisting. Disgusting. Xyle continued. Throughout your apprenticeship, you'll work alongside your seniors. You'll discover your aptitude and learn the true duties of a priest, far beyond what the academy taught. Your assignments and treatment will vary depending on your evaluation, so do your best. Suji listened attentively and nodded seriously. Xyle offered reassurance. After the apprenticeship, you'll form a contract with a god. Isaac suddenly raised his hand. By the way, he asked with a hint of suspicion, when can I participate in the sacrificial festival? Xyle brightened at the question. You're interested in the sacrificial festival. Isaac grinned with a touch of arrogance. Extremely interested, especially the part about executing the skeleton demon king subordinates. Xyle beamed. Our Isaac is becoming ever more devout. I'm so pleased. Well then, let me explain the sacrificial festival to you. He and Suji looked over, ready to listen. Xyle explained, the sacrificial festival is when we offer gifts to the gods, and many people gather to celebrate. Actually, a lot of people attend. But first and foremost, the sacrificial festival is about your feelings and faith towards the gods, so it's quite a personal matter. Isaac interrupted, wait, hold on. He continued without paying attention. This brings us back to the fundamental question of whether we should really gather for this ceremony. Xyle, his voice full of enthusiastic reverence, continued to explain, but think about this for a moment. This sacrificial festival is basically a kind of ritual we perform for our gods. And rituals are always a communal activity. The essence of this ritual is that we are all serving the gods together. And the proof of that becomes our personal faith in the gods. He thought, exasperated, he's really enthusiastic about this. What's with the reverence? Xyle, still brimming with excitement, continued his lecture. A truly interesting fact is that prostrating oneself alone is a type of prayer. But is prostrating in a group a ritual? We can't say that either. Essentially, the most important thing is the purpose for which people gather and the mindset with which they participate. Anyway, I might have digressed a bit, but I think you get the idea. Xyle continued. So, the sacrificial festival seems very much like a festival. And what's the first thing you think of when you hear the word festival? That's right, it's having fun and enjoying things together. And isn't enjoyment already a part of faith? Therefore, the gods bless the sacrificial festival with great joy, and that is the gods' prerogative. The sacrificial festival, right? Isaac pondered thoughtfully. So, you mean the lesser gods and angels also participate in the ceremony? He smiled wickedly. I hope we meet. I'll tear you all to shreds. After speaking, Xyle removed his glasses and beamed. Our little Isaac must be looking forward to personally executing those subordinates, right? That kind of righteous hatred is necessary. Gokul spoke up, giving instructions. The team with the highest score will have the honor of executing the skeleton demon king subordinates. So do your best. Suji immediately replied, yes, father. Isaac, bewildered and doubtful, thought team. He slapped his forehead in frustration, thinking a team project. Xyle expressed, I want both of you to achieve high scores, so you can both fulfill your dreams. Isaac nodded in response. I understand, uncle. He thought to himself, there's no other way. Inside, Isaac resolved, I'll have to kill one and rescue the rest. Outwardly, his face was beaming. I'll do my best. Xyle, his perception of Isaac filtered through rose-tinted glasses, proudly thought, such a lovely child certainly couldn't become a dark priest. What a relief. Gokul, nervously biting his nails, asked, but Isaac, during the ordination ceremony, which God chose you? He smirked, unwilling to answer. Isaac stated, I don't remember, but it was a disgusting mark, enough to make me nauseous. A figure in a black cloak laughed maniacally. Look, absolute destruction. The other two thought in terror, an evil god. Xyle tried to comfort him. It's all right. Some gods have marks that look ominous. Gokul also offered reassurance. That's right. Ultimately, faith is what matters most. Isaac smiled indifferently. I don't really care. He suddenly remembered something. All right, Cardinal Nan Hong Kim wants to meet me. He frowned in annoyance. That guy, what's his deal? Why? A voice called from outside the door. Isaac was startled. Xyle and Gokul looked in surprise at the newcomer, Kina. She opened the door and seriously requested, I have something to discuss with you. Xyle muttered in a low voice, why is she looking for Isaac? Gokul also whispered in a frightened voice, who knows? How can I guess what she's thinking? He speculated, do you think she was sent here to harm Isaac? Surely not by the Pope, right? He stroked his chin, thinking seriously and whispering back, it's possible if this is related to that evil god. Kina directly took Isaac's hand. She stated seriously, I thought you were useless. Seeing Isaac's annoyed expression, Kina added, I'm being serious, Isaac. He cursed inwardly, is this woman crazy? Why would she say something like that? Kina explained, but I've now realized that you haven't appeared before the world for the past 10 years because you were cultivating. You didn't want your skills to be tainted by fools like those in the academy. She added, I knew it from the ordination ceremony. You are truly outstanding, incomparable to those other idiots. It's a waste of time for someone like you to be stuck doing practical training. Isaac was speechless and thought in awe. She's a bit scary. Lick grinned in agreement. I think she's a bit crazy too. Kina raised her hand towards him and seriously suggested, let's train together under him, and we'll throw ourselves into real battle. She continued, take my hand, Isaac, we'll behead the skeleton demon king and lead the holy kingdom together. He looked up, speechless. Suji, standing to the side, thought in surprise, is this a new form of bullying from a pope? Wait, I think she's actually serious. He clutched his chest in pain. The conditions are freakishly good. Isaac, annoyed, directly swatted Kina's hand away and snapped, get lost. She was stunned, what? He repeated for Kina to understand, get lost. I'll continue with this practical training thing. Suji, holding his hand, smiled inwardly and thought, he was already a madman anyway. Kina tried to persuade him, you don't need to worry about that stupid priest qualification. I'm not just inviting you to train, I'll give you the equivalent of 10 years of experience. Isaac waved his hand dismissively, I don't care. He pointed across the room. If you want someone, take him. Suji, being pointed at, asked in shock me. Kina nodded seriously. You and that thing are completely different. Isaac gave a look of agreement. You're not wrong. Suji angrily cursed, you bastards. Kina stated seriously, with your talent, just a glance is enough to scare the demons away. Lick scoffed beside him. She definitely saw him use intimidation to chase that monster away. Isaac rolled his eyes. This bastard. I think she's doing all this just to learn that from me. He felt disgusted inwardly. That makes me want to refuse even more. Isaac waved his hand. I'm saying it again, get lost. The thought of being taught by the Pope makes me want to vomit. Kina's face immediately darkened. How dare you say he's something that makes people nauseous to look at? He pointed seriously and replied, of course, I even want to take the old man's head. A hand was placed over Isaac's mouth. His body is suddenly several meters away from the table. A foot stepped in and a voice called out, my nephew is busy. Eli, you just picked him up and answer for him. I don't want you going near our grandson. Kina said angrily, even if you were the head of the Zojua family. He interrupted her. If you continue to associate with this boy, Eli said seriously, he will spoil you. Isaac bit the man's hand in frustration at being silenced. Kina looked bewildered after hearing this, while the three people behind her nodded in agreement. Isaac, his mouth covered, cursed in frustration, damn Zojua. I will truly bring all of you to ruin. A six-pointed star formation, understandable, a pentacle, a test that every apprentice priest must pass. The 5 heads of the 5 houses, white, gold, blue, black. The trials are conducted in order. White, gold, blue, black, and red. Each stage is overseen by the head of the corresponding faith. The condition is that one must pass all of them to become an official priest. Isaac walked to a room, thinking my teammates should be here too, right? He thought about the other students. They're in groups of 30, grouped with those from families with close ties. Are they encouraging infighting between factions? Isaac recalled Suji's advice. Don't worry, all the members of the group are close to me. He sighed proudly, accepting it. It truly wasn't a waste that you enrolled early, Suji. Isaac opened the door, smiling brightly, deciding in his mind, I will train them well, will pass the pinnacle, and immediately set off to rescue my subordinates. He was smiling radiantly, lost in thought. For that reason, I have to make a good first impression. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. He's here. Isaac looked quizzically at the fearful eyes looking towards him. In a room filled with students, someone shouted, tie that bastard up. 2 of them approached cautiously, and the blonde-haired one said, I heard you're the one who bullied Suji. The blue-haired one beside him added, we can't overlook that. We, your seniors, have to teach you some manners. The blonde-haired one sneered, just think of it as a little game. The blue-haired one chuckled, if you breathe a word of this to Suji, you're dead. Isaac sighed and reached into his robe, certain in his mind, these guys are nothing. The blonde-haired one saw him pull out an object and reached out, smiling cheerfully. That's right, let's consider this a social gathering. But then suddenly, the blue-haired one clutched his stomach, laughing until tears streamed down his face. Isn't that a baby rattle? The blonde-haired one laughed just as hard. I heard he was recently still a newborn. Seems the rumors are true. He suggested, let's hang him upside down, but then his face was hit directly by Isaac's toy. The blonde-haired one's nose started bleeding, and he fell backward unconscious. Everyone was stunned and wary. Someone cursed, "Are you crazy? You bastard." Isaac held the toy in his hand and nodded, saying, "Yes, the important thing is that we get closer to cooperate and achieve better results." He smiled eerily, "So, let's all get even closer." After a while of using the toy to subdue everyone, Isaac became a saint, while the others looked like they had just been baptized. Suji raised an eyebrow, looking troubled. "Isaac," he said, "I only asked because I didn't understand." He looked at Isaac sitting on top of the others with a distressed expression. "Did you just call this a social gathering?" The other students cried out, "Suji, save us." The one next to him added, "He's your younger brother." Suji scratched his cheek and gave a strained smile. "Thank you for playing with my younger brother." The other student yelled in exasperation, "I'm begging you to save us." He approached Isaac and asked in a low voice, "When the first evaluation criterion is unity, what the hell are you thinking?" Isaac looked puzzled. "Unity?" Suji scoffed. "Don't you see they're stacked in a pyramid? Isn't that unity enough?" Suji thought to himself in disbelief, "They're only subdued because of your strength, you lunatic." Isaac ignored him and handed him a piece of paper. "Whatever, look at this." Suji looked at it doubtfully. "What is this?" Isaac explained, "This is a list of the people who have been trying to leech off of you." Suji took the paper. Isaac's eyes held a look of disdain. "They've been leeching off of you for 7 years under all sorts of pretexts, even though Ejua, as a clan, doesn't inherently demand anything in return. They should know their limits." One of the students cried out, "Ejua doesn't need our help anyway. Even if we wanted to, my family doesn't have anything to give you." Isaac's voice turned cold. "Are you sure you have nothing? Your limbs are still intact. Your internal organs are still fresh." He exuded a terrifying aura. "The things I want from you brats aren't anything special. I just want a fair transaction, an equal exchange, give and take." The room fell silent, filled only with a heavy atmosphere and Isaac's voice. "So make sure you cooperate well, work diligently, be honest and loyal." He gave a sinister smile. "Understood." Isaac asked again, "Were your answers?" The group of students immediately replied, "Understood." Having achieved his goal, Isaac jumped down. "Good. This social gathering is concluded." The group collapsed on the floor, eyes closed in relief. Suji asked, distressed, "What if we fail the evaluation?" Isaac, hands behind his head, appeared unconcerned. "Don't worry about that. Just follow me. I have something to show you." Suji retorted, irritated, "Even the lowest score in a single evaluation is enough to prove I'll fail. And the first evaluation is about unity, no less." Isaac reassured him, "Don't worry, I've already taken care of it." He cheerfully opened a closet door. "Now, take a look at this." Inside, a person sat bound and gagged. Isaac looked incredibly pleased, as if showing off a present, while Suji stared in horror. He grabbed Isaac by the collar, shaking him. "You crazy bastard. What have you done? He's our teammate. He's also our uncle's son. Have you forgotten him? Remember when we went to the treasury together?" Isaac replied nonchalantly, I know. The problem is he's on our team. He left a letter saying he's resigning from his spy work." Suji froze for a moment. He stared at the person inside the closet. Suji removed the gag. He patted the person's shoulder gravely. "Nigel, right?" The student, tears in his eyes, immediately spoke. "I'm sorry. I had no other choice. There's a story behind this." Isaac casually reached into his robe. "I don't care. I want to hear what Nigel told you to do." The terrified person across from him immediately replied, "He told me to break up Ejua's team." Suji frowned as he listened to the explanation. "He told me to make unreasonable demands to divide the team, because Suji would agree to most of them." The student wept openly. "Nigel also ordered us to attack Isaac as a greeting, because he wanted to be the one to personally deal with the skeleton demon Lord subordinates." Remembering that, Isaac suddenly became furious. "Nigel, not only did you attack me, you dare to try and execute my subordinates yourself." He smiled wickedly, deciding, it seems I need to teach him a lesson he won't forget. A few days later, in a luxurious room, an irritated voice rang out. "Did you just say it can't be done again?" Nazar angrily scolded. "What's so difficult about being a spy? Why are so many people quitting?" The student across from him lowered his head. "I apologize." He expressed his frustration. "We have a social gathering. I can't do it." Nazar was perplexed and irritated. What the hell is this social gathering? He waved his hand dismissively. Whatever. Get out of my sight. The dark-haired man behind him offered comfort. Don't worry. 3 members of Ezua's team are loyal to your family. The long-haired man added, if those 3 turn against them, their team is finished. Nazar gritted his teeth in anger. That brat is so infuriating. I should have just eliminated him. He thought of his father. It's so frustrating that even my father is showing interest in him, inviting him to our house. Don't be ridiculous. Nazar irritably decided, whatever. Everything will be over after today. He smiled with murderous intent, because those Ezua bastards will finally be expelled. In the grand hall, the host announced, welcome to the Pentagon of Unity. The host began to explain, White Faith can use voices to create miracles and record them, but here in Aina, in teamwork, we emphasize unity and trust. Isaac stood in line, yawning repeatedly. The host's voice continued. That is why the first criterion of the Pentagon, unity, will be assessed through voting. Nazar, standing behind, looked up at Isaac in front. He smiled confidently to himself. If just one person votes against maintaining the team, the whole team fails, and the dissenting voter can be transferred to another team. Nazar imagined the blue flag being torn, those members still salvageable even after betraying blue. He looked at the calm Isaac before him. Moreover, a spy has infiltrated their ranks. Nazar concluded with a malicious grin. So they will definitely fail. Then the judge announced, I will not announce the results immediately. He spoke sternly. The blue team has unanimously agreed to stay together. The news hit Nazar like a bolt of lightning. The judge continued, you have passed the Pentagon of Unity. Isaac looked triumphantly towards Nazar, provoking him. Simon hurriedly ran over, calling Isaac. Isaac, wait for me. He asked, how did you do it? How did you get a unanimous vote? Isaac replied casually, remember how Cardinal Kim kept calling for me the other day? Of course. You were crazy enough to refuse becoming a cardinal's successor. Isaac retorted, do you want to die? Simon quickly apologized. Isaac saw this and reluctantly replied, anyway, I told him if he wanted to see me, he had to offer a golden elixir first. Simon was startled. Secret elixirs are only for the direct descendants of the Golden Sect. How could he possibly give one to you? That's a rare item. Isaac interrupted his train of thought, but he did. So I used it to bargain with the others. Simon asked back what? He actually gave it to you. So you promised to give them the golden elixir after they voted. Isaac replied, no, I gave it to them before they voted. This answer made Simon even more frightened. What? What if they betrayed you? Isaac said confidently, it's fine. I trust my team. These words made Simon fall into deep thought. What's going on? Is he slowly becoming a real priest? Well, that's a relief. Before he could finish his thought, the scene before his eyes horrified him. They screamed, thank you. Hey, I did as you asked. Simon panicked. Give me the antidote. Isaac gloated, antidote. What antidote? At this moment, painful sounds came from them again. My stomach. It's killing me. Seeing this, Isaac enthusiastically explained to Simon, see, I knew it. They wouldn't betray me. This made Simon cry out in terror. What the hell did you do, you madman? Don't tell me you called a golden elixir and actually poisoned them. Isaac replied, I gave them a golden elixir. 93% flour, 5% skeleton demon king's mana essence, 1% laxative, 0.5% hair extract, 0.00001% actual golden elixir. Even dishwater is stronger than that. They've been leeching off Kim Suri long enough. It's time to pay the price. Hearing this, Simon was stunned. The others, hearing this, pleaded in fear. Forgive us. I really can't take it anymore. We've passed the Pentagon of Unity. Please give us the antidote. Isaac, at this moment, showed mercy. Well, a promise is a promise. Let's see. Where did I put the antidote? After a moment, he exclaimed, found it. Simon panicked even more. You madman. That's your dirty diaper. Who puts an antidote in a diaper? Then he watched helplessly as Isaac said, so, who wants to go first? Suddenly, a voice called out, drawing everyone's attention away from Isaac's diaper. Hey! Nazar marched in, full of energy. Give me back my subordinates, you bastard. I don't know what you bribed them with. Isaac looked troubled. But a second later, Nazar was beaten to a pulp. The other stepped forward, I won't let you. Touch Isaac's diaper bag. Cough, I mean, don't lay a hand on Isaac. This action made Simon wonder, why did you suddenly show up to protect him? Nazar, under attack, asked in bewilderment, you told the kids, didn't you? You thought that in a life or death situation, people would seek overwhelming power. Isaac replied, wrong. The first thing they do is worry about saving their own necks. No one can stand firm in the face of death. Each of his words was like a death sentence for Nazar, leaving him frozen. Nazar exclaimed in panic, Impossible. Is that really the flaw of humanity? At the Pope's office, a cold voice said, "Come in." But inwardly, he thought, how humiliating. It took 7 days to summon a mere apprentice, and even then, a flawed one. The butler said, "Forgive me, Your Holiness." The dark-haired man said Isaac wouldn't come. Hearing this, he became furious. He drank the golden elixir and still wouldn't come. The butler nervously replied, "That's what he said. And he asked me to relay a message." He then asked, "What is it?" The butler stammered. "Next time, send a large gold bar." The dark-haired man flew into a rage. He shouted, "Bring that brat before me, no matter the cost." On this side, Nazar fumed, "Damn it, that kid." Isaac thought, well, it's not a complete failure anyway. His subordinates reported that there was something that absolutely couldn't be revealed to the inquisitors. If we dig deeper, we'll find out. I'll expose the truth myself. The other group approached. "We won't let you." "Really?" Looking at them, Nazar roared, "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around the dormitory?" He then strode towards them, brimming with hostility. The group explained, we're here to visit the young master." Nazar thought, damn it, why are they nobles from the Hong family, our sworn enemies from the Golden Kingdom? Outwardly respectful, the butler thought differently. Get lost, you Hong family bastards. If it gets out that the young master summoned someone from the Lamb family, it'll be troublesome. At that moment, Isaac's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. "Why are you only here now? I told you to hurry up. There's a lot to prepare for the afternoon tea." Seeing this, Nazar thought, it seems he's helping us. Well, he owes us, so he has to. So obedient, he's so easy to manipulate. The Hong family members addressed Isaac respectfully. "Yes, we brought some gifts for the young master, just as instructed. Are the disciples being prepared?" Isaac adopted a lecturing tone. "That's right. Every bonding event needs snacks. Bring them today." "Yes, understood." Nazar gritted his teeth. "Bonding event. That's what brainwashed my subordinates." Nazar glared at the butler, who was fawning over Isaac. "Well then, we'll take our leave." Boom! A burst of flame shot towards his subordinates. Nazar, enraged, unleashed his own attack, defiantly looking at Isaac. "I told your subordinates to stand down. I'm here to talk to you. Want to try a little truth test?" Isaac thought, no way. If I take that, I'll definitely be burned alive. Just one small slip up, and they'll use it as an excuse to destroy me and my entire family. Nazar continued to provoke him. "There's a device that reacts with just a touch. It's very simple, just try it." Isaac remained silent. The dark-haired man's cold voice cut through Nazar's words. "Don't tell me you ignored my summons because you were busy playing around. Do I amuse you that much?" The other group stepped forward. "We won't let you."